Hello everybody and welcome to day one of the Set 6 Challenger Series. I'm Casanova, joined by Cloud9's very own Khroen, here to bring you all the great TFT action, trying to make our way towards that mid-set finale. Khroen, how are you feeling today, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm really glad to be back after the holiday break to more TFT Esports, and even better, to do it on a really fresh patch where we're going to learn pretty much in real time, along with the rest of our competitors, exactly what the meta has in store for this tournament environment. Also, I'm excited to have you back casting some TFT casts. It's been a while, but it's good to see you back here.
Been a minute. I'm so glad to be back. I'm so excited to do another Challenger Series. I did one last January, and now coming back this year to do yet another one, and I'm so stoked. But before we get into all of these games, all the fun that we want to do, let's get some housekeeping done. Let's talk about what we're doing today, what we're doing this weekend. We're jumping in. We got 16 players competing in 5 games today. The top 8 players will advance to day 2, where they will compete in a series of games with checkmate format. If you don't know what that format is, you're not familiar, players must first get to 24 points and then achieve a first place win or gain a total of 40 points across the games. The first win condition is more important than the second one, so if that happens at the same time as someone getting the second one, the first one does trump over that one. Now, the first and second place players from these 2 days, from this tournament, will move on to the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale. Khroen, we've set up what they're doing, but let's take a look at some of these players and what the point distribution will be for this tournament.
Yes, the point distribution is much like what we've seen before. There's a bit of a gap between first and second, the 10 and the 8, and then between fourth and fifth, with 6 jumping down to 4. But everything else is as expected. Looking at this list of players, however, this is an absolutely phenomenal lobby, and my eye does have to initially land on one player, and that's going to be Spencer TFT, who has been recently dubbed by Gangly as NA's best tournament player in Teamfight Tactics. Shout out to Gangly, had a fantastic video breaking down all the great NA tournament players, and we see a lot of them here on this list competing here this weekend.
Yeah, so many of those top players that Gangly talked about, which was a phenomenal video, so go everyone check him out on Twitter if you haven't seen that video. It's so incredibly good and in-depth on the level of TFT play in North America. But I've got a couple of players myself that I'm looking out for. Spicy Appies actually just tweeted out that they have never felt more pressure than right now going into an event. And Spicy Appies has been someone really on the come up in the last few weeks. I'm very excited for this player. I think they're incredibly strong, and I think there's somebody that you're going to want to remember that name going forward. They're feeling the pressure today. I hope that they can overcome that and have a great day 1, make it to day 2, and see how they can go from there. On top of that, I'm looking at Khroen. This is someone who has done incredibly well in the regionals over the past few sets, but in all their Challenger Series performances, they've left a little bit to be desired. They had a few okay placements, but most of the time they've had their worst tournaments be the Challenger Series. So I think Khroen is coming in with a little bit to prove this time around, just to be like, hey, I can still body some Challenger Series just like I do in all of the regionals. But, we are very close to getting in to these first few games, but we've got the players, we've got what they're doing. Let's take a look at the prize pool, Khroen. They're playing for $2,500 US, breaking down first and second, qualifying into Gizmos and Gadgets, 800 for first, 500 for second. But really, Khroen, I mean, they're looking for this qualification. That's the big thing, right?
Definitely. The money's nice. It's going to let you keep pursuing TFT as a competitive career path, but really that first and second slots, you get more money, you get the qualification spots, right? There's not too many more opportunities to qualify for the mid-set finale. It's going to be this and, the Zon Cup that's coming up, some qualifier points, but really having a top 2 finish this tournament is going to be a huge breath of relief for any player that's going to be able to achieve it over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, you're really going to want to fight your way in, and we're moments away from getting in and finding out, who's going to be starting off strong, trying to make their way towards that qualification. But first, I want to talk about our partners, Ball Street. Ball Street is giving away more rare Little Legends eggs than ever before. Shares of the winner in the market are worth $100. A player worth $25 means the market is judging them to have a 25% chance to win. Some people are saying a good strategy may be to spread investments early and then lessen your diversity as the market progresses, so you can, see who's more likely to win. I don't know. I'm not your mommy. You can figure it out for yourself. You can decide how you want to play. And if you need to know how to play, there is a how to play section on the website with a great in-depth strategy guide so that you can learn all about Ball Street. So huge shout outs to them. Very fun to play along and kind of guess who you think is going to win in the Challenger Series. I mean, Khroen, who do you think is going to win the Challenger Series this time? Let's get the bold prediction, the bold day one prediction.
Oh, yeah, so we were talking about this a little bit before broadcast predictions, everybody. I mean, this is a lobby of fantastic players, right? We've got a couple of lobbies today. It's going to be shifted down to just one tomorrow. I'm looking at least day one, Caspard, I think, come out swinging. I think looking at their trends in the meta since the recent patch, which has only been, a few days old, is probably one of the most flexible players that we're going to be keeping our eyes on. And I think flexibility in this patch really is going to be a huge boon. I think Caspar is going to come out swinging, but also, like I mentioned earlier, Spencer, the best tournament player in North America. I'm just going to keep on that narrative because I think it is a very, very nice one that Gangly has concluded. Oh, for sure. And I'm there along with the ride too. I think Spencer can definitely be one of those players.
I think the way he broke it down is just so good. Like, it makes a lot of sense that Spencer is having all these consistent results. He puts a great argument for why Spencer may be the best player in TFT, and so it's exciting to see. I hope Spencer has a great tournament. I'm really looking out for spicy appies, but we're gonna jump right into game one here, Khroen. See what's gonna happen here at the Challenger Series. Let's kick it off.
Let's go. We see the opening carousels, what the priority of items is going to be. It looks like Khroen did not choose an item. Maybe a DC will get that resolved here shortly, I'm sure. Spicy Appies, however, goes to take a tier. Maybe a bit of an AP flex, right? Lux is super good in this meta. You go blue buff, Jewel Gauntlet, IE. Lux will definitely come to take down a lot of these other good meta compositions, especially some AD-focused ones.
Yeah, it's actually really fun. So Lux is great. It's just very funny that before this tournament, I was actually watching some Milk to see what he was playing, see what's going on with the new patch, trying to get some eyes on it, and he was forcing Lux, or at least ended up playing Lux a couple games in a row, and was just going like 5th, 6th, 7th. He's like Lux is the worst character. I don't think that's really true. I think there's a lot of ways that Lux can actually work out. I think she's quite strong, and a tier start does lend more towards that AP centric game plan that we might end up seeing out of Spicy Appies.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be that Lux, right? I think other options that you can go. Actually watching, K3 Soju has been slamming a lot of early chalices recently. I think a couple other players might have taken a little bit of, a little bit out of that book too. As we see the augments pop up, Sniper's Nest, On Guard, or Socialite Heart, as we are getting a bit of a pause. Gonna make sure that everything's going all correct before we get back into it. Those are some interesting augment choices there. They are ones that lead very much into specific playstyles. Like, am I going to commit to early challengers? Am I going to leave it a little bit more open with the Socialite? It does depend on where the Socialite hex is, though, and you got to really play around that. If it's in the back row, hey, maybe you can play something like a Jhin or a Lux. If it's front row, maybe like a Yone or something like that. So it does still depend and is not going to be as open as you might like for these open augment choices.
Well, actually, I want to pick your brain a little bit. We've got a little time while we're sorting out this pause, sorting out whatever problems happening with the players. We're going into the first choice of augments, and this is the biggest thing of this set are these augments. And a lot of players are watching this tournament maybe, and they're not the top level tournament players. They don't know exactly what they're doing. What are some of the better augments that you'll want to pick out of those tier 1 augments in the early game to keep your options open, to stay flexible? What are some of those like high priority ones that are like, you see this and you kind of want to pick it in most scenarios when it's that early in the game?
Yeah, so I mean, we're just gonna look at very, very general ones, right? And there's a few different tiers, but ones that either give you econ, right? Like Rich Gets Richer, you're gonna see that picked a lot. Mercenary Heart, because that's going to be really good if you can cash out some big mercenaries. You can still play flexibly with that. It's just gonna be like a kind of early game thing. But things like Phony Frontline, like Thrill of the Hunt, things that you're always going to get value out of no matter what composition you go to. But it does depend, right? In any TFT game, there's a lot of variables. If you get dropped, an early Samira, right? And you see On Guard, right? Or you're gonna be disarming other units with that Samira. That's gonna be a great pickup. Or an Imperial Heart, if you can go on something like 5 Imperials. Like, there's so many different situations, but generally you're going to want to go those broad ones that don't lock you into a specific kind of tree super early, like on 1-4.
Yeah, so I guess a cool rule of thumb for any newer players or people who don't really understand the augments so well is like, if this can generate you econ, it's probably something that's nice. Or if it gives you some generic strong things like Thrill of the Hunt, or you know, even Knife's Edge is one that I've seen people pick up to help you win a streak early on as a really nice, just open-ended augment. Those can be some of the better ones to pick in the early game. Not lock yourself into a singular composition, not lock yourself into playing, you know, just one thing. And I know we've even talked about recently with this patch, Syndicate might even be higher value, seeing some of these Syndicate augments early on, just if you can set yourself up to have 3 Syndicate, because it is something that feels a little bit stronger on this patch now that a couple of the other characters have been hit, especially those legendaries getting hit, opening the door for maybe more of these 3-cost rerolls, things like Imperials. I know people think Imperials are still maybe bad, but Samira could be a great option going Imperials. Shaco might be something we see. There's actually a player in the lobby that we saw has been playing quite a bit of Shaco. So there's a lot more strategies that feel open now that we see a lot of these nerfs to the legendaries, making it so they're a little bit more beatable, I would say.
Yeah. This is overall a relatively big patch. Now, it doesn't shift things on such a wide margin to say those legendaries that were focused aren't going to be played at all anymore. They're still good. It's more so they were brought into line with what expectations of a legendary unit should be, right? Last patch, we were playing Kai'Sa plus literally anything. It didn't matter. You just take a Kai'Sa in there.
Kai'Sa and friends.
Yeah, Morello's, GA, things like that. But GA got nerfed. Kai'Sa got nerfed. Morello's got nerfed. Really, everything about it got nerfed, and it's still like pretty good. So that should say something about the power level of that. But yeah, I mean, I do think there's still a lot of options, right? You can utilize these 3 costs like you're mentioning, Samira, Shaco. If you're able to get 7 Syndicate, because 7 Syndicate was buffed, that's going to be fantastic with some late game Akali's. I'm sure legendary units will still be played and still be fantastic, but there is, I think, a door opening up for a lot more comps, and the meta is by no means solved right now. It's not going to be in any early TFT patch. There will be comps that pop up even after this tournament that are like, oh my god, why did no one discover this sooner, right? This is absolutely broken, but it's going to be the ones who start getting little inklings of what that might be during this tournament that's going to separate the good from the great, and those are the players that are going to be advancing to tomorrow and then going to secure those top 2 spots for the mid-set finale.
Look, I think you hit the nail on the head there. I do love a part of patch day tournaments or patch week tournaments
it's
where
so fun.
You end up with just someone solving it in the sense of solving it for the week. Solving it for the week, right? Solving it for the moment. They're not solving it for the entire patch. They're not like, this is not going to stay in the meta for the entire time, but they might just end up playing something like you know, say it's syndicates, right? Syndicates is insane, and someone ends up forcing syndicates every time. This is just a blanket example. I'm not actually saying that syndicates, but they end up just forcing one comp over and over again, and it ends up being like really strong. And because they're practiced on it and comfortable on it, they end up being the one who takes the day, because they're like, they found this, they know it's really good, and they're able to execute on it really well. Now, of course, you know, this patch and augments in general have made the game very flexible. I really love this set because it is so flexible due to these augments. So I don't know that we'll end up with exactly that situation. We had seen it a long time ago, back when I used to cast this game very regularly, with like 6 Sentinels showing up on one patch and just being insane and dominant when no one expected it to. So that's kind of what's coming to my mind, but augments do change that. We might not see anything just like that, but there still is some level of people finding certain compositions that they're really comfortable with, that are really strong on this patch, getting really comfy on it, and taking advantage of the fact that it is patch day and it's not everybody being at the same comfort level.
Definitely. And if someone discovers something like that, like let's just go back to the Samira and Shaco examples, just because we've already been talking about them. If someone's able to pilot that comp very well, other people probably aren't going to contest that because they're not as comfortable with that strategy. Generally, as a patch has more of a lifespan, people are going to continue to see the same trends as others and then maybe contest each other. But when you're not contested, it just makes it that much easier so that the comp is able to dominate a lot more. So it could happen that way. There's been a lot of buffs. There's been some Shaco forcing from some of these players that has been good on the ladder. But I do think there are a lot of options for what we could see here this weekend. It's really just, as I mentioned in the opener, right? We're all going to discover it here together, and that's what's so exciting about being on a fresh patch.
All right. Well, while we continue to get the players into lobby and get everything reset, as there was a little bit of an issue, we are going to run to a very quick break. But when we return, we'll have game 1 of the Set 6 Challenger Series. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Set 6 Challenger Series. I'm Casanova, joined by Khroen still. We are just moments away from getting into game number 1. I'm going to be jumping in with Lobby A in just a second here, Khroen. Excited to see these players. Got, Spencer is in this lobby. That's a player that's got a lot of hype coming into this. I know, Gangly saying that he's the number 1 player. The evidence is just there, man. It's just there.
Yeah, just having such consistent tournament results, and that's really the big thing. If you're able to consistently perform in tournaments above the rest, like, that stands out. I think we could see Spencer, be qualifying very, very realistically for the mid-set and then maybe to Worlds. I know I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but Spencer could definitely make it happen.
Hey, yeah, I know. I mean, I absolutely agree. I think he's just continued to be... I think consistent is the best way to just describe Spencer, and I think that is how you need to pop off in TFT. But I'm getting word that the game is in fact ready. We're gonna be able to jump in game 1. Let's do this again, Khroen. Game 1 of the Set 6 Challenger Series. Jumping right on into it. We're gonna be taking a look at Spicy Appy's board. This time around, he's got a rod instead of a tier.
Yeah, didn't get to see like the first couple of seconds, so we don't know maybe exactly what Spicy Appy's was going for. They grabbed a tier the last time around before the remake, but a rod still lends itself into playing a bit of AP flex, right? Maybe not quite the Chalice openers, because Chalice was buffed into this patch, but it's still going to be able to go, whatever way, right? It doesn't have to be any AP stuff. We see a sword dropped in there. There is early Arcanist. Twisted Fate actually buffed into this patch. He was already a great unit. You have an early game 3 Syndicate, like we were mentioning earlier, have a TF carry. That can get you into a level 7, maybe even level 8 scenario with pretty healthy HP. Let's move on over to Solus here.
Yeah, I think TF, a lot of players are leaning towards this like 2 Arcanist early game, with the TF being kind of a main carry that you can stack items on, because even though Morello's was nerfed, a lot of people still are wanting to lean towards that item, and TF's just a great Morello's carrier. And so when you're able to just play, 2 Arcanist, 2 Bodyguard or something early on, it's a pretty solid board. It can win streak, and even if it loses, it's not going to lose too much HP.
Yeah. Okay, we actually get Pandora's as the selection from Solus there. Chose between Duet, Pandora's, items, and Phony Frontline. With Pandora's, it's going to randomize your items on the bench every single round, so you basically get to handpick your items if you have enough time so that they roll into the correct ones. Yeah. But passing up on Duet, I think, is really interesting. Duet was nerfed coming into this patch. It went from 500 health, the spotlight units gain, to 400. But just in the early game, if you happen to roll a Tark, it's basically a free win streak. 400 extra HP is a lot. With just the socialite bonuses of more damage, Solus already has a good front line here with a Darius too, and has some decent damage with a Talon. Seeing what items he gets here is going to be a big thing, though, as it's a bow that comes through, as well as a belt. Could be a Giant Slayer Slam, and it looks like, actually an extra component, right, from the Pandora, so it's going to be a Last Whisper Slam. So AD focus for Solus.
Yep, he slams that Last Whisper, and he, keeps that sword on a unit so that it doesn't get rerolled by the Pandora. It's important to note that Solus is doing that, making sure that he can control what components he rerolls, what components he keeps. The only other note I think I have for Duet is maybe Solus is considering that, okay, like, if I don't hit a Taric, Duet is just not an augment until the late game, and so he'd be playing down an augment for his early game. Maybe that's not the strategy he wants to go for. He wants to play a more aggressive early game, look to win streak, and is a little bit worried that Duet is just like, he's relying on a little bit of RNG. I mean, the nerf it also could come into play, but it turns out that it's paying a little bit of dividends for Solus, because he does find great items to kick things off, right? He's on Last Whisper, he's on IE. He's got pretty much one step away from perfect 80 items for a carry.
Yeah, and if Darius got to save the spin for Ziggs, maybe it could have been okay. Maybe it still is regardless. Darius crits some of these. Oh, man. It's going down to the last.
No, it's very close, though. Very close.
I mean, with all his item slams, with Darius too, Solus definitely was looking to win streak here throughout all of Stage 2. Wasn't able to make it happen, however, as we went over to Spencer, who, wow, already has an Arcanist heart here, has 4 Arcanists, 3 Yordles. This is a fantastic opener. Did lose the first round, but that's okay, right? Selling these Heimers to make 10 gold at 2-2, already having leveled up. I think Spencer is in a really, really good spot here. Only having 2 components, but that is okay because you're making Econ instead.
Yeah, this is solid. I mean, this board may not streak perfectly, but it's not going to hemorrhage too much HP if he does loss streak, and it does have some potential to find win streaks as well. And on top of that, he's just making money with Yordles, right? He's making good money. He's got 4 Arcanists, which is a decent board. It seems like he's losing some of these early fights. Maybe not this one. It's very close, actually. But even if he does lose, he's not losing by big margins.
No, and actually is end up winning this round. Yeah, the Sig's Bomb comes through. That actually might end up being bad for Spencer, because I don't think this board is strong enough to where it can guaranteed win streak. So maybe flipping between win-loss, win-loss, that's going to make the econ hurt a little bit more than you would like. It is going to be made up with the fact that you do get Yordle's econ. Yordle, again, calling out all the changes to the patch. Yordle's was nerfed a little bit, whereas you're more likely to get these 1-cost Yordles and less likely to get the 3 costs, like Vex and like Heimer. And that could be worse off if, Spencer maybe wanted to go for that win streak, maybe rolling into an early Vex too. That could be fantastic. Probably not going to do it, though, with these Yordle changes.
Yeah, one of the bigger things that we see people pivoting to because of this change, or maybe, it might not entirely be because of the change, but just in general, we see this out of Yordles, is people actually holding on to the 3-star 1-costs as they scale into the late game and just not selling them, keeping that Ziggs 3, keeping that Poppy 3, and then just feeding them to a Tahm Kench in the late game using that early econ, holding on to them to also guarantee that you're going to hit, 2 and 3 gold Yordles after that stage where you've gotten them all to the 3-star. So we might see that out of Spencer as well, especially because he should be able to have relatively high HP even if he doesn't win or loss streak. It does suck if he goes win-loss, but end of the day, with the econ being made up, it's not a horrible spot to be in. It's just not like an exceptional spot.
Yeah, it looks like he wanted the tier there, but Solus picked it up. Looked like it was on a Malzahar there. That would have been huge for Spencer's board. Solus, however, with the deny, leaves Spencer with a Rod. That is okay, right? We are going Arcanist. That is going to be what Spencer does prefer. What items is he working with here? Moving over to Khroen. Seeing that Khroen has a Rune and it's already built on a Kog'Maw. Has a decent board. His win streak up to 3 right now. And I think he's really deciding how he can make econ here with still keeping his board strong enough to win.
Yeah, he grabs another bow as well for this, so gonna be able to at least have a fairly strong Kog'Maw. He's got the option to stay in that direction, as he does have a lot of the good early game units that you want for that, right? He's got the Kassadin 2, he's got the Garen 2 already. Generally, he doesn't have to stay here, right? Like, he can go Urgot with these items, he can go towards, a Jhin or something later. But at least for now, trying to make the econ. If he can win this one, he's got the Protectors in, he's got, Twin Shot, he's got the Kog'Maw with good items, he slams the bow. It should be plenty to take down Setsuko. Very strong board for Khroen. It's going to make econ. Does continue his win streak. Really solid start.
Definitely a big start here. He's able to make 10 as well with that round win. Going up against Setsuko, who does have Knife's Edge, so it's going to want to pivot into something that's obviously going to utilize the first 2 rows. Yone's can do that. Urgots can get away with it as well. Just really going to kind of lock you out of snipers. That's the big one that we can focus on there. Khroen, though, and I'm looking to make 20 here. That Kassadin is in with the belt on it. So making a lot of use out of every single item component, I think, is something that a lot of players will not always give some thought to, right? But it's going to, give them that little edge in any fights. It's better than leaving the components on the bench. You're going to get rid of these this Kassadin and probably the Kog'Maw later regardless. So every single bit of power is what Khroen needs, as maybe rotate some spicy appies. It could be a spicy matchup, but no, gonna run into Caspar, who's still strong. That's a Trundle too, a double Bloodthirster.
Oh yeah, that's terrifying. That might be something that he ends up losing to. In fact, I think it's pretty likely that this Trundle is able to take this win and kill off this win streak for Khroen. He might have to part with one of those Caitlyn's on the bench, because I don't know that this board gets through a double BT Trundle. Kog'Maw's gonna do his damnedest here to try and get through it, but he's not gonna have any luck on that. And you have to sell one of the Caitlyn's. It's an unfortunate run-in with that, but I do like what you're talking about with him slamming the items, right? We get a Giant's Belt on Kassadin. That is a protector. It scales on that max HP for the shield. It's a lot of value that you are getting that maybe players would miss because they're like, oh, I got this belt on the bench, I don't have anything to do with it. But you can actually improve your odds of winning by a great deal by just slamming components even.
It's the little things, right, that separate the good from the great players. So nice to see Khroen doing that, because I think Khroen is really one of those players who, like you were mentioning earlier, needs a good finish here to cement himself as someone who's able to do well, not in just regionals, but in other tournaments as well, like the Challenger Series, is that he has not had the best results in. Really looking to see, what he's able to do here, as he do move on over to Daniel. And Daniel's one of the players who, I mean, we're talking about the Shaco. This is the Shaco connoisseur. It is going to be Daniel. He's played 8 out of his last 10 solo queue games have been with Shaco. The start right here doesn't really lend itself to that, so I wonder if even with this start, Daniel pivots into it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm locked in to wanting to find out if Daniel goes Shaco, because you're right, this is not looking like a Shaco game. But as you mentioned, 8 out of his last 10, he played that champion, he played that composition. And so it feels like that is the comfort zone. So are we going to see Daniel struggle because he can't go Shaco, or are we going to see him try and force it and potentially run into trouble because he's trying to force it and he doesn't have a great game for it initially?
Yeah, there is the glove, and that's going to be on Trundle for now. It makes a Banshee's Claw. It can go into IE, something like that later, but there's just some generic frontline items that are very good. Daniel's in an okay econ position, 40 gold, okay HP as well. No streaks, though. Might actually want a bit of a lost streak here, depends on what this Trundle's able to have happen. It always seems like Trundle might die, but then like, nope, the BT shield pops, you know, some dodges come through with that Quicksilver maybe, and Trundle could win it. It's with the Singe Fling though, maybe not.
The Fling's gonna do it. He's gonna keep up a little, I mean, mini win streak starting. We'll see if he can hold on to that. Decently strong board, right? The slams on the Singed. Singed 2 with Bramble and Ionic is actually kind of a menace at the early game. It's not like the scariest thing in the world, but it's a respectable board. It finds some wins, and he's definitely, you know, higher in the health right now. He's second to Spicy Appies. He's the only one still at 100. And I think, you know, we could see Daniel continue to have a decent win streak, and potentially this can still turn into... I don't know if we're gonna see Shaco. I'm really confused if we end up going that direction. I guess there's a last whisper. Oh no, sorry, that's Scrap.
Yeah,
but he
has
the glove, and he can still go in that direction.
Yeah, it is
Setsuko now.
It is possible. Setsuko is a great opener. You're running Yordles, board still strong. Tristana 2, the Giant Slayer, one of the generically good AD items. Could even make some use on AP champions as well. But Setsuko going to take that one. Make sure that there's going to be no streak happening for Daniel. But look at the lobby HPs overall in general. The only real outlier is Camp down there in 8th, and that's because Camp is running Mercenaries, so you're going to be going on a bit of a loss streak right now. Look to cash out, and hopefully we'll get that cash out when it does happen, because it could be pretty big. I'm not quite sure exactly what loss numbers are there so far, but we do have our second augments, so it's going to be item grab bag now with the Knife's Edge for Setsuko.
All right, item grab bag. Just trying to see what he can get. I mean, always nice to pick up extra items in the early game. Can help you with win streaks or help stabilize if you are losing. But Setsuko's on a 3-win streak right now, trying to continue that one. Has, you know, like you said, a very nice board. He's got a really great board with the Tristana having solid items. He's got the 3 Yordles. He's got the Morello on the Echo, which is a really easy setup to just get it on a bunch of different units, and really good Morello carrier actually. Maybe a bit of an underrated Morello carrier. I feel like I don't see Echo as much as I would like to. I think he is pretty consistently landing his ability on the majority of the board.
Yeah, definitely. And, I mean, with that Morello's, I mean, it's, as you mentioned, going to apply to a bunch of units. It's going to still maybe find its way onto a Kaisa in the late game, right? We can't forget about Kaisa, still going to be very good. But Echo's going to be a great carrier for that. There's really a few carriers, like Lissandra being another one that's going to be huge in the early to mid game. But see how he's able to make use out of it here. Looks like Tristana versus the Trundle. It should make it happen.
Oh, makes it happen against the Trundle. A couple crits? Nah, not quite gonna do it. We just keep running into Casper's Bloodthirster Trundle. Like every fight we go to, it's just like, hey, here's the Bloodthirster Trundle again. He's just an absolute menace all over the map right now. But it is funny how we keep tuning in and seeing that. And Trundle is doing work for Casper at least, continuing to have a good amount of HP. Setsuko gonna grab a glove. I'm looking. Where is Daniel? What's Daniel picking up? There's a bow. All right, still going towards some AD items.
Yep, it could very well be that Shaco. Last Whisper, I think, is a very important item. Make sure you're not going to get stuck on any, you know, units with brambles or very high armor, like 4 bodyguard boards, which I think 4 bodyguards actually right now is really, really good in this meta, especially if you're able to get a bodyguard emblem on something like, I don't know, a Jace or a Tom Kench, right? Those legendaries, it's going to be fantastic for. And we only have one player still 100 HP win streaking. That's going to be Spicy Appies, talking about, the most pressure that he's felt, but he is in his element right now. 100 HP, feeling real good about this early game.
Yeah, he's popping off. Before the show, we kind of all went down through the casters, and we were talking about, like, who do we think is going to do the best on day one? Who do we think is going to do the best overall? I put my faith into Spicy Appies. I said, hey, this guy tweeted out that he's never felt more pressure going into a tournament. And as a competitor myself, I always felt like I played my best when I felt the most pressure. And I just I was like living vicariously through Spicy Appies. I'm like, you know what? He's going to pop off. He's going to have one of the best performances that they've ever had. And, well, so far, good start, right? Not going to be at 100 HP anymore, but that's just the nature of it when you win streak like this. Eventually, your 100 HP will end. And still looking like a very good start.
Yeah, you would definitely like to be able to carry the streak into Wolves, especially given the fact that Spicy Appies is level 720 gold. And looking at Setsuko is level 740 gold. It's going to make it a lot easier to get back to that 50 econ breakpoint. But still, the HP difference is big. And what's bigger? It's going to be the cash out from Camp. Let's see what it gives. Doing a great job at not picking up the things first, but making sure to transition the board so that the bench will not be overfilled. What is he going to sell here? Definitely wants to keep this Urgot online. Scion maybe could do with being sold. Fiora could see play as well. That is a ton of gold.
Oh my god. Camp got so much. And there's set up to maybe go towards bodyguards, because that is a Leona too.
Yeah, it's only just a Leona though. Here you have 5 Chemtech, 3 Mutant. There's the Mutant emblem. The Leona's just in for now, I think, because it is an upgraded unit, but it's going to be sold. But I actually like the decision to play it here.
All right, we'll see if Camp can actually start a win streak off of this as well. Is going to be very close on this one, but it looks like Setsuko might still have this. The Tristana doesn't get the ultimate off into anybody in particular, but it doesn't really matter. Still has enough, and Camp still losing after all that, but now has some more time and a lot of gold to work with to try and turn this around with the 30 HP left to play with.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where Camp will probably try to level up to 8 on 4-2, have maybe around like 20-ish gold, maybe a bit more depending on how many gold or how much gold the Wolves give. I only need 1 Urgot to get Urgot 2. Already have 2 great items. One, the Runan is on the Kog'Maw for now, but that's going to be rotated over to the Urgot soon. I think Camp is in a decent spot right now.
Yeah, notably Cybernetic for the Mutant. Augment this time around, or mutant form this time around, so getting that extra HP and attack damage to the Mundo and to the Kog'Maw. Camp trying to work through all this gold, figure out what we're doing.
Yep, I mean, there's an extra Kog'Maw, so could already pivot the Runans over. Looking at these items, though, maybe you would like that Urgot to have a bit of... Yeah, there's the swap. Maybe you'd like that Urgot to have a bit more damage, right? Between maybe like a Deathblade or an IE, even like a Giant Slayer, but it could just go QSS, right? Just have him not be able to be CC'd. It protects against a lot of Scions, but it's going to be RFC instead. So Urgot can actually play in the back line here and relatively safe.
Yeah, wanting to jam the items too, because I think Camp feeling the pressure, being down at 30 HP. If you had a lot more HP, you can maybe wait, try and find that perfect item for Urgot on the next carousel. But at this point, just getting that extra power, making sure that you start this win streak, you can try and conserve some of this econ, transition this to a better late game is, I think, what Camp's looking for, and might be able to do so. But this is still HP, just, it's not hemorrhaging anymore, but it's leaking, and you don't want to be losing it at this point down to 25.
It's all right, a lot of gold here. Actually able to achieve a lot of gold, so has about 40 to roll with here on the 4-2 roll down. Urgot will most definitely be found here, right? Like, I don't think there's any situation where it won't be. Jinx as well, but can't really replace... There we go. Can't really replace the Kog'Maw, because that does give the 3 mutant. Still, the rolling down commences. We need more Mundos on this field. Great twin shot. The Jinx did find her way in, but yeah, no, can't really play that one for now. But what the RFC on the Urgot does do is it leaves the Quicksilver potential open for a Tahm Kench if Camp does roll into a Tahm Kench soon to start farming some even more items to then just make the whole board a threat.
Yeah, I think that would be huge if he can find that legendary. Only on 15 gold right now. Might be able to make a little bit more looking at this bench, but it's going to be very tough for Camp. to come back. 25 HP, does not have many losses remaining, but does have a very powerful board at this point. Hopefully it's enough for Camp, right? Like, hopefully he's made it to the promised land of having a strong enough board to survive, make that top 4, have a nice consistent finish to start off the day.
Yeah, I'm definitely worried about looking at Daniel, right? Daniel's HP is 37. I think they're still on level 7 as well. So not sure what they're going to be able to transition into. But for now, we're looking at Setsuko. Setsuko has taken some losses now in stage 4, is still utilizing this Tristana and Echo Carry. Double Zeeks. This could very well be a Jhin board that we pivot into, but there's other options, right? We already see the Yone and Fiora and Urgot on the bench, literally everything besides the Jhin. It really does depend on what tier 2-4 cost Setsuko hits first.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love the Jhin. You'd love the Jhin with this setup, but really...
Oh, actually, there's Knife's Edge, so actually you don't want the Jhin. Yeah, I forgot about that one. So it's going to be just the Urgot or the Yone.
Fiora, so this is really just a challengers. Like, you're looking to play Fiora. I mean, not necessarily full challengers, but you're looking to play Fiora. Look for the Fiora and the Yone. We'll see if Setsuko can hit. At least they've got some time, right? Because they're still winning. They've got a good amount of HP at 61. The board is still very solid. Have some time to play with. Can actually just look to be a little bit more picky. And because they have Knife Edge, they can seriously just consider playing entirely for that Fiora. You see Camp grabs a Kai'Sa with a glove.
That's not bad. I mean, the glove could go into QSS. You can run that instead of the Guardian's Angel. Not going to be quite as good, but still, you know, we take those. Daniel is now in 8th place in HP at 22. And I think this is the round that Daniel really needs to go all in on, hopefully stabilizing. But if he doesn't, definitely will be a fast 8th there.
Yeah, and I just, I quickly glanced over Daniel not running Shaco. So ended up in this situation where what we talked about. This is outside of their comfort zone, and it may end up being a problem for them because of that, as they are still very low on HP, playing as flexible, not working out as well in this very stacked lobby. A lot of great players here.
Yep. You see the Setsuko roll down. There's already a pair of Yones, still about 24 more gold left to roll, and Setsuko's not rolling anymore. Maybe thinks that this board is strong enough now with the Mundo upgrade. Not sure if that's a correct identification, but there's only so much that you can do in any preparation phase of TFT, so it's going to make do for now, and it's not bad by any means.
Daniel is on a lot of innovators, maybe looking for the dragon, praying for some kind of innovator heart, innovator soul. Go for the dragon, try and bail him out as we get to this next stage. I'm curious if we'll hit it, because we are on quite a few innovators with the Jace already stacked up.
Yeah, I'm going to be on 5 innovators, and this is going to be an augment choice coming up. Can it be the innovator's soul? We'll just have to see a bit later. We'll see Setsuko and what he is offered. And Setsuko. Okay, it's me a gold tier.
Okay.
Tome could be a good choice here. Celestial Blessing, though, because there is no healing. And okay, yeah, now the units are sold. Now the pivot is going to happen. Fiora 2. Ooh, Urgot 2, though.
Rom 2, okay.
A lot of upgrades. In this situation, the Urgot, I think, should be played here. And yeah, that Setsuko is going to put the Urgot in. Any carry of tier 2 first is going to be the one that you run. Setsuko probably wants to run Urgot in the first 2 rows, though, because of Knife's Edge. He can get away with being, I think, in the top right corner, not in that really, really old Vel'Koz slot. And yeah, okay, here we go. We can make do with this one, too.
Yeah.
It's going to be nice.
This is really solid. I mean, you kind of found two 2-star 4-cost carries at the same time. Now, they're not as synergistic as maybe the Yone plus the Fiora would have been, but still, it's going to be a very powerful board for this stage, and Setsuko might be able to find a way to win streak yet again. And yeah, there's a front line that is just completely stacked as well, with both the Braum and the Leona going up to 2-star.
This might be a situation where the Urgot does get sold for the Yone too when the Yone comes through. For now, these still do get a little bit of value with the Fiora in this comp because you're running Enforcer. That is going to be a bit of an Urgot diff, though, and just a positioning diff. As Camp's board, that was a real big loss there. One that Setsuko cannot afford to have too many of, because 35 HP, you're getting down to the wire at this point.
Yeah, Camp is scary right now. I think, surviving that roll down, still at 25 HP from when we last checked in, and definitely having a board to be reckoned with as we look. Is that chemical overload that they had there for their their Chemtex?
It was either that or it's an explosion, actually. I didn't see it. It looks like it was the overload, though, yeah. Wow, okay. Interesting. That's not bad if you're running 5 or 7 Chemtech, and Camp is running 5 Chemtech. Spencer, the Arcanists. Oh, really needs one tier here, though, for the blue buff Lux. I mean, I guess we can get away with a sword. You don't go Shojin, kind of the poor Lux build, but still has the 2 important items, being the IE Jewel Gauntlet.
Well, it's tragic. There's a static Shiv on the bench as well, right? So there was a tier that existed at some point. Oh, there it is! Spencer! That's massive. Perfect items on Lux. Set up beautifully for Spencer, as he's got the 6 Arcanists in.
Needs to hit Lux too. Where's the Lux? Okay, there's one.
Has to find one more. There's Braum. Not even playing.
Oh, there it is.
Yet. There it is.
That's big. He couldn't really afford to take a loss here. If that Lux is not upgraded and that means it's around loss, that could be the difference of several placements here. But Spencer all of a sudden is in a fantastic position.
I mean, hits the tier and hits the Lux in his final, well, pretty much final roll. I mean, couldn't have asked for a better preparation stage. If you tried, and it gets stopped with the stopwatch. Jin firing away. Can Lux get one more laser to stun from Yuumi?
Oh, there it is.
There we go. Lux taking everything out. Zillion trying to do their best with Ascension, and actually finds the win potentially here. No, just a Yuumi. Yeah, Yuumi can do it. She'll clean it up. This is an acceptable loss for Spencer, but it sucks to lose there, even with all everything going right, seemingly, in that preparation phase.
Definitely, and to elaborate, it's an acceptable loss because Spencer is probably still 2 lives remaining with 19 HP, unless he gets like full wiped here, but that's unlikely given the fact that that Lux, as soon as she turns her eyes towards the unit with that laser, it is probably just deleted, right? That is what 6 Arcanists, that is what the IE Jewel Gauntlet build does. That fight was really a broken stopwatch, Diff, and then the Ascension Zillion there was funny. Zillion greater than Lux. Actually popping off there. That's like Bjergsen game 5.
He's going in. All right, but there we go. Another great Lux laser. Can it actually hit the carries, though? And it does. Fiora does dodge it with the Blade Waltz, but really, this is just a powerful board from Spencer, and Setsuko going to be taking a lot of damage from this one. Spencer holding on, hoping that they can hang out for a top 4 with those big pickups of the Lux and the blue buff. As we're getting down to the wire, HP bars are dropping. A couple different players with only 1 or 2 lives left. Pretty much only Khroen and Solus with more than 2 lives left in this lobby.
Potentially, and this is a really, really narrow gap, right? When you have a lobby that 3rd place and 8th place are only separated by 12 HP, this is really down to the wire in just game number 1. I couldn't ask for a better way to start the day, and it all is going to come down to things like Shrouds, Zephyrs, repositioning on which side, what fight you rotate into, right? Matchmaking RNG is going to play a big factor here, as Lux is not on the correct side for Spencer right here.
Spicy Appies, though.
Oh, it's okay, though.
It does last for now. Spicy Appy's down to 1 life left. They've had 100 HP earlier, and now they are in danger of dying. The Victor gets the cast, but he doesn't connect on any of the important targets. And now the carries are lined up for Lux. Spicy Appies is going to be the first one out. Well, no, I guess Casper Wu went down first. He's down to -6. He will be 8th. Spicy Appies going out in 7th as we lose 2 members in this fight.
Spicy Appies, the pressure, had a fantastic early game, right? It was 100 HP until about 3-5, was it? Just was not able to translate that into late game success, and it's so unfortunate, right? Relying on, what was it, a Victor 1 carry at this point in the game is really just rarely going to cut it. So, unfortunate start to the day here for Spicy Appies. Hopefully, cannot let that be too much of a mental detriment. You know, just mentally reset is okay. We still 4 more games left to go on the day for those two, Casper and Spicy Appies.
Yeah, you can get away with 1/8, 1/7. You can get away with that and still come back, find that day 2 performance that you need. It's always possible. Got to keep your head straight, keep your mental going, and just play the best TFT you can. Now we're taking a look at Khroen. He is currently the bottom of the lobby with 14 health. He's got the 4 twin shot in right now. The Urgot going to be very powerful. No one on his spotlight for this fight just yet, and there we go. The Urgot gonna get moved at the last second.
Are there any Blitzcrank players in this lobby? Not quite sure. Shroud not really hitting many units there for Solus.
In this game, but it's on the wrong side for Solus. Knock up from Scion gonna come out. Now Urgot gonna start churning through the HP bar as best he can, but there's so much crowd control from Solis's board. It feels like this Urgot has just not even been able to attack the entire time. It's just chain CC over and over again, and that's going to be Khroen falling out in 6th as Damn Daniel goes down to 6 HP as well, and the cusp of the top 4 has been drawn here. Damn Daniel and Setsuko both holding on by a thread.
I hate to say it for Khroen, but it feels like a kind of typical Challenger Series performance here for Khroen X. I mean, he's had tournaments where he's had success in the long run with having a poor game number 1, so I'm not writing him off yet. It's just, of course, not a great start. Solis looking to be the one to at least be guaranteed or near guaranteed the top 4 of this lobby, and he has a fantastic board, right? A Scion with 3 items frontline with a perfect item Jhin or near perfect item Jhin. Just beautiful stuff.
Yeah, 3 shrouds for Solis. There's 4 shrouds on this board that we're looking at right now as he's fighting against Camp. We see the power going back and forth. There's the big shockwave, but that is just the Yuumi difference with all the CC coming through. Jhin trying their best, but Zach with a little more CC, and Camp finds another win. Camp just holding on. Had very low drop early on in the game, going down to 30 HP. Had that 4-2 roll down, made it to 25 HP, and just has been pretty much win streaking from there out with about maybe 1 loss in between. So yep. Camp finding their way into the top 4 as Damn Daniel does fall down. Setsuko holds on to make it into that top 4.
And that's that mercenary playstyle, right? You drop real low in the early game, you cash out, and then you're kind of just home free from there if you're able to make something happen. And Camp certainly has with his board. He's level 9, right? Has the Urgot 2 with really fantastic items. Solis took a big hit in the last round, but he still could have 2 lives left. Spencer and Camp are both on win streaks right now. Setsuko is going to be the one really in trouble as Solis rolls down, really is trying to hit these Yuumi and Jace upgrades. Hits the Yuumi, that could be big, has maybe 1 or 2 more rolls to find that Jace with. Doesn't hit it on that one though.
And not quite gonna get there, but Solis still at 22 HP. There is a world that he can have a very soft loss and still be okay, have some extra time, and if he can just hold out, get that Jace too, I think he's in a very, very safe spot to maybe take the first. As it's going up against Setsuko, that's the challengers. There's the Yone. Gonna see if it gets into the back line before the Yuumi can stun everything up. There we have the CC starting to roll through. There's the Yuumi cast coming out now. It's gonna get all the stuns up, and now Jhin gets to finish up the board, but Braum gets a good CC. Now it's just down to Fiora. Can she get one more cast? The Blade Walls doesn't quite need it because that's an Orianna popping off a little bit, and Solis does take a softer loss. He's going to stay alive, and it looks like maybe we're going to have everyone staying alive as Spencer and Camp are fighting back and forth. That's going to be a big hit going to Spencer, but he is going to hold on as well, and so we still have 4 members alive, and there's the Jace for Solis.
Big was able to live until these upgrades. Yuumi narrowly carried the fight last one. It just, the Fiora was able to do it too much. That ultimate came through perfectly to hit the Yone as soon as he was rezzing. Solis has 3 shrouds. The whole entire board of whoever he's facing is going to be shrouded. And now the Jace in the backline with this GA can pump a lot of damage. Unfortunate that there is no Ori 2 upgrade. That could have been a nice nice damage boost as well, but I think it'll be okay depending on who he fates. And
I think the GA is a big role, especially against Spencer too, because the first laser won't just kill off the Jace, but the hook too. Blitzcrank MVP moves the Lux into a weird spot. That laser, she gets killed off. That's probably just gonna seal the deal. I mean, no Lux, no win. Spencer just gonna get destroyed by Solis. The placement of the Blitz working out very well for Solis, and maybe a misstep from Spencer having the Lux getting caught up by that.
Uncharacteristic mistake, I would say, from Spencer, knowing that there is a Blitzcrank in the lobby. It's not like that was just put in that last round. Solis has had it in for a few rounds there. Spencer kind of feeling the pressure here. There's a lot to try to do, a lot to try to keep track of. Let's see. Here's the prep. It's going to be just, moving a couple units over. I think we're actually seeing the same board twice.
The same board, actually.
Double POV of Camp's board.
Double Camp.
Oh, the shroud swap over. Ooh, and the cheeky little swap back on the left side. Is that going to be a good one here?
Yeah, let's look at this Tahm Kench positioning. It's important. Is he going to get stuck on the Scion? It looks like he might. He's stunned up by Enforcer out the gate, so he's going to be pretty slow, but we do have the Urgot churning some damage through. The Scion down means a lot of CC is going to be missing, as now the Yuumis are firing away. That's some big stuns. That is a TK2 still alive, and Solis going to go down. Camp after going to the very bottom of the table early in the game down to 30 HP, hitting a beautiful roll down, brings it up back, and it's a first for Camp.
It's a first. That is early mercenaries for you. You hit that cash out, you hit big, and you make your board as strong as it can be throughout the whole rest of the game. Only took, I think, one loss after that cash out.
Yeah.
Camp played it beautifully. That was a well-deserved win for game number 1.
Yeah, fantastic. Riding the Hopium hype train all the way. Just mercenaries, Hopium, let's go. And finally gets it. The huge cash out. And we saw him manage the gold from that cash out really well. Realizing that he could take, another loss while he sets up and finds the perfect way to find the roll down. Gets that 4-2 roll down. From there, he lost one more in the middle of that transition, goes to 25 health. And then after that 25 health low point, there was only a single more loss for the rest of the game. Camp playing a really, really great game 1 to secure all those points and set themselves up for a nice little start to this Challenger Series. Really well done.
Definitely. It's not even like that Merc cash out was like a fantastic cash out. Didn't get like, 3 Nikos or like insane items or anything like that. It just gave some more gold, right? To whereas he could level to 8, hit his stuff, and then push level 9, which it was just played really, really well. So hats out to that. It's not like he got just saved by as soon as he hit the cash out. Still had to play it very, very well from that point forward, and he did. And that's the big takeaway there for Camp.
Yeah, so we saw Lobby A, we saw Camp take that one, but let's go ahead and take a look at both of the Lobby winners. Let's see who won in Lobby B. It's actually Socks coming through with a victory there, Khroen. Coming up big.
Coming up big, and Socks, I mean, there's always a bit of a question mark, I think, with like Socks in the beginning of a set or beginning of a patch. As like he kind of needs a bit more time, it seems like, usually to ramp up. But no, Socks coming out swinging, had a few days of prep. That was enough. With the Arcanist board there as well. Interesting. Like to see that one. As I'm sure it will get some perspective of Socks later on in the day, but a great start nonetheless.
Yeah, you love to see that. Socks picking an Arcanist win. We saw Spencer actually coming very close to it first with the Lux. Maybe it goes different if that Blitzcrank hook does not connect on the Lux, right? Like maybe Spencer's the one who takes that lobby, and we see Arcanist on both sides. It was perfect items, right? So just a small misstep there, and Spencer still having a good, respectable placement, gets the top 4, but we see Arcanist in the other lobby pick up the W. It picks up the first place. Robin also having a great placement in third. Asa in second there, right? So we have a lot of the results through. Here's the scoreboard. You see where people are shaking up after game 1. There's a lot of TFT to play, Khroen.
Yeah, and I can't help but note that some of the tournament favorites coming in, especially pointed out to by Gangly, being Spencer, Robin, and Socks, they're all top 4 here in game number 1. They have certainly come to play. They are not scared when it comes to tournaments. They don't let the pressure get to them. They know how to play it, and it really shows here after just the first game.
Yeah, I mean, just fantastic to see these players continue their dominance over, NA TFT esports, right? And as we continue through the day, I don't expect too much change out of those players. I think they're going to continue to have these top 4, top 5 placements, not trying to drop too many games in that 6th, 7th, 8th slot. Occasionally we'll see that low roll, but generally these players are just solid. And even for people who maybe don't know my background with TFT, I was casting TFT Fight Night Risings back originally, set 1, 2, and 3, and there's a name that I've been seeing all the way since back then, and it's Mismatch Socks. He has been an absolute beast forever in this game, and I love to see him continuing that dominance as we go on. But Khroen, we've got game 2 coming up. Admirable's going to come in and cast that one with you. But before we go, I want to remind everyone of our partners at Ball Street. They're giving away more rare Little Legend eggs than ever before. Make sure, if you don't know about Ball Street, you go to their website, you check out their How to Play section. It's got a great in-depth strategy video, and you can play along. And guess who's going to win? You can go put all your money on Socks because he's an absolute beast, or, any of the other players that you think are going to win. But with that, we got game 2 coming up very soon. We're going to go to a short break, but the Sec 6 Challenger Series returns after this.
Day one of the Challenger Series, and we are coming up on game number 2. I'm That's Admirable, and I'm being joined by C9 Khroen. And Khroen kicking off the day here with a lot of expectations, I would say, coming into this event. There's a lot of players I think that you would consider at the favorite spot in this one, and there are players that I think you would definitely consider an underdog. And right now, the favorites seem like they're following through on their trend.
They definitely are. The favorites, especially the three that I pointed out before the break, right? Sox, Robin, Spencer, all coming up on top 4s. We're going to get a chance to see some of the players that we didn't see last game, but there's still a lot more to discover, right? We saw compositional trends pop up, at least in, Lobby A. We saw, what was it, Urgot being the lobby winner, Jin being in second, but even a Lux thrown into a mix in the top 4, so some AD and AP comps having success. Not much re-rolling happening though, so maybe we'll see some more of that in the future. Things like the Samira, the Shaco is still on the horizon. Expectations for that hopefully will be met by the end of the day.
Yeah, I think you made a really excellent point during game 1, is that, that pre-show spot, you mentioned that we're kind of seeing those trends unfold today here in the tournament aspect of it. I feel like these top players competing here live on a camera setting, this is kind of creating that scenario where it's like, okay, well, what do the top players think of this new patch so far? Because for me, frankly, one of the things I love the most is having this tournament setting on the new patch. It's before anyone has a ton of time to figure out exactly what they're going to be doing. They can only focus on a couple of different options if they really want to map out some very strong plans.
Definitely, I think players have their kind of idea of what's good based off of, the last patch as well, because not too many things have shifted, but there are a couple little core factors. Like, some players have been really prioritizing, say, Urgot, for example, but other players be like, oh no, the nerfs to Urgot, nerfs to 3 Chemtech, I'm going to steer clear of that one, but it's still a lot left open and on the table. So I'm sure the trends are going to change as the course tournament goes on, especially when we go from day 1 to day 2. That's when players kind of look back and reflect on, like, okay, what happened day 1? Look at the players, and they're going to be in that top 8 lobby and see what all of their patterns are. And sometimes players, like I've done it myself competing in TFT in the past, have kind of shifted a little bit my playstyle towards what other players in that lobby tend to play. And that's what all these players competing in here are going to be doing as well. So that's going to be a huge factor, I think.
How much of that influence over in terms of like shifting into day 2 and perhaps changing some of your strategy? How much of that do you think is related to someone's strategy being strong, or just the individual player themselves and the way that they tend to play?
I think more of it is on the individual player and kind of how they play. Some players in TFT are going to put more weight in one rather than the other, so I think it kind of is on a case-by-case basis, but there's some weight going to be put into both of those things. Some players are going to be like, you know what, I just play what I play best, and that's what I'm going to stick with, no matter who in my lobby is contesting me, no matter who in my lobby is going to be, trying to deny me or anything like that. It really is a case-by-case, I think, for a lot of these players.
All right, well, it looks like we're going to be getting set up into the game pretty quickly here as things are about to get underway, but, I really have to say that, something that I feel like was really strongly pointed out was the Shaco forcing that we are expecting coming into this one. I believe it was 11 of their last 20 games were forced through on a Shaco play, but we're not going to be seeing them here in this lobby. As we come into this one, I believe we're going to have to get into that one in just a moment again as we end up getting that one set up. So the game is ready. We're going to be jumping into it. Game 2 of 5 here for the Challenger Series. This is day 1, and right now we're looking to see who is making it into day number 2. And so kicking off the start here. And every single time that I look at this carousel and it's a new patch, just my initial instinct is just go for the belt. But that does not seem to be the case as we look at some of these top players right now. They seem to have very decisive plans on what they want to follow through with.
Yeah, a lot of people, I think, trying to go for that tier and the bow. I mean, bow is really, really good right now. It leans into, say, Last Whisper, Giant Slayer, Runeans. All items that you're going to be okay with slamming the early game. Maybe less so Giant Slayer, but definitely going to be okay slamming Runeans and Last Whisper. The belt even goes into Sunfire, and I think people are being a lot more liberal when it comes to their Sunfire slams, especially this patch after the Morello nerfs. And it could lead to a very strong early game win streak, right? That's what Sunfire's role has kind of always been. It still scales decently into the late game, and some players do play a lot better from that early game win streak position as well.
Yeah, and so we're starting off the trend here with Sox, who has found a bow in addition to this tier right now. And I have to say, coming into Challenger Series, a lot of times you're looking at this, you're like, all right, we get to see some strong players. We're going to see some players coming in. We get to take a look and see if they can really secure themselves some spots here. But Sox, I mean, just like such a strong tournament performance overall. I would say over the course of their history, and being a player at the Fates Championship when we got to that point, and just being pretty much close, it feels like every single stage of the way to making it to those top tournament slots, those elite prestigious events that make it through.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Sock's always phenomenal since back to set one, right? Cass was mentioning that, like in casting the inception of TFT Esports, Sox has always been there, always been a fantastic player. There's always been other players, I think, that fit that as well, right? Khroen being another one, but I think Khroen's more so on the really needs to prove something, has not had the greatest tournament success, but I think can prove other people and maybe himself that he can really do this, can compete with the best of the best, and not just be an okay tournament player, but one of the greats. But Asa on that last augment choice had an option between Rich Get Richer, Sharpshooter, and Smoke Bomb. Smoke Bomb and Sharpshooter are going to lean you specifically into one tree, but taking Rich Get Richer is not only flexible, but is going to make your economy fantastic. 25 gold and playing Yordles in the early game. Like, what better opener could you ask for here? I mean, well, at least I like it. Econ.
Maybe two chain vests to go with it, so that way you have a pretty strong opener in terms of like the flexibility that you want to have, in which direction you want to end up going for this one. Asa, has very limited tournament history so far. Did have a top 16 performance at the Piltover Cup, where they actually placed in top 4 of their lobby, and slamming the Bramble here right away to go in addition to this Swain. Honestly, I don't mind this call whatsoever. You're going to use Bramble in so many different compositions. You're not committed to anything, and like you said, with the Yordle opening, with Rich Get Richer here, you are absolutely going to be looking for Richard for quite some time, because you have 20 gold off of a win on 2-1. Like, Khroen, I cannot think of a more confident start I would have at that point.
And leveling up to 4 as well, like 4 gold already went into the leveling. Able to play a Swain as well, which is a 2 gold unit. Winning, I think Asa probably scouted the rest of the lobby and said that, okay, I'm not going to for sure full loss streak, so I might as well get the wins where they come. And running into Robin, who's running a weaker Yordle comp, I think that was a fantastic decision. But Chess Mage has double Nico's help. Yeah. Is that legal?
Well, apparently it is, because it's here right now. This is a tournament setting here, and I think that if this wasn't legal, this would be a bad spot, I think, to be trying to activate that sort of situation here. Yeah. Two Nikos, I feel like, is a very interesting opening here. Now, I've noticed that players tend to have such different strategies with Nikos. However, it is very heavily defined player to player. On how you use these, whether or not you're using them aggressively on 3-cost units, or to just fill out a position, or if you're waiting till that very end spot and just trying to absolutely maximize the gold value that you're finding off of these. What do you tend to prefer, and why? I'd say, like, give me one specific setting.
Yeah, so this is actually interesting, because I wanted to bring it up, the difference between having 1 Nikos and 2. I think having 1 Nikos, you're a lot more likely to, not guaranteed, but a lot more likely to utilize it on a 3-cost unit, just to, give you that big power spike. But having 2 Nikos, I think, is going to make it a lot more likely to greed out until a 5-cost unit. And if you have a good opener, right, it depends on if you're win streaking, or at least have a decent amount of HP, could go fast level 8, roll down until you hit a pair of 2 legendaries, and then just like, boom, Kaisa 2, Tom Kench 2, right? But I think if Chess Mage is going to be taking a lot of damage, they may be forced to utilize it on a 4-cost. It just depends on how the flow of the game goes.
All right, here the Ziggs holding on to this Archangel staff as well. He's going to be alive for quite some time, but that unit seems to have quite a bit of trouble in terms of its accuracy and how it pans things out. A 3-loss streak now for Chess Mage, not necessarily a bad spot to be in. With the Yordle opener, oftentimes you expect the loss streak. You're going to be very focused on your gold in that setting, and picking up a belt here for Chess Mage as well.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, belt, flexible, nice defensive component. It's going to be 3 gold going along with that. I think going back to the Nikos thing for just a second here, Chess Mage need to decide how greedy they want to play. Some players will live or die by the greed of Nikos. We've seen players, even in tournament settings, die with Nico's help on the bench, and that is what you never want to have happen. You will be memed on. You will be memed on, and that's really the biggest thing that you want to avoid.
Hey, you know what? If players want to meme, just go ahead and let them at that point. Play to your best and do what you think is possible. Jumping over to DQA's spot with a double chain, double sword as part of their items. And this is always one of those spots where I feel very confused, where I'm like, am I ever supposed to make a Deathblade at this spot? Because it feels like such a commitment if you make a Deathblade this early.
It is. I think it's not bad. There is thrill of the hunt here. You're gonna be not really needing a healing item, right? Like a BT or a Hodge or something like that. Is going to slam the GA though on the Ziggs. I think that's a more generically decent option. Still has a sword actually, so is really just wanting to win streak, but won't be able to do so.
Yeah, win streak
up against a stronger board.
Against this particular board, this felt a little bit difficult. You know, a Bruiser emblem here with a TF that's floating a Morello's as well, and a lot of 2-star units that are sitting in that spot for DQA. That is not going to be the win streak getting picked up. Player 4 Invictus Gaming is DQA, and I'm going to be honest, DQA felt like they had a pretty tough tournament performance in set 5. You know, in set 4 they did fantastic. We're talking you know, they got 3rd at the NA finals, they placed 9th at the Fates Championship, but set 5, it just really didn't feel like it was DQA's year for tournament performance.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder why, right? It could have been a multitude of things. I mean, set 5 I think was a hard set for a lot of players, you know, being especially at the beginning of it, and the shadow items there was a little bit tricky to kind of solve. But moving into set 6, a lot of expectations on DQA and what he's able to accomplish here. Ramble on a front line, Leona, like to see that. Tanky, but again, not good enough to be win streaking against other strong players. Sox, going to have a Swain 2 already. Ezreal 2 with a Shiv Slam. Even having a Metabolic. So, I mean, not really getting a lot of value out of that, but it's going to get value later regardless.
Metabolic's good.
Kind of non-augment right now. Look, it is really good.
I'll put it this way. If you're winning every single round and you don't need the metabolic health anyway, is that really an issue? Because you're winning every single round at that point. Like, I feel like if you're not getting metabolic value, that probably is one of the best, I think, outcomes of metabolic in that case.
It's not an issue, but you are losing value, I suppose. But it's okay, right? It's going to get value regardless.
You don't have to do everything. You have to do enough. That's really the one focus that I have in that spot. Heading over to Plumbum's board here, and Plumbum also again a player that you know, I would say has a pretty limited tournament performance right now. They participated in the Piltover Cup, but that's just about it. Yeah,
really up and comer for set 6. I think a lot of eyes when they're talking about newer players are going to be on Plumbum.
A lot of tears.
Would make a great debut here. Even qualifying for this tournament, right? You know that these players are going to be top 16, or at least near top 16 of the ladder. So they are strong players, right? If you're able to get to that point in the NA ladder, you're good at TFT. There's no way around it.
Oh, yeah.
But tournament environment, a totally different beast.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, again, kind of, you know, putting that into consideration, what you just mentioned. You still made it to, you know, in terms of qualification perspective, a top 16 spot. You know, if you weren't in the top 16, you made it here. It's because somebody's qualified for the event already, and them placing a top 2 at this event would not give them an invite. So they're just not really able to compete at that point here. 4 bruisers up to 6 for Plumbum, choosing to level at 3-1. This is not necessarily a common scenario, but it's not a rare one.
No, I actually, in fact, like it usually when players decide to level up to 3-1 on 6 because they're protecting a win streak. And not only that, but I think there's some argument to wanting to accelerate the lobby. You're going to be hitting other players harder, forcing them to make maybe drastic decisions a bit earlier in a lobby. And once they make drastic decisions, then it's kind of a snowball chain effect because they're going to be stronger, hitting other players for more. And accelerating, I think, is what Plumbum wants to do right now, especially given that opener with a Morello's having a strong TF start.
Looking at Kiyun's board now. Kiyun currently on a 4-loss streak as we head into this round, but this doesn't feel like it's anything that's uncommon for Khroen as well. It feels like a lot of times when I'm watching this player, they go on loss streaks, they go very low on their life total, just very, very, you know, not risk averse, I would say, in terms of preserving HP for Khroen. Very confident in their ability to take over and completely turn the corner when the situation calls for it.
Definitely. I think the only other player in like NA TFT that really rings a bell when it comes to loss streaking aggressively is like Aegon. Well, I haven't seen a bit from Aegon in a bit, so Khroen's kind of taken up that mantle by himself for now. It does depend, right? Some players, they get Merc openers like we saw with Camp last game. You do that, you get a big cash out, you get a big win. Khroen, though, is still making econ with this playstyle. He's running Yordles. Maybe even going to win this round? No. Okay, the Ziggs bomb from DQA seals the deal, able to continue the win streak and gain more money.
Yeah, it's me a 5-loss streak here. And speaking of more money, Is it possible, or do you need to start working on your board here?
Oh, I mean, it's definitely possible. Okay.
Okay, start working on the
wow,
board.
gonna be scrap. That was not the decision that I thought would come through here. Khroen grabbing scrap. He could go 4 scrap, 6 scrap. You can still have a decent late game board with scrap. It is just not the common thing to do, however.
It's definitely not the common thing to do. However, I want to talk about the scrap and how much I've respected this. I'd say over the course of the last few weeks and seeing it played and how important it is. Like when you get to those late game settings and you have a ton of items in play, there's also Junkyard to go along with this first, the first augment here. You're gonna have a lot of items in play, and so at the end of the game, if you can manage to have 4 scrap in play, that is a ton of shielding that your team is gonna have.
It is. The shielding is going to be a lot of value as well. It could synergize with things like First Aid Kit if you get that augment a bit later on. But utilizing this scrap to its most efficiency, right? Throwing the cloak on Blitzcrank. He's going to get a BT out of it, which isn't a great Blitzcrank item, but still some value nonetheless, right?
More shielding,
At the very least,
scrap.
more shielding, a bit more tankiness, as well as a frontline unit, allowing Ziggs and Ezreal to farm the rest of this board. So Khroen might be able to turn this loss streak around here up against Robin. It looks like he will.
Yeah, but this is a big momentum shift that you're always looking for in this one, to kind of send things off here from Khroen's side. Khroen competed both in the Fates NA Finals and the Reckoning NA Finals and had a top 8 at the Fates NA Qualifier, the first one that took place. And so Khroen, a pretty strong tournament performance in terms of their history. We're going to see if they can make it to another NA Finals, which would just be pretty impressive. 3 in a row for 3 sets is just, that would just be massive at this point. Because the item for Khroen seems to be a little bit questioning on what item they were going to choose there.
Yeah, I'll use the word dizzy for that one for sure. I think Khroen was like, wait, this, no, that, no. Landed on a belt, however. And you do get a little bit dizzy, right? You're going to be generating items over time with the Junkyard, like you mentioned. You're going to be having a lot of components just floating on units, and it could turn into complete items later on. It's just not a clear set direction, which I think contributed to a little bit of that indecisiveness there for Khroen.
Heading back over to Sock's side now. 2 chalices made?
Okay, I love seeing this.
Wow. Go on. Chalice, I know it got a little bit of a buff coming into this patch. It went up to 35 on the AP side, but yeah, this feels like this is very interesting to me. This is an item that I have seen very little of in terms of set 6.
Yeah, I got a little excited there because there's some players on ladder running the double chalice opener. I think I mentioned it earlier with Soju, but it looks like Sox is also subscribing to that playstyle. It's going to be a lot of power in the early game, and one of the reasons why Sox has, a solid amount of HP is going to lose this. Is going to lose this round. There's no way. But partly because of that chalice value is going to kill more units than he otherwise would have. It's not like these chalices are also useless for the rest of the game, right? They can still go on to some very, very nice item carriers later on, say Victor, say Orianna, say units like that, right? They're going to just still benefit from the mana with casting their spell earlier and give all that AP to 3 units. It's really, really good. It's just a lot of value packed into 2 components.
Mundo picked up here as well, as Sox is sitting at the peak threshold right now for this rich get richer.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I feel like Sox is in fantastic shape to be able to make it, to a top 2, top 3 spot here, because this gold count is very high. This board is not weak. They have metabolic as well to kind of supplement this health total. It's going to be tough for players to keep up. But Khroen has a Tom Kenshin play with an Archangel Staff.
What? This is stage 3, Khroen. Calm down. Oh man, the high roll there to get the level 7 Tom Kench. Start farming components. Even dedicating items already to the Tom Kench. Absolutely the correct play. Gonna generate some gold there. And, okay, not gonna get a chance to farm any items in that fight, but that's still okay. The gold is well a reward enough on its own.
You asked if the 2 Nikos earlier was legal. Is this legal? This is 3-6. No.
And, look at all... I lost track of how much gold Tom Kench farmed that round. I think it was like 10. That is, as they say, illegal.
That is ridiculous. But Sox here, Sox's side of the board is also still ridiculous, but, this is kind of agency at this point. Finding a Tom Kench that early, that is a high roll. Like, if you're in a tournament situation and you roll that Tom Kench there, that's exactly what you're looking for in a spot like that.
Exactly. And I mean, we see the other illegal potential move there, Chess Mage. He has 2 Nikos that are, still in play, 30 HP right now. He's going to need to get a lot of value out of those soon. Took a little bit of a sneak peek on the board there, and actually has a Galio in there, so could double Nikos, but
Wow!
I think he's even going to 8 right now, rolling down. What is this? There's so many items, so many Nikos. Chessmates has to make a lot happen now in such a little amount of time. Finding a Jace is fantastic as well, but what does he end up with here, Admirable?
I don't know, but your bench is full of items right now. You have to start crafting things before you can pick up these final items that are in the last little spot here. Is anything going to get Nikos right now? It looks like Chessmate's going to take their time. You're hitting that situation where you go, why isn't this picking up? Oh, that's right. All the items are on my bench because this salvage bin.
Oh, no.
So Morello's getting made onto Braum right now. Normally at this spot of the game, I was going to talk about how the 4-1 situation has changed so much in set 6, where it's not just like a standard 4-1 roll to stabilize your board anymore. A lot of times it's a 4-2, it's a 4-5. You're going to level 8 instead of sitting at 7 at all. Like, there's so many different things that can happen. But right now for Chess Mage, the different things that are happening are you're at 30 HP. You did pick up a win, which is a huge deal, and you have 2 Nikos. But how do you maximize this? Because this is a first place style of setting right now.
Yes, that was not the cleanest turn there from Chess Mage by any means, but he made it work and fortunately did it on 4-1, which means that people are not power spiking at that point. Generally, it's on 4-2, like we see so many people rolling to, or loving to 8 and then rolling. Chess Mage needs to roll more and find some good stuff. It just does not have the goal to do so.
Wow.
Double Nico's the victor, and I like that decision. I think it has to come right now, otherwise Chess Mage will get over-accelerated in this lobby, and it's with 3 very good items. Giant Slayer. Wow, no defensive GAs. Just Giant Slayer, Shojin, and Deathcap.
I'm totally okay with this right now because there's going to be so much HP across the lobby when you look at what players are doing. The weakness of Victor is not being able to one-shot things. Quite frankly, Victor 2, that is. And so when you have that Giant Slayer equipped and someone has a ton of HP built on, say, their Scion or their Tom Kench, for instance, suddenly this Victor's hitting a lot harder with a Giant Slayer equipped to that one right now. So for Chess Mage, I do think that this was a very potent call. And as you mentioned, applying the pressure earlier to try to speed up the lobby a bit, I feel like Victor does get out capped, but right now is doing a fantastic job of making sure that your turns are going to be a lot stronger than everyone else's.
Chess Mage, 30 HP. He is not quite out of the woods yet. He is safe for now, but as we get into stage 5, maybe midway through, that's when perhaps other boards are going to hit that point where they are more capped than a Victor. There is still more improvements, however, to be made with this board. Scion being one of them. There's now Bramble Scion. A Banshee's Claw is going to be very nice in the backline to protect this Victor. Allow him to be cornered as well. I like the decision with these items, and still is going to get more right after this next carousel and the Raptors coming out.
Yeah, I want to point out, by the way, that Chess Mage doesn't even have Arcanist in play. That's not really a concern for the Victor right now, because, again, it just hits so hard given the items that are equipped right now. And so that's something big to look at in this set, I think, is that a lot of the big units, the synergy is not necessarily what you're supposed to be focused on, but just rather how is the unit going to operate with what your team is trying to do. This has been a very difficult concept for me to fully understand, and as I've been seeing more and more of players actually compete and try things out and test things, and given the variable strategies that exist because of the TFT augments in this set, it just really has opened up my perspective on this one. And Chess Mage, I think, is demonstrating that pretty well here with this Victor not being supported by any Arcanist right now.
Definitely, and coming after a set where the vertical synergies were such a priority, right? It's almost like it's ingrained to be thinking, okay, I'm going to go Arcanist to go along with my Arcanist carry, but no, you don't need it. The legendary units especially feel like legendary units. They can be good on their own. Things like Jace, Kaisa, Tom Kench, Victor even being thrown into that mix. That was we see from Chess Mage. I love to see that level of play. As we move on over to DQA, who still needs to make a lot happen with his board, is still, Sniper Emblem on a Ziggs. Okay, he's gonna get rid of it now, but we really need to start finding some upgrades.
Yeah, like a Jhin. My
yeah,
gosh. I mean, where's this guy been?
One.
It feels like he's just been like hiding out the entire time. Finally shows up. Hello. Yeah, that's a powerful Orianna, by the way. When you turn Orianna into a sniper here, it's a really big difference. And also, just with the setup on the bench here as well for DQA, that this could be a Rage Blade if you can't find a suitable bow item for this Jhin right now. You know, this Orianna is not going to be messing around, because look at that damage that comes in from the orb because she's got that sniper emblem.
Definitely. 4 Bodyguard as well is in for DQA, which is going to be very nice when going up against an AD board like Dish Soap right here. If Orianna gets a good second cast here, and no, it's not going to do enough.
Yeah, not a solid one on that spot. And so Orianna is going to fall in this spot. DQA, still a lot of improvements that can be made to the board. And interesting here with the Bodyguard crest, that could open up some possibility with things.
Yeah, that's gonna be the choice here. So you're gonna be able to get rid of some. Oh wow, actually getting rid of most of the bodyguards there. Bodyguard Sion, I love that.
Yeah.
Sion as a frontliner, I know that you've said you love with the Jhin, and DQA is doing just that.
Yeah, I've started noticing, because so many players are running Jhin as a carry. Like it feels like one of their default options, quite frankly. Like how much does that change, and what does that actually do? It feels like so many different things can happen with it. And what I have noticed with it is that when Sion is sitting in that front row, that it buys a lot of time for your snipers, because it is stunning the back line.
Sion is only tier 1 though, and it's not going to be a commit from DQA, where that Sion is going to choose to run the Yuumi and the Janna instead, and you can't blame him, right? Janna and Yuumi, they find their way into most endgame compositions. They're just such good units. They're both scholars. They synergize with each other and just have a lot of raw power as well.
Yeah, it's going to be MF, looks like it's becoming the bodyguard here, and I imagine that means that the replacement here is going to be dropping down from 4 sniper and moving up on your frontline count right now, because that feels like the weakness here for DQA's side. I mean, it's just the backline is so accessible. You know, granted, this matchup isn't exactly the best. You know, an Assassin Jinx getting to that backline, and Kiyud with just a massive stack on items thanks to this early Tahm Kench that was found. DQA, I feel like, is going to have some big improvements in these coming with the creeps and in 5-1 here, or it's going to be bad.
I wonder how many items Kyun has farmed at this point, because it seems like he's had this Tahm Kench for a literal whole entire stage, even more, right? It was the end of stage 3 that he had it. It's a lot. You know, I'll take a look and count it up for you, but Kyun's, with that playstyle, with that luck of finding the Tahm Kench early, is probably going to be a top 2 finish at least.
Yeah, and you know, it's important to note. I do want to note on that count as we're looking at DQA's spot here. I do want to see what these items are. But on that count is like when you find yourself with those big spikes because of some good luck scenarios, you still have to be able to capitalize on it. Like if you don't know what you're doing in that spot, it's still not going to work.
Definitely. Game sometimes plays itself, but there's always going to be a little bit that you have to play it correctly. Robin is a player who definitely plays a lot of situations correctly, and he's trying to find Lux 2, Victor 2 right now, and he is just not hitting. The front line is great, the synergies are great, but where are the units, Admirable? They're just not here.
Mike, and just reducing down from the... Oh, there's the Lux. I was about to say, reducing down from the Braum to continue the roll here. Robin realized, I have to find this damage or none of this is going to work. And so scrapping up this armor right now, this Lux is looking a lot stronger. However, against these binary drops from Chess Mage and against that Victor, which is feeling like it does get the cast off. But is that going to be enough? It feels to me like this Sion is going to be able to pull together a win here, because the Bramble, I could be very wrong about that. Wow, those are big hits from Lux.
Lux surviving the Victor laser meant that fight was a Robin win. Take a look at the synergies that Robin's playing with right now as well. These are absolutely beautiful. Has made value out of the Academy emblem, the Bodyguard emblem, and the Scholar emblem as well. And those are the augments that Robin has been presented with. Everything coming together beautifully right now. The only other upgrades that are great right now are going to be the Victor, right? The Leona from our frontline, the Janna. Yuumi upgrade we're a little bit far away from, but I think Robin's main focus right now is just the positioning.
Yeah, I would definitely say so as well. You know, this Lux is not sitting on a socialite square. It feels like every single matchup is going to be based around like whether or not this Lux is getting picked off early, or whether or not they're having time to follow through. And so looking at this one right here, can this Lux punish this back right corner enough to do it? Getting a second cast here, and that's going to wrap that fight up, I believe.
Yeah, Dish Soap sign 1 for the front line, but it doesn't matter. Lux just snipes past the front line. Sniper on this backline, not going to do enough on the Jace, unfortunately. Robin taking huge chunks out of the rest of the lobby. He's in a real good spot here, especially on a 6-win streak, still 59 HP. And to note, DQA did go out in 8th as well. I think that's a couple of games where DQA has not had great placements. Still having a rough tournament performance coming from set 5 now that bleeds over into set 6.
I'm just looking at this 6-win performance here, the DQA not being able to wrap things up, that we just saw another Sniper board get completely picked off here. It's feeling to me like Sniper might be a little bit lobby related in terms of its performance. Yeah, you are totally correct on Robin being very focused on positioning right now as well. I mean, there's very little to do with the board at this point except for position, and I do feel like that Robin is a very strong player in this regard.
Yeah, it's probably one of his best one of his best traits, right, as a player, and he's positioned well into this. This is a Galio too, though. Clapio coming back. You can nerf Clapio, but you can't send him down. See if Clapio was able to find the Lux in the backline and clap her next.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, here it is.
That thing is not looking good for Robin right now. It needs to focus on that Vex, or things are really bad for Robin. It does kind of move up, but this Lux just keeps getting stunned, and this Vex looks like it's going to fall now. Where is Galio jumping for that one, though? Robin getting a little bit of extra health total because of that. But you know what? Not a big loss. And so when you're not taking a big loss to a composition like that's one of those, okay, good loss sort of situations.
Yeah. You're perfectly fine with that, because that should have been lost by probably 2 more units, 3 more units if the Galio found its way to the Lux a bit earlier. But Robin is still comfortable at this point. He's going to win most matchups. He's going to get his economy back up to 50 plus gold and decide, okay, do I want to level up to 9 or roll down more at level 8? It's probably going to be a level 9, I think. But we'll see. Robin not always goes to level 9.
What item? Take the shield,
BT?
I guess?
Yeah. Challenger can't get use of. Syndicate also cannot get use of. Gonna be the BT as we move over to Chess Mage, who's leveling it to 9.
Yeah, and frankly, I don't blame Chessmage for leveling to 9 here. It's like there's very little to improve with the board in this scenario. You're going to want to still have this Scion in play. You know, this Scion is pretty much your perma-tank at this point. And it looks to me like this is going to be a Zeke's for this Victor as well. Yeah, there's a Guardian Stoneplate there. Oh, it's going to be a Warmogs instead. So taking 0 use of this Socialite Square, by the way. I want to note, don't always get baited by the Socialite Square.
100%.
The Zephyr Blitz!
The Zephyr Blitz is not going to be into the back line, though, but that's still okay. So many items that Khroen's working with right now, but the Tahm Kench is still just a Tahm Kench 1. This is a scrap board from Khroen. 6 scraps being run. The Victor is tearing through a lot of units here, but gets Blitzcrank hooked by the second hook. Victor gets one more cast off, but he's surely going to go down now, and that is not enough to deal with the whole board. It's still a close fight, though. Can Tahm Kench sustain with these Gunblade procs? He's eating things left and right. He's healing back up. He's farming more items. It's the Tahm Kench feeding room, and he wins it. That's crazy.
That is an insane fight. The fact that Tahm Kench has to sit on that Scion because the Colossus cannot be CC'd and just has to continue to just bite away, and the bites are not big for that Tahm Kench when it comes through in a spot like that. It's just it's dealing like a third of the damage about.
Yep. Oh, Tahm Kench 2 for Khroen.
Oh my gosh! That's not good for the rest of the lobby either.
No, definitely not. Dish Soap did go out in 7th there. Chess Mage trying to hold on. Not getting baited by the Socialite Hex. I do agree that is a good move there. Victor would be too vulnerable. But into the Clapio. I'm worried for Chess Mage.
I am worried too. However, I do think that the Victor can get it done here. This is a very strong front line that's taking place right now. If the Victor can get 3... it depends on where the Clapio focuses! Not on the Victor!
Is on the Victor! Goes down! Oh no, Chess Mage.
I don't think they can get back from this spot. The Socialite thing is just going to be too much. The Jace does not have the items to pull this through.
It's Clapio's world, and Chess Mage is dying by it right now. Goes out in 6th. Sox manages to pick up the 5th there. Not a great placement for those two, but not the worst. Still a few more games to go. Oh, this is a share the spotlight 3 Socialite board. Asa on a 7-win streak, 70 gold. has a Galio on the bench. Do we ever dare see a 3-star legendary unit in a tournament setting? Is Asa that bold?
I mean, this is the rich get richer spot. You did pick up a Shroud here, which is one of the strongest endgame things that you could possibly find at this point. You also found an item remover to replace the Shroud if you need to. And with this gold count, with the way the lobby's shaping up, if for whatever reason it took this amount of time, it's going to take at least 2 hits to kill Asa here. And so here comes some rolls coming in. 15 seconds to find out exactly what you're going to put in play.
And this is probably the correct play as well. I think the greedy play would have been to keep on 70 gold, level up next turn, and try to hit more Gallios for Galio 3. But no, the variance is way too high for a tournament setting. Gonna be putting in... Everything's gonna be able to share the spotlight as well with 7 units because he has 2 Colossus. These are just such good play here.
Shroud in that back line. I'm not certain that Victor was the one that was looking for the Shroud. Robin with a Victor 2 with Academy, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster. Not the items I think that Robin is looking for at this point. But that Victor tanked for quite a bit there.
He did. BT Shield.
And that's going to mean that this, again, Robin's going to take a loss here, but it's not to a ton of units. And I really feel like that's the one downside that the Colossus has, is that it gives your opponents time. Robin there could have been very easily eliminated in 1 hit and was not. Plum Bum down to 1 health. Robin down to 6. Kiyun at 30. Asa at 36.
I think it is looking likely to be an Asa versus Kiyun 1v1. Robin perhaps can hang on if he can dodge the matchup of Asa, and Robin does hit the Vex 3. That is a huge frontline unit that is very hard to get through, and while Asa might not be going for the Galio 3, is going to be going for potential Scion 3.
Ooh, another Scion.
Wait, 2 more. One
another
more.
Another Scion?
Okay, can't do it now, but maybe next turn.
Yeah, start rolling now because players are going to be looking for a Scion when they see that you have 8 Scions sitting on your bench.
Yeah,
try to lock it
I
up.
I like it.
So coming in against the fight against Kiyun here, I mean, it's all about whether or not the Tahm Kench can actually get through these Colossus in time is really the big difference here. This Galio is just, it is just smashing the board. Oh my gosh, it's dealing so much damage because of the Rage Blade!
The Rage Blade just ramps him up, and the RFC as well is going to provide a lot of attack speed. The Tahm Kench goes down, and that is not something you see every day. This Clapio, I mean, I don't want to say it needs to be nerfed more because I think this composition is just so cool. I love seeing it, but this looks disgusting. What can deal with this Galio right now? I'm not sure if anything can, but Plum Bum does go out, so we will not be able to have a chance to defeat it. Minus 19, a big hit from Robin.
Oh my, that's a Scion 3. Asa just hit a Scion 3.
He hit. Oh, Kiyun, you have so many components, but you don't have enough to defeat that board as it was even before the Scion, let alone not having the Scion 3.
It's just running out of room for items as well. Like, my gosh. How does this get done?
Oh, man. Kiyun's still level 8 as well. He's just continuing rolling on 8. Going up against Robin here. Can he secure the 2nd place?
Vex 3 on that far right side, but that is where Tahm Kench has its absolute benefit, is up against units like that, and that Vex is gone. Tahm Kench ate the Vex 3 in one chomp.
Yeah.
3 more items get spit out. Robin falling in 3rd place. That was not even a close fight at all, Khroen.
That's about what you would expect being in Robin's position, seeing as Asa has this insane board, and Kiyun has literally been feeding his Tahm Kench since stage 3. So there's not much you could do against that. Vex 3, great, but it is going to the belly of the beast, and you can't get around that one.
Kiyun picking up a bow here. Neither player taking the Shroud, all opting for a utility instead. And so here's the heads-up spot that you had mentioned, Kiyun taking on Asa in this one. And I'm going to be honest with you, it was tough enough for Kiyun, I think, to fight the 2-star Scion, let alone the 3-star Scion.
I am not sure what can be done here. Kiyun does find some more upgrades, right? Janna 2 is now coming through. Kaisa 1 with the Giant Slayer, maybe not enough. And wow, there's even a Kaisa denial by Asa there. Just really smart heads-up play.
So here we go, almost the whole board. It's shrouded at this point. I will say that for Kaisa, it's not that big a deal because the amount of casts are benefited by the amount of attacks
Yeah.
This board is absolutely getting destroyed. This Galio is at full HP. It doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Kaisa has got a lot to carry, but perhaps can get it done. If the Galio doesn't focus on the Kaisa, it focuses on the Kaisa, though!
Gets the Kaisa down. The Scion CCing things literally forever. That's 6 seconds of CC with each cast. Khroen has one more chance to deal with this, but I don't think Khroen has anything to do, especially not with Asa denying yet another Kaisa.
This is just, that's just good heads-up gameplay. Asa is
beautiful.
playing fantastic right now, and I think has just done great recognition of what to do with the items. You know, again, you have to capitalize on those good luck scenarios when they come through, and I feel like that's exactly what's been done here. Khroen, as you said, has one chance, but it's shown, I think, that it can be done. If that Kaisa goes unchecked.
Potentially. Maybe I would give it a 2% chance to win this fight, but there is still a chance nonetheless.
Frontlines the Kaisa so that she escapes.
Does escape. She's raining her missiles right now. Giant Slayer is going to put in work. The amount of time that Kaisa's alive as well, that Archangels is going to ramp up. If she can dash away, if she can take down the Galio, he gets into the air, but he might die the next Kaisa cast.
Whoa, this positioning from Khroen might have just been so next level. Because look at the damage that Kaisa performs!
Wow.
It can be done!
There we go.
That is massive. That positioning, the front line, so that Kaisa will always jump away from the fight instead of towards the fight ever, is such a big deal.
Heads of recognition, but Asa's board still gets even stronger. Yuumi 2 upgrade comes through. The locket is not going to have that much value, but still value nonetheless.
Scrap it
and
apart.
The salvage bin, yeah, you can scrap it apart. The salvage bin is going to allow that to happen. Oh, this is such intense 1v1 scenario. It is not locked up by any means. Khroen's, I said 2%. It's probably more than 2% to win these fights, especially with positioning as good as that. What items are coming through right now? What can we find?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, what can you do that changes this?
Oh, wait, he can't item remove her because there was so many things on the bench. He tried to unremove her, I think. Oh, what's he doing instead? I'm just waiting with bated breath. IE. Oh, Jewel Gauntlet with the IE. Okay.
Slam it even. Because now the jump crits.
The jump crit might kill the Kaisa, and that might be the difference. If that ends up working, Asa is one of the smartest TFT players, I think, of all time. The Kaisa still has the shield for now, though, so it's going to come to the next Galio cast.
Oh my gosh, this is so intense. This Kaisa is going a little bit unchecked, but gets stunned there. The Galio then focuses on the Kaisa and knocks it down!
Goes down! The next Galio cast, he's gonna be unchecked right now. The Kaisa was the thing that dealt with it, and now the Galio's allowed to just take down the rest of the board.
Wow.
Asa picks it up with the Jewel Gauntlet on the Galio instead. That was some huge heads-up play.
Wow, that is just like... That is just so intense at the end of the game to have that sort of creativity and also the ambition and also just the willingness to take a risk like that. Like, these items are getting stacked up at the start of the fight as you go through a scenario like that. Like, that is a moment where if you have any amount of panic or if you drop an item on the wrong unit, like, everything can just change. But being able to stack it to where the jump is critting the board as well, you're just getting so much more damage out of that because you saw that the length of the fight wasn't in your favor at the end.
Yeah. If you didn't have Asa on your top list of NA tournament players, you need to put him on there, I think, after that performance. There were so many things that came together so well. Heads up play to deny the Kaisas, think, okay, there is a chance right now that I could lose based off of this Kaisa not dying. Fortunately, the last fight, the Galio did jump onto the Kaisa and take her down with auto attacks as well, but the Jewel Gauntlet certainly did help when it comes to taking that shield off, and the Kaisa died mid-jump, right? So if that damage from the Jewel Gauntlet didn't come through, I think that Kaisa would have escaped and would have potentially taken down that Galio. I think that was a very intentional, specific decision that was 100% the difference in that last fight.
Yeah, you're also just getting an additional damage. at that point as well. That's something else to really note, is that the Jeweled Gauntlet isn't
Very
just making
true.
the jump crit, it's making your attacks crit a little bit
better,
harder as
yeah.
well. So let's take a look at the lobby winners that we have from this one now. Game 2 is set. Setsuko taking down Lobby A, and Asa taking down Lobby B with, again, just a pretty stunning performance. I am extremely impressed by what I just saw.
I love seeing these two players when I think Setsuko coming to this tournament has not had the best tournament success in recent tournaments, but coming up big in game number 2, Asa with the display we just watched. I mean, that was beautiful TFT. I just can't give Asa props enough. This is already, after 2 games, such an amazing tournament. It can only get better from here. I hope we haven't peaked yet.
We're seeing a lot of different compositions to it as well. I mean, just look at these two. It's like almost nothing similar that's heading out by them. And so Kiyun taking the second place in that one, as we saw, but Spencer and Spicy Appies coming back strong after their game 1 performance, now finishing with a third place performance in Lobby A right now. And so this is still developing a lot of different directions. So many things can happen, Khroen, because we still have 3 games left in today.
Yeah, I love seeing Spicy Appies pull back from a poor placement in game 1 to then top 3 game number 2. He's not quite in the top 8 yet, but is kind of on that bubble. Spicy Appies, again, feeling a lot of pressure coming into this tournament, but the day is not over. Spencer as well, top 2ing 2 games, or top 4ing 2 games in a row. But Asa up there and Setsuko setting themselves apart from the rest, at least a 3 or 4 point lead. Both of them feeling real good right now.
Yeah, looking to secure that top 8 spot. That is the goal for day number 1 here, is to make sure that you are not in the bottom 8 in terms of where the performers are. But again, we're only 40% of the way there right now. We're effectively in stage 3 of the tournament right now. That 3-1 setting. Who's going to roll down at 3-2? That's what I want to end up knowing. So as we get set up for game number 3, we're going to head to a short break, but make sure you head over to our partner Ball Street's website and check some stuff out, and check out this video as well. Make sure you're not missing out on what the website has to offer.
Welcome back to day one of the Set 6 Challenger Series. I'm Casanova, I'm back, and this time I'm with Admirable. We're getting to cast some TFT together.
Hi.
Admirable, you just got to witness Khroen maybe stack more items than anyone else has ever stacked, and then still get second. So, I mean, how are you feeling coming off of that game?
My gosh, that is a game that I feel like I'm just never going to forget at this point because it just didn't stop. Like, it felt like at no point were players done with how strong the board could become at that point. You know, things were just continuing to develop. And that's such a rare treat that you get to see. And then also just the huge adjustments and the risks at the end of the game. The fact that a Kaisa 1 was able to beat a Galio 2 and a Scion 3 because of positioning and just item dominance from Khroen's side of the board. You can't ask for much more out of a game 2 of the day 1 of the tournament. Like, it's going to be hard to outperform that one.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Khroen from 1-4 had Junkyard value for the entirety of the game, and then picked up a Kench on 7 to continue this item dominance. We saw that commit to scrap on the second augment, and I remember Khroen saying like, oh, it's a little weird that he went for scrap, but Khroen kind of like had this in mind. He's like, I've got Junkyard that's been rolling since 1-4. I'm gonna have a lot of items, and then he just gets fortunate enough to grab that Tom Kench. But he kept going from there. He kept building out. He made that pivot to the Kaisa in the late game to try and beat the Galio. He was doing everything that he could, but Asa's still able to overcome essentially a board that just has every unit stacked with items. With this Galio, with the pivot to the Jeweled Gauntlets, the Galio can finish off the Kaisa. I mean, just such amazing TFT we're getting to witness right out the gates, and we still have 3 games to go, Admirable, where we can get some more exciting gameplay like this. I mean, there's what more can you say? It's just the players are putting it all out in front of us already, and we just get to have the joy of witnessing it.
Well, we also have a second day that ends up happening.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Like, on top of that, there's a day 2 as well. These players are competing for an invite to a tournament as well. You know, it's tough to get to the next stage of this one. You have to be top 2 at an event like this, or you have to be outperforming basically just everyone for the entirety of time, is what it feels like. It's just, I love seeing this because this is what the tournament setting is supposed to be about, is players just absolutely trying their hardest, having to take risks, having to make great calls, having to play unique strategies at times. And I really feel like that just Gizmos and Gadgets, this is the set that really offers that because of that augment potential. It gives players the ability to continue scaling throughout.
Well, and you can see like these players, especially someone like Khroen, is playing his heart out because he wants to qualify for that mid-set finale. He does not have a lot of qualifier points currently, so either top 2 this event or top 4 Zon Cup are like his best options in order to make it into that mid-set finale. And so he needs a good performance here, and you can see it in this play. Like he brought his A game to that, and still the fact that he couldn't even grab the first, I mean, that hurts. If you're Khroen, you put all that, you put your heart and soul in, and you just get a second. It's like, I wanted those 10 points so bad, but Khroen's really bringing it. He's playing some excellent TFT right now, and I love to see that because he's someone that we had some question marks going in. He hasn't had the greatest tournament performances, even though he's someone that everyone kind of accepts and agrees that is just a very strong TFT player. We just haven't had the breakout win from him, and maybe this Challenger Series to get him into that mid-set is going to be that step that Khroen needs to take, and he has a great start with that second place and with a good first game as well, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, and so that's something I really want to point out with that, though, is that Teamfight Tactics is a variable strategy game. There is going to be variance that crops up. It definitely can dictate games at times. However, player agency over those situations and over the situations that you do have maximum agency over, those are super relevant in situations like this. And so when it comes down to the end of it, when you pit the top players against the top players, yes, variable plays a big role in that. And so the consistent performances throughout, that's really what ends up mattering this one. It isn't the first places that are tacked onto those player resumes. It's the constant day 2s, the constant day 3s, and the top 4s performances that continue to crop up in situations like this. That's really what's showing you who the strongest players are. So if someone is constantly making it to those scenarios, that is a big difference and really what to keep your eye out for. It takes time for those player resumes to build up, and frankly, Khroen already has a bit of a player resume built up. And so in my mind, definitely one of the top players.
Yeah, he definitely does. And that's why, we keep talking about Gangly's video because it was just such a great piece of content, but that's why we keep bringing up players like Spencer, because the consistency that you talked about in these high-level lobbies has been showcased by Spencer time and time again. He has been the most consistent, and it's not just the first. No, it's pretty much no first. It's mostly just those middling performances, but they're all near the top of the table, never at the bottom, and that's the kind of thing that you need to see out of these players in each and every game. But we've shuffled up the lobbies a bit, and we're going to be getting into that game number 3 in just a moment. Very excited to jump in on this one with you, Admirable, to see who's going to start to rise to the top as we break past that midway point of the Set 6 Challenger Series. We're jumping into that first carousel, and we're going to see what people grab to kick things off. I saw a Tier on a bench, and Asa here's been able to pick up a bow for themselves.
Yeah, it feels like Tier is a very common grab for players as we come into this one. And frankly, I don't blame him either. Like, Tier is just such a powerful item in terms of what it creates capability for. When you look at Shojin and you look at Blue Buff, it really can be a completely game-changing aspect to it. And I'm also kind of ignoring the aspect of, the defensive things that Tier can provide as well. The Frozen Heart and with Redemption there. Certain units just love having those items, and certain context is going to make Frozen Heart just so much better or worse than it normally is. Getting a look at the mutant bonus that's there. You love to see it.
Yeah, always good to get an early look. It is going to be Voracious Appetite, so growing stronger when the allies die. Not usually one that we see people hyper-focus on mutant, but it is still good to know for the early stages of the game, where that can play a big role, especially when we see just the 3 mutants being played. As we're going to start to approach the first augment. Phony Frontline, always a constant pickup in the early game by a lot of players just because of its scaling capability, its flexibility.
It's called Phony Frontline, but honestly, it's a pretty stable one.
It's the truth.
Yeah, it's not really phony. It's pretty much just like, straight up frontline. Like those things are not the easiest things in the world to kill.
Is the pick for Asa. You see Weak Spot Protector Heart, also a nice one normally for getting some win streaking early. It can just be a very strong ability to have that extra protector bonus in. Enforcer Heart can sometimes be good too, because then you just have to play the 1 Enforcer and get the bonus. See what the pick is for Khroen. Gonna go Weak Spot, which makes sense. It's much more generic, right? It can work with anything. It's always gonna be solid.
That was a long focus there.
Yeah.
On Khroen's side though, but yeah, it is a big difference. I think in Weak Spot and how you. Whoa, what the heck is going on here? Just was the mutant starter pack that's taking place there.
The mutant sampler, if you will, it's like have a taste of a Cho'Gath, a little Kog'Maw. We'll see what you like here, but not gonna go that direction.
Sounds like a hideous charcuterie board.
It really is a horrifying one, but you need it for that voracious appetite that you have, of course, in this game, right? So Khroen, though, he's gonna send it back to the kitchen. He doesn't really want it this time around. He's gonna try and order something else, and this time it's gonna come in the form of Arcanist and Bodyguard.
Yeah, Blue Buff glove here on the Ziggs, and you notice the little pocket here on the side. This feels like the common spot for these weak early Arcanists, where they don't necessarily have the strongest aim in the world, and so you're just trying to reduce the amount of distance that this Ziggs has to connect at that point. It feels like it makes him a lot more accurate when he's not having to launch it, halfway across the world.
Yeah, the front lines aren't phony, but the aperture sights for the Arcanists sure are phony. They don't seem to work very well. They tend to miss a lot of the time, especially Ziggs. I have problems with Ziggs. This unit is always just a nightmare, and we've talked a lot of trash on Ziggs in the past. I mean, yeah, if you get an early 2-star Ziggs, he'll help you out in the early game, but this is a unit you hit 3-star, and it's like, yeah, I don't feel like I actually got that much stronger. I don't actually feel that good about myself when I get the 3-star Ziggs.
Yeah, so Uwudim Daniel hopping over to their board right now, and this looks like a pretty interesting start that's going on here. Yeah, it's going to be a big sell for Econ. When you take I'd say a round 1 loss with that board, you really have to consider some stuff when you're staring at 2 Talons and a Twitch here as well, with some Singed being offered here as well. Like, how focused are you on frontline versus how focused are you on just strong units? Are you on pairs? Like, it feels really tough to leave a pair of Singed in this spot right now, because you've committed so little to play. However, I do think it's important to be committing to a loss streak aspect here as well. At what point is that going to turn around? Pretty tough to say. If your board is just kind of medium strength, you're very often going to break that lose streak, and that's going to really cut into the amount of gold you have at the end of the game.
Well, and Dan Daniel is our resident assassin player, right? This is the Shaco player we've been talking about. He has 8 of his last 10 games. He forced Shaco, and we're immediately seeing Sins being played. Before any Shaco, before anything, the items being slammed are great Shaco items already, right? Like great ID items in general, but you could see these on a Shaco, and I'm just curious if Dan Daniel has just decided like, hey, I am just going to play my comp. When I had to play flexible in game 1, it didn't turn out so well, so we're just going to try and go back to the roots, go back to playing Shaco, and just play some Sins early on.
Yeah, Dan has not had the strongest performance so far here today, but we're 2 games into this one. The setup is looking pretty decent for it, but I really have to say, in terms of like committing to a comp and really forcing it through, Assassins feels like one of the comps that is capable of doing that if you have the right kind of early setup for it. And you're also up against a very tough group of competitors here. Like this, you're not queuing into ladder games where there's a pretty high range of ratings that you're going against when you're sitting at top 20 challenger spot. And so having to take risks on certain settings, I think, can be very beneficial, where if you just have that little bit of luck tilt in your favor with the scales, that can completely change the outcome and actually catapult you into those high performances. And again, against the tougher players, I think that's when you should be most likely to take those risks.
Yeah, and the rough thing comes is when you're in a lobby like this that's so strong, a lot of the damage values you're going to be taking end up being higher because a lot of players in tournament settings are playing for those top 4s. They're playing a lot of strongest board. They're playing a lot of just trying to scale up the best they can in that way. And because of that, if you're playing something a little bit weaker, trying to hit these higher risk strategies, you end up taking damage a little bit faster than you might be used to on ladder. It is something that does come up, and Daniel, we have to keep our eyes on this board. Is it going to stay Assassins? Is he going to pivot? It looks like he's really committing to the items, at least for now. And if he hits, at least it won't be contested, I can imagine. Like, I don't think other players are trying to go for that strategy in this lobby.
It feels like you can get a lot higher than that, but, the speed is an important thing, too, being able to speed up that lobby. Heading over to Khroen's side of the board right now. This is not going to be a final Trundle build that you're looking at here with the Ionic Spark and the Glove equipped. However, this is a pretty decent early start here. You're looking at a couple Bruisers and a couple Scraps, and you're being able to scrap a Glove here as well with that cast in here. This is a pretty much primary example of what you were talking about with just, strongest board. What's the strongest thing available here with being able to still get gold as you roll through these rounds?
Yeah, just trying to mitigate losses, continue win streaks. Like, either if you're losing or you're winning, you still want to play a fairly strong board at all times, because you're just trying to make sure that you're not hemorrhaging HP too fast. Like, we look at Daniel, he's at 74 already on 2-5. He's losing a lot of HP, right? It's going to get to a point where he's forced to accelerate the lobby. Khroen said this earlier on the broadcast. Accelerate the lobby when you start losing HP. You get forced to do that, and it just makes everyone so much stronger. But if you're the first one who has to do it, it can put you in a really risky spot if you aren't on like mercenaries and getting a massive influx of gold.
Yeah, definitely something to be said here. And Zig's being sold here on Khroen's side of the board. Khroen competed in 3 Challenger Series during the Reckoning set, made top 8 at the Reckoning NA Finals. And prior to that, first at the Fates NA Finals as well. Yeah. So, Khroen has competed in a lot of tournaments and hasn't had like strong, consistent performances, but it feels like when it comes to really key spots that Khroen has really pulled through in the clutch.
His peaks have been, amazing, right? Like he's won and just topped some of the most prestigious tournaments. And then it's been the Challenger Series that actually we've seen Khroen kind of slip up. So that was one of my thoughts, or like initial takeaways coming into the day that I was interested to see is like, how is Khroen going to do here? It feels like he's had an okay day so far. And, we see him near the top of the table once again in HP. That's been kind of consistent throughout the days. We actually saw him with featherweight. So I'm curious if that's just for trying to win streak early, or if we'll actually see more to that. It is just the tier 1 featherweight, so it doesn't feel like something you really have to commit to. And it could just be like Khroen is saying, hey, I just want to win streak in my early games. I just want to generate gold that way. I want to stay healthy and try and play those consistent top 4s.
Head over to Robin's side of the board here as well. Also with the Last Whisper Infinity Edge opening, and this feels like a very common one that I'm seeing in this particular patch. It feels like players are much more open to these styles of AD builds. It feels like that, with Guardian Angel being out of the mix as much, that your units are actually killing things when they have an Infinity Edge and a Last Whisper build.
Yeah, they actually die this time. They don't. They're not just coming back all the time. There's not 2 lives on every unit. A few less GAs and low health when they come back. But, you know, Robin picks up this Nikos. We saw the double Nikos in the previous game, and Khroen, you know, brought up the insight that, hey, when you hit 2 Nikos, you tend to want to wait for getting to that late game, using it on the legendaries, and we saw exactly that double Nikos. But with Nico for Robin, we might end up seeing this for just getting more power in this mid game. And I will be curious to see when this Nico actually gets used and what Robin decides to go for. Does he need more power in the mid game, or is he going to look for one of those really strong 2-star legendaries as we get towards that end game?
Yeah, Robin tends to be, I'd say, more of a you know, strong now sort of player. Does have like good macro planning that's going on, but tends to very much focus on the right now aspect of it. While it's, you know, trying to synergize a bit at least with your macro planning, that's in that case. But that has benefited a lot for Robin in the past, and I'm thinking specifically back to that first place at the Reckoning NA Finals, where it was a first performance on the final day.
Yeah, well, first lag, right, there we go.
Oh, yeah, excuse me, first lag.
Yeah,
first.
Yeah, beautiful play. Yeah, I mean, that was honestly a historic tournament performance. It's very rare that anyone can ever have that much success, and of course there has to be some level of high rolling to just land first that many times, but the fact that he can capitalize when he does have those positions and ensure that he does land those first places is always awesome to watch Robin playing. And you know, we talked about Voracious Appetite earlier. It is coming up now. We do have Mutant for Plumbum, and that is going to make this Malzahar very scary. It does have a blue buff, so this early game Malzahar going to be getting a lot of damage out with that, but not quite strong enough to take out Spencer, who does have a bit of a Yordle board, and a Malzahar 2 going to be a little bit better than the Malzahar 1.
I did want to mention the Malzahar 2. It is a huge difference on that particular unit. But Plumbum here with a pretty interesting board setup right now. You know, Plumbum sitting at 10 points coming into game number 3 right now, and that is currently 9th place in the overall setting, and being introduced with 3 completely unrelated options, it feels like, in a spot like this, where like the Runic Shield and the Makeshift Armor, they're playing a similar role, but the Runic Armor is really committing you to one way, and then an item grab bag being here as well, and none of these really going well with Underdog.
No, not particularly. The Makeshift Armor is going to be nice because that extra resist is going to hopefully buy you more time, so the Underdog can heal up the units a little bit. But
it does go a little bit with Underdog, though.
In a sense, yeah. In a sense, it's going to help out a little bit. Not a 1-to-1 full-on synergy, but it does help in just trying to delay the deaths on some of your units so that they can continue to get that heal value. Because all your effective health is more, right? Because of the resistances. So any HP is important, but you know,
again, if you have more units than your opponent, do you need an augment? Do you need that augment at that point? If you're beating them, you don't need the augments at that point. Yeah. As long as you're winning, you're good.
It's the same as the note with metabolic, right? Is like, if you're 100 HP, like, does it matter that you're not getting value? It's like,
oh no, I'm not getting 2 health by metabolic.
Yeah, I mean, it's really okay. And here, I mean, we see it, right? This Trundle is getting its Makeshift Armor. It's going to be healing. It might be able to get that 1 extra kill maybe due to this. And you know, end of the day, Plumbum having decent augments, they're nothing to write home about, but at least they're doing a little bit of work and helping to stabilize in this mid game.
Yeah, Daniel, we did see had the Shaco there as well, and it also just had a cloak equipped. It's just ready to go at that point. And so we'll see where that ends up going with this one. But I will say that this is the part of the carousel where I'm just always most worried, where if someone just like sprints towards one of the 4-cost units and you're like, oh no. Like, especially if it has an item that like is completely unrelated to their board, you're just like, that unit just has to be so strong for their board right now. Situations like that. Nobody seemed like particularly excited about any of their pickups going into that carousel. So pretty even spot, I'd say, across the board. Everyone was just kind of, you know, normal in the way they went. And you'll notice that on our bottom 2 players there with Dan and Casper, they're leveling and they're doing stuff. And when you're sitting at that 50 life total right now, maybe you have to at that point. How many more losses can you really afford to take?
Yeah, I mean, you can't. You really have to start worrying when you start getting to that halfway part, because it's not like you start taking less damage, right? You're taking more damage. That's the nature of TFT, right? You take more damage as the game goes on. So when you hit that halfway mark from the early game damage, it starts to be that wake-up call where we need to get a lot more. And that Zephyr hitting the Malzahar is going to be a big hit for Asa in winning this fight. I've seen so many TFs with this kind of item split in the early game as an item carrier, just like static Shiv Morellos, early slams, just to try and win streak heavy. And Asa has been able to do a really good job on keeping high HP still at 90.
Yeah, 6 Arcanist with 3 Yordle. Yeah, your Econ's looking fantastic. 6 Arcanist obviously is very powerful. You have a frontline support with the phony frontline there. This is 3 games in a row now that Asa has been able to stay on top of the lobby coming into this spot. And another Malzahar 2 being constructed here. It feels like just everyone's piecing together Malzahar 2 as well.
Yeah, everybody wants the Malzahar 2. I mean, it's such a great unit at this stage in the game. It can help you bridge a lot of mid games into your transitions in the late game, because it is such a good carry, such a potent carry that will just kill an entire board with the Malefic Vision spreading. And you see a lot of people targeting it, a lot of people hitting it. Arcanist has been so popular on this patch for a early to mid game board that we're just seeing a lot of players run those AP item carriers and just try and get to the late game with Arcanist as the bridge.
Took a little bit of time for them to pick back up, but you know what, those slight buffs as well as some some little bit of balance adjustments across some of the punishments that Arcanists were facing, really working out well here as Asa took a 3-6 go to 7. Again, quite of an unusual spot, but again, picking up another win, staying at a very high life total here, and that was a level up to put a second copy of Vex in play, Vex 1. Just very unusual stuff like that. Little things like that can make such big differences at the end of the day.
And I'm trying to remember, I might be wrong on this, but I thought Asa was the one who went to 6 on 3-6 last time as well in the last lobby. And Asa is our current leader in Challenger Series at 18 points. Setsuko not far behind at 17, but Asa is the leader right now and has been just playing some great TFT. Got that first in the previous lobby over Kiyun's insane item board with this Clapio, and once again is just having a great performance in this lobby. But that is a lot of items here for Casper.
It's also, it's also a Kaisa as well.
Kaisa. Now I'm seeing the Kaisa.
Giddy up.
Oh boy. Level 7 Kaisa. Good socialite square, right? Not at risk of getting hooked by Blitzcrank. It's not the corner. It's just one to the right. Perfect for the Kaisa to sit there and get that damage buff.
Just go ahead and slam in the rod on there as well. Be like, it's going to take this anyway. I know it's going to. And then building a Bloodthirster onto Fiora as well. This is a very unusual setting. But again, this is the new patch, and so we're learning just as much about some of these trends as y'all are as well. Taking a look at this, I will say that Casper has played very flexibly in their recent games, and they have leaned slightly towards Fiora, but not really leaned towards anything in particular. But right now, when you have 4 bodyguards in play and you go up against this board from Asa, you're like, 4 bodyguards, come on. Like, it's not getting the job done here. In Ascension, he's not having the time to get through there. And sitting at 22 health, you got to move in. And so this is, again, just a go-ahead here from Casper. It's go to 8, 22 health. Like, you really cannot afford to give away rounds anymore. It's spend your gold and get your stuff in play.
Yeah, and that last loss really sucked for Casper because Asa, running into one of the stronger players in the lobby and losing a bunch more HP, going down to 22. Casper has gone 8th in the first 2 games. This is really not the position you want to be in game 3, staring down a potential additional 8th place 3 in a row. But you do have this very early Kaisa. You don't have a GA for her. It's all aggressive, and you're just going to have to hope that she can carry her way through. I mean,
there's only 3 players who have not gone to level 8 yet, as you see in this lobby. And so now you're seeing that this is the kind of performance that your Casper was hoping for on their board on the previous one. Very few upgrades really getting made here. It was the belt being moved over to Kaisa to pick up a Morello. Huge difference onto Kaisa, and a 2-star Seraphine getting added to the board there, as well as, I would say, contextually a better looking matchup. And now a 2-star Fiora. So now that's actually big. At this spot, it's very possible that Casper can start stacking up that gold again, and then considering, am I going to 9 here? Am I adjusting how this board is going to look? Or do I need to keep rolling very aggressively to try to find, perhaps this 2-star Kaisa to find that edge in the board? All of this is going to be context related to this point, and I feel like Casper is in a great spot to actually turn this 22 health total back around and have a strong performance.
Yeah, the scary thing is, does Casper start to feel stuck needing to roll down and just hunt down this Kaisa too? And do they not get to Econ at all because of that? because if Casper can actually start to econ up a little bit more, again, now feeling safe with this board that they've got, and then eventually get to that Kai'Sa too, I think that's going to be making a big difference. But that Kai'Sa gets sniped down, looks like it might still be enough. Yeah, the Fiora should be able to carry through, but that's terrifying, right? If that Kai'Sa gets sniped on other boards, maybe Casper just loses, and that's just game over. So it's such a terrifying spot to be. No gold, needing that last Kai'Sa, and Casper really just not wanting to go 8-8-8 to kick things off.
Yeah, it really just comes down to how do you adjust that? You know, what difference can you make on your board? Is 4 bodyguard overcommitting? Is it not overcommitting because just against the 80 players you need that sort of front line to take place? You know, it's a difficult kind of call to make. But for Casper, I do think it's possible to be making a call like that. And I think it's possible, again, to turn this back around. And I do think they have some time. You know, their loss that they took was to Asa. And Asa right now sitting at the top of the lobby with a pretty big win streak that's taking place as well. And so hopping over and changing boards to Robin's side, and you are seeing a transition in place right now. 2 Tahm Kenches get found.
It's pivot time. Here
oh boy.
There's a Scion 2.
That is big.
We're getting him into play. There's a Galio as well if we want to go the Colossus route and be able to pick that up as the Tommy Kench.
Wow.
Oh my god. Okay.
I didn't see the Nico.
I missed it too. I was not aware of that. And looks like
Clapio too.
Clapio's back. Okay. Clapio is back in business. This time for Robin.
Getting Sefford to start things off, but you know what? I don't think Clapio's going to mind that so much. He's just going to get angry instead.
Oh, there we go. The Orianna Shockwave going to hit a bunch of targets there, but here comes Clapio.
Oh my gosh, this
gets
is
into the back line. So much CC, the Scion 2, the Galio 2, and Asa now still on a item carrier TF. Definitely not going to win this one. Asa going to be fine at their 81 HP, and we'll probably see them pivot soon as well, but that's big. And now, wow, bodyguard emblems potentially available, or, I mean, I don't know. Band of Thieves gives you a lot of items.
Prismatic. It's a prismatic one as well. This is around the lobby. How powerful this is. You're looking at a Scion in the front line that can pick up a bodyguard emblem here, and you get to take that from 2 bodyguard to 4 bodyguard potentially, or you can have that be 2 bodyguards without having a bodyguard in play. Like, this is crazy how much stuff is happening here. Tahm Kench 2! You can feed the Tahm Kench and turn it into a bodyguard. What is happening?
So tanky. This board is insane, Admiral. It's gonna be Galio with 4 bodyguard Clapio. It's gonna be a 4 bodyguard Tahm Kench, a 4 bodyguard Scion. How do you kill this if you're dealing 80 damage? You don't. This board won't die. It might die to AP.
You need like 6 Giant Slayers. As well, like I'm gonna be shocked looking at how many players, you know, just have a strong prismatic emblem that's changing everything. A lot of bodyguards got taken. Stand United is getting taken across the board right now. Plumbum facing against this. This is certainly not the board you want to be facing right now. This is terrifying.
No, it's just scary just in sheer size. I mean, look at it. There's a big toad. It's been unloaded all over, and there's Scion and Galio just coming through slapping. He's just clapping. He's just picking up kill after kill.
Yeah, he can make your hands clap.
Oh my god, it's insane. I love to see this. This is such a cool board from Robin, and it's so tanky. There's nothing you can do about it if you aren't running an AP board, or like you said, just 6 Giant Slayers.
I mean, we saw Kai'Sa being able to have a strong performance against this.
Yes.
That's something to note. It's Casper being able to pick up a win. Kiyun able to pick up a win there as well. We have all 8 players heading into Stage 5 at this point. But really, I think one of the biggest things to think about is how Asa won the previous lobby with basically this kind of team. But one of the big differences is that Robin has a Tahm Kench in play that will continue to scale throughout the entirety of the game. This does not slow down. It just continues to get more powerful. Is that the one aspect that Asa was really missing, and kind of why it demanded that endgame attention that they had to provide to pick up that win? You know, they had to take a huge risk at the end of the game to win the previous lobby. For Robin here, you know, really the risk is in your positioning at that point.
Look, and I want to call out, like, Damn Daniel, we were talking about them early, dropping down to 52 HP. They have been win streaking since then, playing their go-to comp. They are playing Shaco. Now, Unfortunately for them, they are playing Shaco now into the 4 bodyguard Tom Kench Clapio. Like, they're never beating Robin with their comp in this game, but they can try and play for a second or a top 4, something of that nature. As we look at Khroen now also having their own Tom Kench. The Kenches are unbenched. They are going to be farming items for these players, trying to scale into this late game.
And that is a Yone that has 0 defense other than the Bloodthirster, tied up and gets just immediately consumed by the Tom Kench there, but takes very little damage from it thanks to the Bloodthirster shield that's been popping up here. So if you don't have a ton of CC or a giant burst, that Yone is going to be winning a lot of fights. Now, you're not going to take a ton of damage from it, but Khroen here, I think, was very divided on how this attention was going to be pulled. I mean, look at this bench and what was going on here. There's so many different possibilities that are available in that spot. When you have to slam a Yone with 0 items on the defense, like no QSS, no Guardian Angel, that's a very vulnerable unit.
And Casper ran into Robin and actually found a win. Holds on a little bit longer. Kiyun drops to 3. Casper might not be going 8 this time. He's trying his darndest. Wait, Khroen sold out of his Tom Kench.
I think rightfully so. I don't think it's performing necessarily in this one. I feel like something has to get found at this spot to really change the scenario.
Just gonna continue to play for these Stand Uniteds, try and get more synergies in if he can.
I mean, really, it feels like you're looking for Yuumi at this point. That gives you the 4 Academy.
Yeah, that would be big for the Yone, getting so much more damage. And Yone right now getting clapped right by the Galio, but he's holding on with all the lifesteal. Here's the CC chain, though, because there's the knock-up into the knock-up again into Sion. Gonna cast one more time in a second here, but there's just not enough damage. You can't get through these bodyguards. They're too tanky. They're way too tanky.
Jason's got him.
He's tickling him.
Oh, he's got him. He's got him. Oh, geez. Oh my gosh.
Oh, the humanity.
Robin's board, it's got a GA on the Tom Kench now as well. Like, that board is never getting vulnerable, it feels like. You have to find a way to purely counter that or just hope you don't run into it. And I feel like the hope you don't run into it is really the game plan for most of the players right now.
Oh, Plumbum went out 8th. Kiyun and Casper hold on long enough. Spencer falling down to 10. There's a bunch of people looking to fall down and make our top 4. They just got to hold on with those single-digit HP. As Khroen looking for that Jace 2.
Just needs to find an improvement, but positioning is really the thing right now from Khroen's side of the board. Positioning is everything right now.
Admirable, I got to step in. We just got a note from production that our resident assassin player hit a 3x Akali shop and bought all 3 of them. There's an Akali 2 for Damn Daniel. That's going to be crazy when we get a chance to see that board. Well, we just lose, actually.
Yeah, we just saw it right here. It just, I mean, I will say that the one thing I feel like that Shaco's really weak to is stuff like Yone, because you need to CC this unit to death. When you can't do that, he just keeps smashing. And in this spot right here, that Yone went completely unchecked. You're also very vulnerable, like the CC that happens from Braum, and then the Lissandra being able to kind of just tie up the board and really divide the aggression. You know, that's one of the weaknesses of Assassins is when their damage gets divided very heavily or gets focused too hard on like the one particular tank unit.
Yeah, and we lost Casper and Kiyun in that combat as well. Casper 887 not having a great challenger series in these first 3 games, and Kiyun coming off the back of such a great game 2, gonna fall in 6th. That's not what you want to be seeing. Kiyun really trying to get a strong performance, but still just looking for that day 2, of course, right? Because then it all resets. You're just trying to go and find that victory from there. Daniel, we're looking at this board. He's got this Akali too. He's got all these assassins, 5 Syndicate, 3 assassins in right now.
A lot of shifting of items taking place here. And a lot of stuff built on the bench that you're not necessarily excited about. Braum 2 is a huge find. And not willing to get rid of the Blitz just yet, it seems like. Blitz is going to get Zephyr'd in this spot. Can you take down this Victor 2 before it has a relevant performance? Yeah, Victor 2 is not being focused right now.
Yeah, it's staying alive.
Oh, boy.
And just all the sins are gone. Goodbye.
Yeah.
And this is going to take a lot of damage.
This feels like what ends up happening with this Assassin build a lot of times is if you can't pick up a Shaco 3 right away or find yourself like a 7 Syndicate with very strong augment potential, that it takes a pretty drastic drop-off in this one. But we are now in the top 4. Spencer getting eliminated in 5th place there. And so Daniel having a big turnaround performance from their early stages, and it went straight down to the comfort zone in this one, selling the Orianna. Can they find the Shaco?
Not quite gonna get it. Not just yet. Sells the Katarina too. Just trying to roll down every last bit that they can.
Oh.
Goes to 2 Assassin, tries to get in. That's a big, quick pivot that just went through there. Moves the Akali back into the Socialite square and gonna go up against Robin. This is a lot of bodyguards to have to deal with, but the Akali at least has some true damage. Maybe she can break through this, but it's so much HP.
Well,
I don't have a high amount of confidence in her ability to get through, but
it's a Frozen Heart. The Frozen Heart slowing down the damage on the Galio a ton in this spot. And so the Frozen Heart there, she's having time with the blue buff to just jump and pick back up the life total from the Syndicate that way. And then you get down to the execute threshold.
Yeah, got enough too. The Galio's not going to be able to do it. There's going to be one more drop in.
Wait!
Oh my God, Galio! No way! No way, Admirable!
What on earth?
What did we witness?
That is terrifying to watch happen. That doesn't feel like how it's supposed to work.
That didn't seem fair at all. Oh, we thought he had it. We thought the Akali had it. She was doing so much work.
Like just outside of the execute range the entire time. It's crazy to look at. And so I will say that for Daniel here, this is looking like a double reforge here. You have a Sunfire Cape and an Infinity Edge. Who's going to take these and why? And so the Sunfire Cape you don't necessarily need. You have Amarellos on the board right now. And so we'll come back and see what they're doing. But over to Robin's side of the board here.
Ooh, 2 more
Galio
Gallios.
3. Ah? That's what I think when I hit 5 Gallios.
Well, Robin thinks so.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. It's pretty tough to Galio 3.
Yeah, just looking for the Seraphine too, I guess, and the Kai'Sa too. There's one more Kai'Sa.
Yeah, where do these go?
Scary board that Robin has, but still hard to pick out who's going to be our first place finisher in this one, because the Yone for Khroen has just been popping off in a lot of these. Having the Last Whisper does mean that it can get through these bodyguards, even though it does take quite a while, but the crowd control coming through, the Galio landing down, the Colossus smash coming through from the Scion. One more smash, doesn't quite get it. It's not enough. It's not enough. Galio gets the knockup, but I don't think this is a repeat of last time. I don't think it has enough time to get the collapse through. It's going to be taken down. Robin going to take a big chunk of damage.
Yeah, this is not the overtime performance that ended up taking place there. You know, that was one of the reasons why that Galio got so scary, is you got to that, you know, all right, just cap out the attack speed and watch him go.
Yeah, Daniel falls there. Goes in fourth. Robin, Asa, Khroen. That's their top 3.
I'm just so focused on this spot here because there's so many different things that this last unit can be.
Ooh, Kai'Sa too.
Yeah, it's just going to be a big Kai'Sa too at this point. I mean, there's 0 synergies in play for this Kai'Sa. It's just a big unit. And so is that enough?
Yeah, big unit with Socialite 3 doesn't have any really good items for the Kai'Sa, but the Galio is still a massive carry. Looking for the crowd control. Watch these lasers from Victor. The Kai'Sa's just gone. The Kai'Sa is just gone, and it's down to Galio.
Oh, Galio is very mad at that.
Another laser, though. Another laser, and that's probably just going to do it. There's the Galio going down, and Robin is out in third.
Wow. The board fell off. It was like you said, the AP was going to be the difference. And so a big Victor getting big casts. That was the change. I mean, those items on a Victor, on a Socialite square, if you're not taking that unit out, it's got a lot of times to make some lasers that are just going to completely demolish the board. But up against Khroen's side of things, you know, Khroen finding it to the top 2 here, and frankly, with just basically the same life total that they had last time we looked at the board. Is this Yone enough to get to that back line and pick off those casters before they have a chance to wipe out the board?
And it just comes down to, can Yone get this shadow, get this clone onto the Victor, right? We watched these first few attacks onto the mouse. There it goes onto the back line, but it's not hitting the Victor yet. Now it is. It's on the Victor. He gets one cast off, but no, he stays alive. The Yone's down, and that's just going to be an easy cleanup. It looks like Asa might be able to pick up yet another first and continue this dominance in day 1 of the Challenger Series.
I mean, either way, it's still pretty much a dominance right now. You know, Asa's had a first and a second performance. in this event so far, you're looking at guaranteed another second place performance here. Like, this is stunning. I will say, though, that this Yone is picking up a lot more damage than I thought it was going to be able to at this point. But is your positioning, is it going to surprise your opponent anymore at this point, or do you need to figure something else out?
Well, and it also feels like Khroen's positioning was good, right? Because the Yone was on the side of the Victor. He has to get the clone onto the Victor and kill the Victor before too many lasers come out. And he's on the right side. He puts the clone right next to the Victor. It just didn't attack it. It just didn't get those swings in. And by the time it finally got Victor low enough, he already got a laser out. It killed off the Yone. There's nothing to do.
The full front line. The Orianna in the back. Can this be enough? Shroud coming in as well as the Yone getting Zephyred.
Zephyr
My
on the
gosh,
Yone.
that's a big difference. Can Yone move?
Stayed
Doesn't
alive
get
on the
fully
first laser.
lasered.
Stayed alive. Still alive. It's still kicking.
He had the stun?
One more laser from the Victor, but he's stunned? No. Does he stay alive though? Okay. We get one more. Khroen wins that time. Somehow, getting Zephyred on the Yone was actually better because he lived the first round of lasers.
Well, I think the better side of it is that the Yone is chewing through the rest of the board at a spot like that as well. And so it's giving you an opening for something to happen. It wasn't enough to have the board stuffed by the Yuumi. It wasn't enough to completely shut down that board at the end of the day. And so if the Yone is chewing through the rest of the board, like, the Victor has to win by itself. That's kind of like one of the weaknesses is when it's isolated. It takes a long time for those lasers to hit, all things considered.
Okay, the Yone has been moved. It does not get Zephyred this time. The Fiora is Zephyred instead. Yone making its way through the left side, but it does get shockwaved by the Orianna. Lasers hit down.
Ooh.
The Yone into the backline now again. It's knocked down on the lasers, and that's going to be a win for Khroen. That's going to be a win for Khroen. He takes him down, and Asa is going to go down in second. Khroen grabs a lobby win, much needed. He only had 7 points going into this one, but this is going to bring him right back up to the top contenders.
And a pretty impressive win at that, all things considered as well. Yone has very often kind of been stabilized this idea that you have to have like a Guardian Angel or a QSS or just something along those lines. But Bloodthirster proving a very powerful performance at the end of that day. You needed to have a healing item on that because he's just taking so much splash damage from the rest of the fight that if he's not able to take out the entire board very quickly, he's going to need more time. What's going to give him more time? It's going to be the Bloodthirster in that spot. That's the defensive item, is a Bloodthirster in that one, and Khroen picking up a win on that one, and a lot of that also has to do with their positioning, understanding the dynamic of the fight, and how to capitalize on peak performance from that Yone. If it takes down the rest of that board, it's way harder to burst it down.
It had to be the defensive item too, because any other defensive item you think about, it's the Yone is going to eventually die anyways, right? It needs to be able to constantly sustain the constant damage that is coming out, right? The first laser comes through, Bloodthirster shield saves you from that one. You heal back up to full with the Bloodthirster, able to keep that up and find that eventual win. We just saw Khroen pick up the win in this lobby on the back of that Yone, but let's check in on who won the other lobby. It was Solus, and that looks like Assassin Syndicate, so actually can be a first place finisher, and Damn Daniel might have been able to find that victory in a different lobby setup, as Solus actually grabbing that one.
Yeah, and that's again, huge diversity in the compositions that we're seeing, make it through to these top 4 spots. It doesn't feel like any one player is going after the same thing every single time, unless it's just one of those kind of comfort picks that they're going through on, and it feels like a different style of team is winning every single time. You love to see that. And again, this is part of the benefit of playing the tournament on the new patch, is that players are having to adjust their strategy quite a bit, as we're seeing now the overall performance from these 2 lobbies that we had in Game 3.
Yeah, let's take a check in on that overall, because we see Spicy Appy's actually grabbing another 3rd place, going to continue their rise back up after a pretty rough game number 1, but now they're on the top half of the players here with 16 points. Asa continuing that dominance up at 26, and Solus not far behind. Setsuko also having a great performance. So we're looking at this. Any big surprises sticking out to you, Admirable?
Well, the Sox, kind of falling down to the bottom spot, DQA having a bounce back after their first 2 rough games here. To me, it looks like this trend is continuing of what was, I'd say, expected at the start of it, was just the underdog performance. But Asa really is the big surprise over all of these things that are being said here. A very limited tournament performance that's taken place from Asa's side, but a very strong tournament performance that we are seeing here today in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see this pop off from Asa and continue to see them in the next few days, because 26 points already, 2 games to go. They're feeling really good. If they can keep up even close to the level of play they're doing, they're going to be a shoe-in for day 2 already. So that is awesome to see out of this player. And I mean, it's come off the back of this kind of a little bit off-kilter strategy of going to 6 on 3-1 repeatedly, or 3-6, sorry, going to 6 on 3-6 repeatedly. And that's been something that, you know, we noted as being slightly odd, and it has been working out for Asa over and over again, and absolutely loving that.
Yeah, context is going to matter a lot on that leveling up process. You know, it's there's a general guideline of how it works, but everything is going to have to be taken into consideration when you're looking at an aspect of that. You know, if you have a big loss streak, maybe it's not the best to go to 7 unless you're just taking a ton of damage at that point. If you're having a big win streak, sometimes going to 7 there is good. You also kind of get like the VIP role aspect of it. You know, when you're heading into the creep round and it's like, hey, I'm on level 7, my refresh is level 7 here. Great. So you just, you're getting a little bit of a better, roll window that's being shown in that spot. There's all sorts of different factors that come into that one, but that's the big thing I think about set 6 here for Teamfight Tactics is that all of these variables are taken into account. There are these major momentum spikes that can happen, and everything is going to be changing them at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got 2 more games to go, Admirable. And, of course, Asa stocks are up. So let's give a shout out to our partner, Ball Street. You can check out Fantasy TFT app and play along. You might want to buy some Asa because he seems to be popping off quite a bit. But, of course, we've got some more games to go to see if that continues to shake up. We're going to go to a short break, but TFT's Challenger Series will return after this. Welcome back to the Set 6 Challenger Series. It's day 1, baby. I'm still Casanova. Khroen, you're back with me. I'm just like still flabbergasted from all of these games so far. There's just been a lot of crazy TFT. It's been so much fun here on the desk. I mean, what are you making of the day so far? What are some of your immediate takeaways?
I mean, I just want to be like hype as like almost like a fan. Just like these are just some great quality games, but you know, I'm here to talk about the game and sound a little bit smart while I'm doing it. So the trends that we're seeing are exciting as well, right? The meta developments. I think we saw Assassins. You know, we saw Daniel be able to pull them out and top 4 with them, but also in the other lobby, it was Solus taking the win with Assassins, but then DQA got second also with Assassins. It was Solus running Katarina 3 fully itemized, and then itemized the Shaco 3 a bit later. DQA running the 3 Imperial kind of Talon 3 route of the Assassins, but they both performed very well, took down the rest of the lobby in a seemingly very dominant fashion, right? Both had multiple lives remaining going into that 1v1 heads up, so Assassins, we got to put some more stock into that one now going into these next games, because I'm sure after that performance, it is on a lot of players' radars right now.
Asa stock, Assassin stock, which, you know, where we go, where we go with things.
Both
are up. Both are up. I think both are up right now. We might want to look a little bit at Daniel as well, because they've been trying to force the Assassins, and maybe they'll get a high rolly game and end up with a first coming into games 4 or 5. They haven't had the best first few games, but in this game 3 they were able to top 4 with their comfort composition and trying to start to build their way back into this tournament, try and make it to that day 2. I think a lot of shakeups happened after the last game. We saw Sox getting an 8th, right? And we saw Spicy Abby's continuing that climb back up with 2 third places in a row after a pretty disappointing first game. And so this bubble in the middle is starting to become very tight, and a lot of players are just vying for those final few positions as we get into these last 2 games.
The last 2 games are going to be very intense for the players towards like the middle half below the bubble, right? And that like kind of like 12th, 11th, maybe like 13th places. They can still come back up with a couple of good games and then reach the top 8, but a lot comes down to, you know, very specific circumstances. I did want to give a moment to kind of compliment Solus as well. He's currently sitting in 2nd place on the day. Obviously, Asa is having an insane day, but Solus as well came into set 6 and has been vocal about it in interviews, saying that he's never wanted to make a Worlds, you know, more than right now in this set. This is probably the best version of Solus that we've seen since like set 1 or 2. Past few sets, he's been like, I don't want to say more casually, still played a lot of TFT, but he hasn't had that oomph that really separates himself, at least in tournaments, that we are seeing right now. So props to Solus for that one. He's doing great in the day, but we do have to turn our attention, of course, once again to that bubble and players who are really vying for that top 8.
Yeah, I mean, Solus is top 2 right now. You know, like he's doing exceptionally, and you know, you mentioned that he hasn't wanted to make a Worlds any more than this one, and he's doing his best to make it there, right? He's trying to make it to that mid-set.
Small steps.
If he can top 2 this tournament, I mean, of course, this is just to make it to day 2, and then there's a whole nother day of play, but Solus has been playing some great TFT so far, alongside, you know, Asa and Setsuko, who have put themselves at the top of the table, and really, we're just watching that bubble. We're watching, you know, the Spencers, the Kuramax, Spicy Appies, Camp, Sox, all just right in the middle, trying to vie for those last few spots.
Yeah, it is crazy that Spicy Happy is, after a poor game number 1 with 2, you know, good games now, has put himself in the top 8. Just needs to remain with that consistency, but hopefully he was able to make it happen as we look at Solus. Assassins were on the table last game, and we have an IE potential already for Solus. We'll see what augments he gets. If maybe he gets a Assassin emblem, or maybe a Smoke Bomb, something like that. Even the Monterey from the Assassins, all very good choices, but as in set 6 fashion, it comes to just RNG. What you get out of those augments dictates the whole pace of the game, and I mean, that's exciting, right? That's one of the reasons that players and fans, everyone's been loving set 6. A lot of that replayability, every game is going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just the greatest part about augments, is that every game is different. It is just, and you have to be adaptable, and the adaptable players are popping off. So here we're looking at the options for Solus. Socialite Heart, Underdogs. Thrill is going to be just the snap pick there. That makes sense. It's very just solid augment. Looking over on this board, and we get a makeshift armor pickup for Camp.
Okay, that's nice. It synergizes pretty well. with the innovators, gonna probably sell that Singe, not make a Singe 2 with a glove, have that stuck on there, as well as not getting makeshift value. Having a Heimerdinger early as well, Poppy and Shop, we could be seeing this a level 5 board go Yordles as well, or maybe even go the opposite way, run 3 Yordles and then go 3 Innovators once you get level 5. There's been a lot of players running Yordles today, and for very good reason, right? The economy you're able to gain from it has massive implications, can let you go fast 8 a lot more comfortably.
All right. Let's see what other items get picked up, or if it's just a lot of gold for camp. It's gonna be 3 gold from that one.
Okay. There's the Poppy. All right, here we go. Definitely have been surprised to not see that being picked up. Only 2 items it looks like here, which means you get a lot of gold. Able to not run the Yordles. It looks like camp is prioritizing a strong board as opposed to economy, which is, I think, a little bit unlike their previous games. I think camp was the player who played mercenaries. Yep. Yeah, so they were very comfortable dropping low HP. There was even, I believe, last game in this lobby that wasn't shown on stream that they had a bit of a loss streak early too, but still able to make a little bit happen with it. Camp, however, strong board. No items really to slam though, unless they want to slam the TG, but that is a little overcommittal probably.
Yeah, and just making use of the makeshift armor as well, right? Just kind of hanging on to the items until they can find the perfect things, and just getting the full value by having no items, actually. It's the most value you can get out of the augment is by playing 0 items, and it's working out here with camp having a very strong board.
We've talked about, augment value today with things like, metabolic and now makeshift, and yeah, you're getting peak value out of that one, so nice to see. DQA ran Assassin's last game. He has a Shaco already with a GA. Definitely with GA being nerfed and just on Shaco in general, with having his Deceive and being able to reset the aggro, doesn't quite need GA as heavily as some other carries, but still an okay item to slam nonetheless. It does get rid of a sword though, but maybe that's okay. You only need, 2 gloves, 1 sword to have some good Shaco items with Last Whisper IE.
Yeah. Is this going to be the lobby meta? It's actually just Assassins because it went 1-2 last game. And like we looked at the other lobby and yeah, Daniel played it, but he's quote unquote a one trick, right? Oshako, right?
Yeah.
And so of course you expect them to play it, but on this lobby, Assassins maybe weren't something that we would expect to even see in any game. I mean, it might pop up, right? But then 2 of them going 1-2, and now suddenly, a couple players already kicking things off. We got a Shaco. I saw a Talon board a second ago. I mean, It's very early. It doesn't mean anything as far as your final comps, but it is interesting to keep tabs of as we see a Talon 2 for Solus.
Talon 2 for Solus is big. It could flop and maybe, Solus goes to the Imperial side of the Assassins and DQA goes to the other route with the Shaco. But DQA does have Ascension, and that's going to get value the longer the fights go on. Generally, Assassins are finishing fights very quickly. So again, talking about the theme of augment value, it is not very much value to be had here for an Assassin board. So with that in mind, DQA might end up pivoting out to some other generic AD board. Or even AP board, right? It's 1 bow, not the end of the world.
It's a bow and a GA, and GA is not even bad on your AP boards, right? So
exactly.
We'll see as the game goes on, of course. But it is still just a fun thing to think about, is that the lobbies just having completely different metas based on what happens in the first game when they come in, right? So now we might have some Sin players because they're like, that looked a little bit good in the last game. I might need to get in on that myself.
It's so interesting. You obviously can't know for sure without specifically asking every single player, and they might not even know, right? Just like how influenced they are by what happens in the previous lobby. But there's definitely some kind of weight there. It's just how much is really the question as we do get on into stage 2 carousel. Only a couple members of this lobby being 100 HP between DQA and Chess Mage. Spicy Appy's down there at 80, a little bit low, but Appy's a player that you were looking at coming into today.
Yeah.
Kind of shared the same sentiment of, want to root for him because he's feeling this pressure. He wants to really pop off, have a statement day, and he has started to really, really have one here in the past couple of games.
Yeah, we'll have to. I mean, I'm rooting for Spicy Appies, right? Like I saw that tweet and I'm like, this is the kind of player that I want to throw my hat in the ring for. I want to be like, hey, you know what? Let's do it. Let's have your pop off performance. It's an up and coming player. I always love when we've got a rising star in North American TFT, and Spicy Appies is definitely an easy person to root for, right? They're just a great personality, and I'm hoping that we continue to see this upward trend that we saw after the first game went not so great, and then we've seen 2 top 3s in the following games. Spicy Appy's, dropping a lot of HP early on, but that's just, lose streaking, right? Trying to get that econ going.
Definitely. I mean, on the kind of other side here, a player who has not had the best day, Chess Mage, has had an 8th and then a 6th. So really needs to make sure that these next 2 games are nothing less than like a 1st and a 2nd to have a chance, I think, to top 8. Maybe get away with like a second if you're lucky, depending on a lot of factors. But this is do or die time for Chess Mage. This game needs to have a good placement.
Yeah, and we see, another GA slam, right? Chess Mage is another player that's slamming a GA early. GA Morello. I mean, are we last patch? Is this just Kaisa? I mean, of course it can be played on many more things, but this is like, it's funny because it looks like a Kaisa waiting room. These are just the 2 required items for your Kaisa, and then you wait and see whatever the 3rd one is. I mean, you would hope it's an Archangels, but it could be a lot of different things.
Yeah, no, definitely. And Morello's on the opposite side, TF versus TF. The only difference is between the GA and the Chalice there for Dish Soap. Chalice, a great item. We've seen multiple players utilize it over the course of this tournament. Sox being another one. He is in this lobby as well. Looks like Dish Soap going to be a bit stronger than Chess Mage. Needs to sell to make econ and will do so. But the streak has been broken, and that is a big deal.
Yep, streak broken, econ in shambles.
Basically.
I mean, not actually shambles, but it does suck.
Not shambles, but yeah, you feel it. You feel it, losing a streak before neutrals.
Dish Soap. Yeah, I've been liking these Chalice slams. I know you were high on this as well, right? This is something you've been a fan of. I think it just gives you so much power in the early game, so much AP, and, mana items in the late game, pretty solid.
Oh, definitely. Being able to, I think I mentioned earlier, utilize that on carries, kind of like pseudo carries, right? Like Orianas and things like that. Even like Seraphines can get some decent value out of that. Just AP is good. Every single unit in TFT scales off of AP. They make you do more damage, more healing, whatever. All the AP scaling is there. It's just so does clear up these Krugs. Does not have a lot of gold. If there's any worrying thing right now about Dish Soap's position, it is the lack of economy. A lot of players would like to be at least, 40 gold right now, if not, 50 in best case scenario. But that is a Gunblade slam. Interestingly enough, I think of Gunblade, immediately my mind goes to Tom Kench, being able to self-sustain with like a Gunblade, Quicksilver, things like that. And wow, Dish Soap even levels up to 6 at 3-1 with having, I don't want to say as poor of economy as he has, but there's going to need to carry this win streak. Yeah, I guess I could, and I should say it, right? Because if Dish Soap's streak goes away here, that economy, I will say, is in shambles.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't go away, right? You leveled, you slammed these items.
Yeah.
But if it does, you're in a lot of trouble being a 19 gold. I mean, you can sell this as, or sorry, you sold one Ezreal already.
Yeah.
So you're making the 20. Which is huge, right? Because you really can't be on just the 10 econ going into this round, because everyone else is going to be up at 50.
Yeah, I mean, here we see Setsuko at, going to sell up to 50 here, level 6. Great, that's kind of where you want to be at. You've sacrificed a bit of HP, but the economy is fantastic. Actually, that last fight between Dish Soap and Solus leveled up to 6 as well, and was in a similar spot. I don't even think Solus made 20 gold that round. So, Solus being at 80 HP, he has a lot of catching up to do, but focusing on Setsuko at the moment has Stand United, running 4 different synergies. That's going to be some decent AD and AP. I believe 8 in total, because this Tier 1 Stand United gives 2 AD AP per synergy. So here we have it.
Yeah, Zyra just decimating this board. Dish Soap, of course, very strong. The TF having 3 pretty powerful items. Gunblade I don't normally think of as like an early game item. It really is a late game, really a Tom Kench item. But it's still gonna do a lot of work at this stage when the TF is so stacked, right? It's still gonna be a lot of HP coming back on those casts. I'm casting relatively frequently, so we get another pickup: Sniper Nest, Item Grab Bag, or Socialite Heart.
Socialite Heart, I imagine. I know where it's at this point. Perhaps not, though. But it is going to be Item Grab Bag, giving a Rage Blade. Not the worst. Misfortune will certainly get some value out of it. thinking of the carries that work well with it. I mean, Galio, hey, Clapio, we saw that earlier.
Yeah.
No IEs, no gloves even to work with right now. But
Back-to-back
Yone,
games, in fact. Saw Clapio.
yeah, true. That's crazy, actually. The success that we've seen Clapio have. It did get third last lobby, I think, but still a respectable performance given how strong the other players were.
Yeah, you take a third on day one. Day one,
Oh, yeah.
third place. Whew! We love that. We love that every time.
100%.
That's giving you a lot of points. Get a couple thirds, you're making it to day two.
Yeah, something I almost feel obligated to bring up, as I do probably any tournament, is say the style of play should differ from day 1 to day 2.
Oh, yeah.
Because day 1, you just want to play consistently, get your top 4s, make it forward to the next day, and then really try for your first or 8th strategies, your pop-offs, because you want to play for the top 2, right? To advance to the mid-set. So players should be playing with that in mind if they're not.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, I would rather go 8th instead of 4th or 3rd on the final day if I was fighting for that first place spot, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, if
Players
I'd
feel the
rather
same.
play for 1st and get 8th on the final day. But on day 1, I don't care where I'm at. I'll be 8th, Out of 8 players make it to the next day. Yeah, screw it.
Yeah.
It doesn't
that's
matter.
Fine.
Play as consistent as I can.
Exactly. Right there with you. The lobby is starting to separate itself from HP a little bit. Like, Dish Soap is still win streaking, fortunately. Setsuko is down there at the bottom. But did have an interesting unit. And that was going to be I believe it was Shaco, with a couple of good items.
Solus
See what
on
these
for a
bring.
bow. I don't know how many people are still on Assassins. We did just see one Sin board, and I think I saw DQA pick up a Shaco 2 a little bit earlier.
Ah, okay.
It might have been the same board, actually.
DQA does have a Shaco 2 right now.
Yeah.
GA, Last Whisper. Pretty solid stuff. Oh, yeah, it was the previous board. Okay, Spicy Appy is here. A Locket Slam. That's not something that's been very meta. Oh, it might have came from the item grab bag
there
there.
is-
Because
yeah,
you generally
yeah.
would not slam a Locket like that. I was like, wow, racking my brain. Like, is it value? Are people going 5-head right now? Not only slamming Chalices, but Lockets, just these aura items that we've seen in past metas. Not gonna be the case. It's just the item grab bag.
A lot of players are leaning towards item grab bag, though. I've noticed in this tournament, we've seen it a lot more than I expected it to, realistically,
Yeah.
because it is a lot of RNG, but it is an extra item. So it is always good to have more items. As Kiyun can attest, more item is good.
More item equals more better. Yes.
Yes.
In a proper English fashion. But Spicy Appy's there going up against the board of Dish Soap. As Dish Soap's time run out? No, still gonna be streaking. Spicy Appy's takes the L there.
Yeah, it takes the L, but still 70 HP, good econ. Just making their way into the late game, trying to set up a very good end game. Try and continue the consistency, right? 2 back-to-back third places. If they just keep doing that 1 or 2 more games, they're making day 2, right? So gotta keep just trying to have these solid placements.
100%. Blue buff being slammed, there's not that many items that lean into a specific direction. You can still utilize blue buff with some AD boards, just not on the units, but it really comes down to what items drop on the wolves for Spicy Appies to dictate his direction here. He has Ascension, so it's gonna work with anything. Item grab bag, this locket can kind of work for anything as well. Heimer with 1 blue buff, not gonna be the best carry, as we see why he's kind of losing rounds right now.
Dish Soap just went Heimer 2, Echo 2, by the way. So
Ooh, wow.
the strong get stronger, it seems like. That win streak
yeah.
probably not going anywhere for a little while, unless someone else just has a really powerful board that we haven't noticed yet.
Yeah. Oh wow. For a bit of context, Dish Soap leveled to 6 and rolled a bit to find those upgrades, or excuse me, leveled to 7 and rolled a bit for those upgrades. So his gold's not going to be that great right now. It's only on about 20. But hey, you keep the streak going, that gold can start to recoup. Spicy Appy is thinking about going 7 right now. Will between this turn and next turn, depending on what these wolves drop, for sure.
All right. Gonna be checking for these items here on wolves. Yeah, really only the blue buff. Definitely want a rod for this Morello. Gonna find another sword instead. Another sword. Oh boy.
Okay, so I did mention that this doesn't have to be an AP board. It has a blue buff, which is, generally AP centric, but that can still be utilized on in a unit like, I don't know, Oriana or just something else random if we do go to pivot into AD. But looking at Sox's position here, has a lot of challengers, phony frontline, weak spot as well. Double Runan's Yone is not ideal, to say the least, but hopefully it's going to be enough to get the job done.
It's not optimal.
No, it's unfortunately not. But Sox is rolling down on level 7, 4 costs, and not hitting even pairs, which feels very bad. This is looking like an 8th.
Yeah, that Yone didn't do anything. It died. I guess that is something. I guess technically I can't say it didn't do anything. Because it did die to a bunch of rockets immediately, and yeah, looking a little rough for Sox. Going down to 26 HP, no gold, board sucks, items suck. It's not looking good.
This is crazy considering Sox started the day with a 1st place and went to then a 5th and now an 8th. Might even 8th again. Like,
okay,
that would be a huge trend. Okay,
does that? I mean, but the items still suck. So it's like, how much is it gonna salvage? Is the question, right?
Hopefully enough, right? Able to. Okay, rolling down level 7 means that you're trying to hit that. That is the one thing that you are rolling down to salvage your game. I've definitely made claims before where, okay, it's looking like an 8th and a player somehow manages to make it into like a 5th or 4th or something, and props to Sox if he's able to do so. But let's see, definitely these items, and then getting eaten by
Yone immediately.
He's not dead.
Yeah, at least it's the Kench 1 with just no stacking yet, but it just like delayed all of Sox's damage, and now Yone doesn't have any sustain really. He's just getting completely destroyed. You know, he did the same thing again. He died to Heimer rockets.
Oh my god.
There we go. Spicy Happy's taking another win there.
Spicy Happy is leveling to 8, and still not a strong board, but strong enough to roll into 1 Tahm Kench, deal with Sox's Yone. It's
deal with it.
What do you even? Oh my god! What do you even do from Sox's spot here? Because you don't have the gold to level to 8 and be comfortable, but you might just have to. The majority of this board is, well, I guess the majority is tier 2, but there are key units that are tier 1, like the Fiora, like the Braum, and yeah, Sox is rolling down still. Okay. Perhaps a Janna 2?
How do
level
you play
7
it?
though, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to fit all these things in because you're level 7. Oh boy.
I mean, I guess the tankiness of the bodyguard really didn't matter anyway. Honestly, the Janna probably makes your board more tanky just by ulting.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
he's gonna ult, he's gonna heal. It's like, it's better than a, I don't know. I mean, the Braum 1 is still in there doing some work. Shaco for chess mage, but we just have so many Runans being played, and
okay.
Fortunately, Sox stabilizes.
That's a bold word choice. Doesn't die on this round, I guess, for sure.
Doesn't die, yeah. Oh man.
Stable, maybe not the word I would want to use.
Hey, if it's stable for even 1 round, you gotta take the copium where you can. I think if you're in Sox's spot.
I think we're taking a big hit of copium with that one.
Hey, sometimes you need to, man. Sometimes you need to. All right, the rest of the players taking their respective items. Their soap's still pretty healthy. Has not kept the win streak fully going, but 83 HP at 4-5, still very, very good. We got Chess Mage. Ooh, Level 8 rolldown. It's going to be big, depending on what legendaries that Chess Mage hits. Is there any Akali's that come through? Looks like TF is kind of just like the Akali item holder a little bit, besides the Morellos that can go somewhere else.
Okay.
Rolling and not hitting too much here. Tarek upgrade, maybe replacement TF.
Have 5 Syndicate, 4 Bodyguard. Has the Shaco on the Syndicate square. Yeah, no, the the Socialite square.
Yep. Oh wow, Jace with 3 AD items in the backline there for Solus on level 7.
He's chunking. He's doing a ton of damage. The Shaco almost took him down, but now Braum comes back. Gonna peel a little bit. And Shaco's on the Jace, but finally the Jace turns around. He's going to pick up that kill, and TF is not going to be a strong enough carry. I think Jace just wins out from here.
Yeah, that fight looks like very much a thrill of the hunt if the Jace was able to heal back up. Actually, the Shaco wasn't able to take him down because the Shaco only has an item and a half. Doesn't even have assassins in, but now assassins are being offered with this assassin crest.
Yeah.
More likely to be Exiles or Celestial Blessing, however. Both are, I think, are really good options here.
Yeah, it might still be easy enough for Chessmage to play Sins a little bit later on. I don't know how much the Assassin tier 1 is going to help this Shaco carry as well, and looks like it is just going to be the Exiles pick instead, which, of course, like you were saying, it's just going to give a little bit more value here in general, giving all that shielding when jumping in at the start.
Yeah, it looks like Chessmage is just being like, saying, okay, I want 5 Syndicate. I'm hopefully going to roll until I either hit Shaco 3 or an Akali, or hopefully both. The thing is, Chessmage has not hit very many. Oh, but okay, as soon as I say that, next shop has both a Shaco and an Akali.
Okay.
Here we go. The TF goes out, Akali goes in. We have our 2 Sins. We have some going on here, finally, for Chessmage.
Pretty good Akali items as well, I have to say.
Not bad.
There is a tier left as well, so potentially can go for a blue buff if the chickens decide to give one over.
That is true. Akali can make use out of that. I don't think it's like a necessary item for Akali. Yeah, definitely not necessary, but it's still going to be good. And yeah, with the 2 Assassins and with the Akali, it's looking a lot better. Going up against DQA, who's still rolling for these Assassins. DQA had a top placement last game with Sins. It went Talon 3. Looking for some Sin reroll gameplay yet again as, Sox goes 8th.
Felt like such a low roll game for him.
It really, it did.
He tried.
Yeah, when you're in a position where you have to roll down to level 7, it already feels bad, but then rolling down to level 7, not hitting for a while, and having not best in slot items, like, what's going right for you? Nothing.
Yeah, and it's going to happen from time to time, and Sox, at least, having a first place earlier, going to help him out quite a bit, and hopefully he can turn it around in the final game, because it's going to hurt a lot having this 8th on the record for his chances in making it to day 2.
Yeah, Arthur Day strong, but has severely slacked these last couple of games. Maybe low roll, whoever may have it.
Well, this one seemed like a low roll for sure. This one was just really rough. I mean, it's hard to salvage that with just the position he ended up in.
Yeah, this board though from Setsuko looks very nice. 3 items on Oriana in the Socialite Hex, 2 good items in the Jhin, Bodyguard on the Seraphine with Morellos. This is about as good as you can get for like a level 8 4 cost centric board. Even has the frontline upgraded. Setsuko in a perfect spot here almost.
Yeah, that's a great Zephyr though. Gonna hit onto this Oriana. Now we just have to wait and see. This first Shockwave I feel like is going to be massive. The Zyra does hit big, but there's the Shockwave. And the Seraphine follow-up, but the Janna gets the ulti off. Gonna keep everything alive for now. It's not gonna be enough though. This is a very, very powerful board for Setsuko. The Jhin and the Ori both completely stacked. I mean, even the Seraphine's got, solid item of having the Morello to apply that to everybody.
Yeah, there's a beautiful combo. It looked like, some Summoner's Rift gameplay. Oriana ulti Shockwave into a Seraphine ult, Jhin to clean it up. I mean, everything's there. Even your frontline Braum to tank is still alive. Everything's upgraded almost, besides the units that don't really matter as much, right? With the Taric, the Janna, and the Blitzcrank. But 4 bodyguards, I've loved saying, and I truly believe that 4 bodyguards is very good in this meta, and we're going to see the value of it constantly in these fights versus AD compositions.
Yeah, and just taking stock of the HP, we're looking DQA picks up Katarina 3, goes to level 7, 9 health left. Gonna be trying to win streak out and make it into this top 4. Camp also very low, 1 loss from falling. Solus holding on, probably has two left in him before he goes down.
Yep. Oh, another strong front line. This is Bodyguard Scion, but Solus is level 7 still with his Jace being the carry. Needed to roll down in 7 to hit the Scion to stabilize for the front line. Jace hopefully is protected enough by that Philly front line back there.
Yeah, I mean, there's the CC from the Scion doing a lot. The Jace going to take a lot of damage and now getting sniped away. If the Jhin can turn and pop him, we see the hits from the Runons slowly whittling down the Jace, eventually going to get there. And I think, Solus, this isn't a loss that was bad enough that he should die. I think he's going to hang on with just a little bit of HP left. Yeah. He'll have 1 more left to hang on, but he's just not that strong with just the Jace carry.
Maybe he can go level 8 right now, but even so, he'd be on about 0 gold if he does so.
There's 8.
There's 8. But, what do you do there? Level 8, no gold. Can play like a singular 1 cost or 2 cost unit or something. Okay, it's the Taric 2. Never mind. Had a bit of gold to work with. Setsuko, only player in this lobby streaking. HP totals are, no one's running away with it. Even Dish Soap and Chess Mage have kind of equalized out a little bit, at least in the top 4. But that bottom 4, though, 11, 9, and 4 HP, they're really feeling the pressure right now.
Camp. We gotta watch out here. The Lux getting some big hits, but that's a big Orianna shockwave to follow up. Now the Lux, though, staying alive, untouched. Camp gonna stay alive with this Arcanist board. Lux popping off again. There we go, just taking down this board, Setsuko, and there we go. We're gonna have a little bit of a pause here.
Oof.
Take a second before we get back into that action. Hopefully, everything gets sorted out all nice and easy. But Camp hanging on. That's a very strong Arcanist board. My heart stops every time there's a Lux, because I feel like it's so fragile, those boards. Because the Lux might just one-shot everything, or something happens, an assassin gets back there, there's like a blitz hook, there's a Zephyr, something goes wrong, the Lux dies, and then the board doesn't do anything. It is just dead, you lose, that's it, one time, and Camp has 11 health.
I think we saw that earlier today in game 1 or 2 with Spencer's Lux getting blitzcrank hooked, and that just immediately been like, okay, the fight's just over. You can't win at this point. And positioning as well is big, right? That was a perfectly positioned Lux from Camp, hitting the Orianna, Seraphine, and the Jhin. Every single carry of Setsuko got sniped by that Lux because she was diagonal. They weren't spread out at all because you kind of can't based off. I mean, I guess you could. You can move Jhin to left side, leave Orianna there in the Socialite Hex, but just did not respect the Lux damage and got punished for it.
Yeah, and it keeps Camp alive for now, but how long will Camp actually be able to hang on? Because we mentioned it before, 11 health. That's one loss, and Camp is gone, and it's just hanging on to this Lux for as long as it can go, because it's strong enough to make a top 4, for sure. It is at that power level, but it's such a fragile composition, and so it'll be cool to see if Camp can actually make it. I think it'll be big for Camp to have that happen. They are one of the players that's in that bubble position, right? 15 points for Camp on the day so far. That's kind of tied in the middle with Socks, Spicy Appies at 16, Khroen at 17, right? Like this little tight area where everybody is so close together, and you really want to make sure you're not getting a bottom 4 with that, as I think we are going to be getting back into game. We're going to see the culmination of all of this. Is Solus, does he survive on this 4 HP, or is he going out 7th? We're going to see it tick on that right side of your screen in just a second here.
Wait with bated breath. Solus, what's going to happen? Oh, he does lose out 7th place. He's still fine, right? I think he came into game 4 being 2nd place overall in the day. So he has a bit of wiggle room, right? This is not doomed for Solus. Just needs to make sure he has a decent game number 5. But as we move forward into the end of stage 5, these players on the bubble, like you mentioned, it's possible for Camp to get eliminated with just 1 loss. He could live if it's just like a 1 or 2 unit loss. But Lux fights are probably going to be either you win hard or you lose hard. Especially with there being assassins in the lobby, like you mentioned, assassins, they get rid of the Lux. That's just your whole board, just boom, gone.
Yeah, because you're not killing much if it dies. Appies gets the Tahm Kench too, though. Can he double feed before going for it too? Might happen.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Double feed.
Yeah, there you go.
Tahm Kench too. Make sure to get as much stats as possible so your Tahm Kench can farm you more items, so you can do your best Q and cosplay and have just your whole board filled with items.
I still can't believe how many. I'm going for a world record of items there. Having the entire shop, the entire inventory. It's a superstore.
It really is. Oh, okay, positioned. Actually, Urgot is positioned well against this Lux.
Yeah, this is scary for Camp, because that Tahm Kench too is just getting into the thick of things. It's not dying to the Lux just yet. It's barely avoiding things, but it doesn't have any healing. Urgot, though, still alive, healing up with the Bloodthirster. Lux doesn't one-shot him, so he's staying alive. You know, we talked about how Lux boards normally don't lose with just one thing, but there we go. It's an Urgot with a Bloodthirster. Not quite able to die, but Camp stays alive, and that might be enough for Camp to still top 4 this.
As in true TFT passion, there's always exceptions to the norm, and that was an exception right there. The Urgot, the Titan's Resolve, made sure the Urgot lived just barely through multiple Lux ultimates, and was able to, have enough damage and sustain with that Bloodthirster. And the Celestial Blessing as well. Like, there's a lot of healing output on that Urgot.
Yeah.
DQA goes out.
I was about to say Camp outlives DQA because of this, right?
Yeah.
So that's huge. Because normally on any loss that you have on the Lux board, you're probably going to lose a lot. Would have been a lot more negative than -2, but actually staying alive, able to outlast DQA. Now looking at Setsuko like, hey, I'm just trying to outlast you now, buddy.
Exactly. There you see the Akali. The blue buff did come through for the Akali. But for the Sins, you know, that Bramble Tom Kench is going to be very, very hard to get through. The Urgot's going to take that Shaco for so long. The Bloodthirster and the Titans fully stacked. This Urgot just doesn't die. It's so hard to take him out.
Big
5
boys.
Chemtech as well. Real big lads here.
The crab and the catfish is rolling on through. We got a seafood buffet, bayou brunch, if you will, coming through.
There you go. I mean, it's Tom Kench really on the seafood diet. Seafood, eat it. Get gold, get items. There you go. It's all he needs in life. Just to eat.
Just eat.
No thought, just eat.
No thought, just eat. Absolutely.
Locket, not a great item for Appies here. Already has one, right? With the, I think it was the grab bag earlier. It's on the Lissandra, it's giving some value. Just would have wished for something a bit better here.
Yeah, it's like an extra bonus item, and it's just some extra HP. I mean, you're a little upset about it because your item grab bag could have been anything, but at least you're getting something. I mean, getting another one here off the dragon, yeah, I guess that's a little bit like, okay, well,
Yeah.
I didn't want this many lockets, but
Oh man, the HPs though on Chess Mage, Setsuko, and Camp are all so intense. Chess Mage hits a Shaco 3. That's big. Dish Soap, Jace 2. Oh man, so many of these boards are so strong at this point in the game now.
yeah, has the 5 innovators. The Jace in the front line, so going hammer form with that one, but he is still, having some 80 items, getting the lifesteal with the Bloodthirster. Got the
Yeah.
Heimer in the back line as well. Pretty good items on that Heimer as well to just be giving some HP back.
The Zephyr and Shroud positionings, are
Yeah.
they good? No, neither are good.
Not gonna hit anything, and Camp's got the lasers coming out right away. Lux is untouched, and nobody can really threaten her. Yeah, the Orianna shockwave comes through, but there's a shield. I think Lux is just gonna keep firing away. It feels really good for Camp, but the Jace actually still full HP. Jace now into the backline. Wow, that's really surprising. Lux untouched the whole time, and still not enough. Dish Soap just runs over Camp. Camp gonna fall out in 5th.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that Chess Mage can get lower HP at this point. In fact, he even wins his fight in that ghost round, it looked like. Appies takes the L, but still is top 4ing on the day. Appies is really coming out and impressing today. Dish Soap, even with missing the Shroud, missing the Zephyr, thought he'd fight somebody else, still comes up with the win. 2 Heimerdingers away from Heimer 3, does not have a lot of gold left to hit them. Maybe hitting a replacement Janna and a shop of 2 Heimers, you can make it happen, because replacing Janna means you can replace the Shroud, but is not even going to be playing for that outcome. Is going to be more focused on scouting, seeing where the Zephyr wants to be, and seeing where the Shroud wants to be.
Yeah, another miss though on the Shroud. Not going to connect on anyone on Appy's board, and now we've got the Tom Kench walking forward. He is stuck on one of the training dummies though, and that's not going to help out too much for Appy's, because the Urgot still pumping plenty of damage in the back line. I'm just watching this Heimer blow up the TK, and now it's just down to Urgot, but this Innovator board is really popping off, as it's just an Urgot remaining, and Appy's, this is a lot of damage that's going to come through. He might just go completely down. I think he will, yeah.
Wow,
Appy's
yeah.
going to go down -3, but does keep enough HP that this is the third place in a row for Appy's, outliving Chess Mage, who goes down to -4, and we've got a 1v1 between Setsuko and Dish Soap.
Gotta be happy about the 3/3 in the place if you're Spicy Appies. Even outlasting Chess Mage by 1 HP feels very good. Dish Soap, that Heimer is not going to be Heimer 3, it looks like. But that Jace lived for so long in the previous fight. Heimer pumping a lot of damage. Looking at the Jhin, the Orianna, though, there is a lot of threats on the other board here from Setsuko. This fight could go either way.
Yeah, we gotta watch this first shockwave, see where it lands, but the Zephyr is going to connect, and Seraphine has been hit by the Shroud, so we're not gonna see that Morello applied too early. Now the curtain call comes out. Jhin gonna be putting a lot of damage onto all of the board of Dish Soap, and now it's just up to the Jhin. One more big shockwave. I think it's looking good for the side of Setsuko, at least for now, surviving another round, and might be able to secure the first over Dish Soap. Just needs to find one more win.
Any Heimers in the carousel? No, no Heimers. There is Socialite, there is Enforcer. Good late game splashes to add on in. Both these players look like they have no idea what they want to take on this carousel. It's going to be a Bloodthirster for Dish Soap, a GA for Setsuko. Additional Bloodthirster, double BT on the Jace, I suppose. Heimers not making their way in there.
Yeah, mirrored Socialite squares, so if the Zephyr is in the Socialite square, it will Zephyr the Socialite on the other side.
Yeah.
We look at that Janna positioning as well. Try and see where the Shroud is going to go. Right now, it's still going to hit that Seraphine. See if we end up seeing a move from Setsuko, but was still able to win in the previous round with this positioning. Another Bloodthirster has been put onto Jason. There's a quick move on the Janna. Going to get the Shroud onto so many more units this time. Important units as well. It's going to be the Braum. It's going to be the Orianna slowing that down. Seraphine will be able to get the Morello onto more targets quicker this time. And the Curtain Call is still getting valuable targets, as that is the Heimer falling very low to the Shockwave. He's still alive, but he's not pumping out enough damage because he's not 3-starred, and it's all up to the Jace with the double BT. Is the lifesteal enough to the skies over and over, trying to get the damage, but it's not quite enough. And Setsuko might be able to just grab the first here. They do get it. Setsuko getting first place in this game 4 of Lobby B.
Beautiful game by Setsuko, having 3 different units that have carry potential between Orianna, Seraphine, and Jhin. It's not even like it was best in slot Jhin items, right? You had some Runeends, you had some Giant Slayers, that's about it, but it was enough to get the job done. Even that move to not move the Orianna on the Socialite Hex, say, it's going to get Zephyrid, but that is fine, right? I'm not going to, lose out on the value. I'm going to get my cast off regardless, and once I do, I'm going to have some big damage out of the Orianna, and we saw just that.
Yeah, you want that 20% damage increase on that Shockwave. You know that big first Shockwave is so important, getting as much damage out as possible, and leaving it is just fine. It's like, okay, you Zephyrid. Yeah. That's okay. I'm conceding that fact. I know I can still win with it. And sometimes inaction is still the best action that you can do in TFT.
Yep.
It is showcased perfectly by Setsuko, picking up that win, and just a great game overall, keeping an early lead and just hanging on to it all the way to a second place. Can't be unhappy with that performance. But we do want to check in on the lobby winner from Lobby A as well, as we did watch Lobby B there. It was Khroen actually picking up that first, which is huge. Khroen was someone that we've talked about a lot as being someone who really wants to show up for this tournament, and they were falling a little bit lower in the total points prior to this game, but that first place is going to skyrocket them all the way back up.
Definitely. I mean, I think Khroen was around like that 10th place going on into this game, but with that first place certainly going to be in the top 8, needs a nice game. Cass, all of a sudden we've had 4 games, is down to the final one of today as we look at these scoreboards. I mean, Sox double 8th in a row. Not a good sign. Solus as well, maybe shaking a little bit after that 7th. Oh man, Asa. I mean, Asa's still in a good spot, but having a 7th, the dominance reign is going to come to an end sooner or later.
The thing I'm seeing from that is I feel like this bubble is going to get even scarier, and we take a look here at the overall standings, and you can see that, yeah, Setsuko has a pretty good grasp on their spot. Asa probably does as well, probably not going to fall all the way out of the top 8 from 28 points. But when we start getting down to even Khroen, we get about to 5th in the standings. None of these spots feel so safe anymore. It feels like a lot of them can get overtaken by players like Plumbum, Camp, and Dish Soap. And even Sox and Damn Daniel, I think, are still in the mix with a 1st or a 2nd place performance.
Yeah, definitely. If you're Khroen, Spencer, Robin, Appies, you have a 7th or an 8th. These players in the bottom 8 right now have a 1st. Your spot is by no means secured, Cass. You are exactly right there. This is going to still be a very, very intense Game 5.
I mean, one more game to go, Khroen. One more game to decide who makes it to day 2, where we'll have plenty more TFT action to go, which is exciting. I always forget that. I'm like, oh my god, the tournament's about to end. No, it's not. No. We got another day. We got more TFT. We got so much more fun. And what is some of who's been the biggest standout for you on the day? Someone that maybe you weren't expecting at the start of the day, or even if your prediction is just kind of coming true.
Someone that I wasn't expecting, Asa, even with that, was it 7th in the last game, is still overall really, really impressed today. I think I wasn't expecting Caspar to have a poor day. I think Caspar has had a lot of eighths. I thought they were probably the most flexible player coming to this tournament, and on the ladder it was really good, but maybe a bit too flexible, maybe getting a bit too dizzy. Tournament format, tournament settings are a little bit different, but still Caspar to be able to make it here, a fantastic player, even if we will not see them tomorrow. But overall, a lot of these players have impressed, and they certainly have more to show throughout this next game, and all the ones who make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been so much fun to watch. There's so many players that are popping off today. You know, I got to protect my prediction for the start of day, you know, cheering for Spicy Appies to make it through. But, you know, that's going to be it for me today. Admirable and Khroen are going to take the game 5. So thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed my casting today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for more. But there's still more TFT action to go. We're going to go to a quick break. Make sure to check out Fantasy TFT. We do have, we are partnered up with Ball Street for the Challenger Series. There's still plenty of time for you to get in. Go and go play the stock market for TFT and get in on that. We've got a quick video as we go into break.
It is day one of the Challenger Series, but we are heading into our fifth and final game of the day before we cut to our top 8. And that's Admirable, and C9 Khroen is joining me. And Khroen, it feels like the trends have been continuing. However, I will say that a couple of things have started to break through here towards the end of the day.
Definitely. There's, you got to put some of your money into that Asa Setsuko stocks. I think those trending players have certainly done very well, but there's trends all across the board, right? There's going to be trends when it comes to the meta. The Assassins came through for a little bit, but then fell off a little bit. We got to give way into Jhin boards, into, things like Urgot still popping up. There's been a lot of variance here as players discover what exactly is good in this meta. It's really still, I think, not totally solidified, but trends nonetheless.
It's still very early on in the patch, and having a tournament this early on, especially a tournament with strong players as this one, when you're taking that top spot of the ladder and having those challenger players compete, there's going to be all sorts of crazy stuff that ends up happening in that one. We ended up seeing Asa not finish in a top 2 position in the previous lobby. They actually finished in a 7th place position on that one. And we've seen Spicy Appies really turn it around from that first game and just have strong performance after strong performances, where now they are in that top 8 spot and just need one more strong game in order to cut it through to day 2.
Top spot, but not confirmed yet, right? That's kind of that 24, 23 point bubble that we see Hyun, Spencer, Robin, and Spicy Appies at. One more poor placement could just mean you're out of this tournament, right? You don't make it forward to day 2, and one of those players that are on that bubble like Dish Soap, Camp, Bum Bum, even Daniel and Socks, right? That 16 points. If they get it first, they could get up there. A lot is riding on this next game, Admirable. I mean, we had a lot of hype moments earlier, but I'm sure at very least the players who advance and don't advance are going to make this last game hype regardless.
Yeah, and that's really the thing about it, is we do have a couple of close calls that can really change place in this one, and we do have some crazy stuff that can end up happening as you look at these point totals. And so I always tend to look at just the craziest point structure things that can change in this one. And so one of the craziest things that I can see here is quite literally if Spencer takes an 8th place position in this spot. What that means is, I believe that Plum Bum can take a 1st place position and overcome it.
Yeah.
I believe that was the craziest one I saw that took place, because right now there's a 7-point difference between the two of them. Spencer is at 18 points and Plum Bum is sitting at 11 points. But it's things like that are always the thing I look at for these day 1 performances, where it's like, how big of a point differential can actually take place in one of these games. And so when you pair them up and they're going to be in the same lobby, that's how all of those things can really change and really make that big difference. So I've got my eye on some of the crazy performances, but we'll know pretty early on if they're going to be happening. Really early in that stage 4 is where those 8th place finishes can crop up as early as possible. So at some point you'll be able to eliminate them, but there are all sorts of crazy outcomes that can take place, and that's what I'm always looking forward to, is just the volatile movements and points at the end.
Definitely. And honestly, with this game number 5, some of your fate might not be in your hands, right? It comes down to what the other lobby placements are going to be as well. It's not like you can even see those players in that game. It's just, you got to hope for the best, be consistent, play your own game throughout the day, and hopefully come out on top in the top 8.
Yeah, well, it's game number 5 where you're looking for it. And the top 8 is not what you want in the game itself. It's what you're looking for in those point total spots. Just want to clarify in that situation. It's very important for the top 8 to occur in the points profile, and not the initial one.
Yeah, top 8 in the game. Oh yeah, it's pretty good. You showed up, you played some TFT, and you got 8th. Not bad. That is what happened to Socks the previous couple of games. Showed up and went 8th. But I think there's a crazy scenario where Socks can go first and still potentially qualify. It would, I think, come down to a lot of specific things, but don't want to count him out. Same thing with Daniel as well. But we're not going to see either of those players in this lobby. We got to focus on this and focus on Asa, who's had a phenomenal day. First, second, and then a bit of a 7th, but that's okay. I think Asa has some breathing room, right? They've played very well to get to this point where they don't have to really worry that much.
Yeah, Asa is sitting at 28 points right now, and when you take a look at these lobby competitors, I would say that when you start looking at the close ones who aren't quite there, it's Campenulate, who is Camp is sitting at 19 points right now. So I think even if Asa got a last place finish and Camp got a first place finish, then both players are looking at 29 point totals. that are happening in this one. So that one is now going to come down to tiebreakers if it comes to a point like that. So Asa, with just the strong performance that they've had so far today, with the first, second in the opening, that was good enough, I think, to kind of secure them a spot moving on to day 2.
Tiebreakers can either be your best friend or an absolute heartbreaker, and I myself have been a part of some tiebreakers, usually on the fortunate end of them in my time in TFT, but some players have, not had as good of luck. As in this game, we do see the first augment choices, and DQA goes for some syndicates.
Yeah, and this is this is an interesting spot, I think, to go for syndicates. This might be one of those I just need to have a ridiculous performance kind of situations. And so when I'm looking at this spot right now, I'm trying to do a point comparison to see who is most vulnerable to them to be pushed out of a spot and move past it. And it looks like this might not be a total possibility for DQA at this spot.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's 14 points. It might not be doable. Not 100% sure. I'm no mathematician, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, again, Spencer would be the player. Spencer and Kiyun are in a spot like that. I'm looking at Robin, Spicy Appies is in a spot. So that's where I'm looking at, I guess, is the Spicy Appies spot. If Spicy Appies finished in last place, they would move up to 24 points. If DQA finished in first, they would move up to 24 points. Spicy Appies is not in this lobby, however.
Robin is, so could potentially tie Robin, or no, couldn't tie Robin, because, it can only get 24. Robin would at least get 25, so I don't know. That's one of the situations where fate might not be in your control anymore. DQA going on a bit of a loss streak, it looks like, early as well. Is making 10 gold at least.
Yeah, an important thing to be doing. When you're on these loss streaks, I always feel like I overcommit to bench things, where I'm trying to get out of the loss streak as quickly as possible. And I think what I needed to be doing is figuring out how to get out of the I've lost 40 health and now I need to stop losing health spot of streak as early as possible after that one. It's kind of a tough call. Plum Bum moving up, and now on their screen they're at 18 points coming into this 5th and final game. So they are 6 spots outside of the bottom portion of this tournament so far. But a first place finish again can catapult them pretty far forward and perhaps get them to one of those top 8 spots. But, I feel like we're going to be mentioning this as we move across, pretty much every single lobby or every single player for this lobby. Something crazy can happen if you have a strong performance and enough players in the middle of that have a weak one.
Yeah, exactly. Plum Bum, I think, is one of the players' fate is in their own hands. Have a good game. That's about as well as you can do, and it's looking pretty good to be at 28 points, maybe 26 could even get you in that top 8 as well. As a Chemtech opener, these players are going for synergies on these augment choices that are pretty committal, right? We're going to definitely see Chemtechs being run throughout the whole game for Plum Bum, whether it be 3, 5, probably not going to see 7, but maybe 5. Same thing with DQA and the syndicates. It just, if they hit or not, do they hit these specific trees? Maybe, maybe not.
I always feel like Chemtech is one of the ones that I want to keep going on.
Yeah.
Like, I want to get to that 7. I want to get to that 9 spot. Oh, gee, it's just so hard.
9 Chemtech. Whoa, we're talking crazy now. 9 Chemtech.
That's the easiest one to get to. It's just the hardest one to make work.
Yeah, right. I mean, hey, with how Chemtech works nowadays, it's honestly wouldn't be that bad. You just have to run units like Singed and Twitch, probably, that like aren't great if you don't, tier 3 reroll them, so they're just kind of there.
Hey, Singed had a pretty strong performance in that first game.
Yeah, true. Definitely could. Throughout the whole game, though, a bit of a question mark, but hopefully Plum Bum is able to make it happen, right? Lysandra, all Chemtechs gonna be on this board with the Caitlyn. She gets hooked in, but gets a snipe off at least, so able to save some HP. But it's gonna be a loss and then a win, then a loss, and you don't like to see that happen. No streaking happening.
The rubber band is a bit tough to handle sometimes. You do need to have a very strict management of your economy at that point, because you're not getting any bonuses anywhere. You're having to figure out at what points does your inflection really impact, and you kind of have to commit to those points very, very conservatively, because if you overcommit to something, it can just completely obliterate your economy. And if you don't commit hard enough, you can just easily take too much damage, and your life total isn't exactly at a healthy spot, but it's not at a bad spot. It's just, it really, I feel like it makes your macro gameplay and your technical gameplay kind of start lining up hand in hand.
Oh yeah, definitely so. This carousel is also interesting, I think, just given the fact that there's GP and MF, so players were maybe having a mercenary opener, they could achieve it right now. Spencer one of the players who had a couple of those mercs on the bench, but not able to make anything happen with them. I think we've only really seen one player play mercs throughout today, so not as much priority as maybe we might have expected.
Yeah, I'd say that like the tick down of Urgot and a bit more balancing of the strength of that unit has really influenced that. Where before it was like you just start slamming your AD items and you're like, oh, this is easy. If I get a bunch of AP items, it's not a big deal. I'll find a Kaisa. But that feels like it got balanced a little bit, and so when that happened, it just means that Mercenaries gameplay is not quite as easy to hit at that spot. Spencer, I will say though, is just pretty much playing strong board from this position. There is a Darius 2 hanging out in play, just a 2-star unit. He's just hanging out, saying what's up. And right now, a 4-win streak for Spencer is looking like it's looking pretty strong right now. And for those situations I talked about earlier, where a Spencer can get last place and something crazy can happen to the point totals, it's not looking like the easiest thing to have happen right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, I don't know the exact numbers, but if you're able to win streak throughout all of Stage 2, the chance that you top 4 is like so absurdly high, I think at that point, comparatively to if you even lose one round in Stage 2. In Spencer's point total, right, 24 points, currently sitting in 6th place, tied with a couple other people. Kiyun, I think, and Robin are also having 24. Spencer just needs a solid placement, not a pop-off first, not an 8th or 7th, just needs like a 4th, 3rd, something like that. Maybe even a 5th will do enough for Spencer in this tournament.
Yeah, just something good. And that's the comfort of having the strong performance early in the day, is that you don't have to have something wacky happen, you just have to have something not wacky happen.
Well, it might start to get a little bit more wacky as, oh, excuse me, I was looking at the other side of that there. Spencer continues that streak. He was scouting out the other board. Chess Mage, also 100 HP going into Krugs. Morello's on the Echo, a very nice item holder there. Has Cybernetics as well, and Cybernetics did get nerfed, but still getting a lot of value from putting the glove on the Shaco, the armor on the Blitzcrank as well. It's just the small optimizations, which meant that Chess Mage can be here at Krugs on a streak.
Yeah, for Chess Mage, it's been kind of a tough day. 13 points is where they're sitting right now. Sometimes it's not going to be your day. This is sort of the nature of tournaments. Somebody has got to be having a bad performance at some point. And for Chess Mage here, I think that Chess Mage is a pretty strong player. I've watched a bit of their stream and just kind of, taken an example of what they do. Just today wasn't the day.
Unfortunately so. But still get to appreciate getting to this point. And still having an, for lack of a better term, admirable game 5 in this situation is still going to be something you gotta, hats off to in that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's you're still able to compete at a spot like this.
Definitely.
You were in the top 20 of ladder to get to a spot like this. You're also competing against players who do the exact same thing. It's very tough. If you have to have a lot of things line up sometimes to have these super strong performances. So to have a strong one right here, it's just a way to solidify that name and say, hey, there's a reason I was here.
100%. Oh, that's going to be a real strong trundle on the side of Spencer there. Spencer leveled up on 3-1. Chess Mage did as well, but Spencer's board
Spencer as well.
Looking a little stronger with that trundle. Yeah,
I mean, that is a spicy trundle with that featherweights in there too. Last Whisper plus the Runons. I'm seeing a 4th trundle on the bench too. Like, I'm not going to indicate anything, but
wait, there's 2 trundles in the field, so that's a 5th trundle on the bench.
Oh, excuse me.
Wait, did he level for a tier 1 trundle? Oh my god.
Well, I think he rolled for the trundle is what happened. And so for DQA side of the board, here's a roll happening. A Mundo plus a Jin being found. Wow, this is a level 6 roll.
Yeah, 3-2 rolldowns have kind of fallen out of favor a lot of times, but this is DQA playing Syndicates, has a Shaco, wants it a Shaco 2, I think, to stabilize. Triple Zyra shop.
Yeah, you already have a Zyra on bench as well. Oh boy, that is not an easy one to decide. Sells
that roll down.
Zyra?
Yeah, that roll down looked like a bit of a letdown there. Not finding any Shacos, not even a pair. Because Shaco 2 is what allows this composition to push levels, find the Akali, go level 8, things like that. But sitting on Shaco 1 with only 1 item, DQA in for a world of hurt here in Stage 3.
It's a really tough spot to be in as well, because I think if you're going to go for the assassin build, I'm pretty much with this. Like, you need to find 2-star assassins and really snowball that board position. But sometimes it just doesn't happen. And when it doesn't happen, you tend to feel like one of the weaker players in the lobby at that point, just because your stuff isn't 2-starred. That's where the assassins take place, is that slight bit of number advantage you get from how much damage your units are cranking out. When none of them are 2-starred, you're not getting to that point. It feels like it's like fair and even, except the difference is you're kind of just jumping your units all over the place, and the positioning hurts.
Yeah, I think we also have the perspective that DQA doesn't really want to commit to like 7 Syndicate right now, otherwise the Zyra would probably still be on bench, but is comfortable with 5 Syndicate, hopefully finding Braum and Akali later on. Akali is still a long way away, considering the fact, once again, Shaco 1, 49 HP, Solus is at 50. They're both, 20 HP below Plumbum. It's a little bit rough.
Yeah. DQA scouting around, figuring out where they should go to buy the most life total back. You still want to take out units when you're in a spot like this. Don't ignore the positioning. DQA pays a lot of attention to the rest of the lobby as well. I really have to say, this is one of the things that I have appreciated the most about DQA's gameplay, is the fact that they're so quick to see these boards and make a discerning call based on what they're seeing. Very quick.
Definitely. I think Robin, as we see on the other side of the field here, he does the same thing as well. And unfortunately, it looks like for DQA, it does go in Robin's favor. Not a bad loss, though. Only 2 units. Not the end of the world. Solus drops to 40. We continue to see these downward trends in the HPs as Spencer and Robin still streaking at the top.
For DQA here, it's a big pickup.
Sword, very good. There is an Urgot with a bow in this carousel as well. Plumbum grabbing that one. Being second pick. Could make it happen.
That's always one of the ones I feel like most nervous about, is when someone's able to pick that up.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, ooh, that is a big difference from whatever. It doesn't matter what they had. If someone turbos for that Urgot with a bow, you know exactly what's happening usually.
Definitely. I was going to say, Urgot is weaker than last patch, but there's still players who tend to go the Urgot direction. In your mind, Admirable, how do you see Urgot here? Like, in the meta sense in general, like, is he strong enough to like prioritize going, or you just kind of fall into it because, oh, you're rolling down, you happen to hit Urgot too?
One of the things that I feel like really makes a difference for the Urgot call is it's going to be your items and your positioning, like how fast can you get an Urgot online, and then B is going to be, what is everyone else doing with their team? Is everyone else going for these major scaling positions where frankly they're quite stable on their board anyway? That's kind of what I feel like when Urgot gets outpaced, is someone is going for like a big AP comp and they have like a Tom Kench on the front line, or like we've seen the Clapio builds get built twice today. And they got turbo too because of these Nico situations. So for Solus here in a position like this, if Solus is able to cash this out and really get strong enough, this lobby's going to speed up quite a bit. But for players like Spencer or for Robin, it doesn't feel like it's going to be quite as much pressure that they are facing. So if you're in that middle of the pack thing, it feels like the Urgot call there is way more important. And I think that Urgot is still pretty powerful, and Kai'Sa's still pretty powerful as well. So some of it is your economy, your health total, all of that stuff ends up mattering at the end of the day. And that's what I feel like is so beautiful about this set 6, is that almost every single one of these positions, sometimes you don't have the ability to make those kinds of decisions and put things together, but a lot of times you do. And when you do, that's when it's really tough to make those calls, because you have so many different directions you can go.
Yeah, that's TFT for you. A lot of different directions, a lot of variables, a lot of, honestly, just not objectively right or wrong decisions. It's just something that you decide, and hopefully it works out, right? It just depends on a lot of the roles that happen afterwards. Depends on a lot of factors. Robin levels up to 7 and runs into Spencer, who also is level 7 at this point. Singe is still alive.
Close.
It is close, but it looks like it's going to be Robin taking
Singe to the big
here.
throw.
Singe is still alive.
Spencer, the Kate. That Kate has gone untouched the whole fight.
Oh, not enough. Spencer, 100 HP. The sole remaining win streaker in this lobby.
Oh, boy.
Solus cashes out.
Oh, boy.
And, okay. Nico's component, some gold. This is going to be a level 8 next turn. I'm fairly certain about that one.
I mean,
Can't wait until 4-2.
This is a lot of stuff that just happened. So I think it's... this is definitely a 4-2 setup that's happening here. And so you can see the blue buff, the Runons, plus the Last Whisper that's sitting on this gangplank right now. That is a big win for Solus in a spot like this. And so sitting at 28, you don't have a lot of time to make tough calls. For Solus, I don't feel like it's a big problem. Excuse me, that is a level 8 right away. I apologize. Tom Kench gets found.
Okay, blue buff Tom Kench, this GP maybe going to be sold. There's 2 swords. Heck, that's
Kaisa!
probably just going to be, oh man, that's a Kaisa. That's Morello's on the bench. That's going to be a slam.
GA
2
as well.
swords. 2 swords could either go Deathblade for Urgot or GA for Kaisa, and it's going to be the GA instead. In fact, the GP is going to remain to be the primary carry here alongside the Kaisa.
You still have a tier, and now your Tom Kench is going to be sometimes filtering you items as well, so you can farm up a blue buff in a situation like this. My gosh, Solis's board has just massively spiked, and this is exactly what I was trying to indicate that I was terrified of doing so with, is that Solis, they cash this out, they go to 8, they find this stuff, the lobby just sped up a lot. You don't have a ton of time to put it together if you're sitting in that 40 to 50 health range.
Definitely not. DQA drops even further down to 18 HP. Solis also has a Fiora on the bench. Generally, you like to run Fiora alongside the Kaisa and Vi for Challenger and Enforcer. Very nice, feeding the GP to the Tom Kench. Beautiful work. And now we see the 2 items go into the Urgot. Still some time left to roll down for upgrades, and hey, we're finding them here. Only thing maybe with a Vi or another Urgot. And Nico's help is there. Do you use this Nico's right now in the Urgot Stabilizer, or do you save it? Do you greed on out?
I'm going to be honest, I feel like you're pretty stable at this point.
Yeah?
Like, this is 4-2. This is like, feels like a common board for 5-2 sometimes, like, let alone 4-2. Like, you are just going to be obliterating players, because right now they're finding themselves turboing to 8 to get, like, their synergies online and start getting those VIP rolls going. This Kaisa is not getting taken down very soon at any point. And that's going to be enough time alone. I feel like the Kaisa just, with 4 bodyguards and 2 bruisers at this point might be enough to get the job done.
Definitely. And yeah, as you mentioned, board is strong. I guess it took down... Cam's board took down most of Solis's board, but the important units are not tier 2 yet. The Mundo, the Kaisa, and the Urgot. If we're having any argument into why you Nikos right now, it's just going to be to make sure you don't go 8th, right? Because I think that's the only way that Solis's position on the day could get scuffed. He just needs to make it, to like a 6th or a 5th to go into day number 2. The safe play, though, he's not utilizing. He says, you know what, I'm just going to go for the first, or go for just, higher variance plays, and he's comfortable doing so.
A lot of that, too, is evaluating the positions on the board, scouting around.
Exactly.
And sizing up those board spots and seeing how they're going to pan out. If you are confident you're going to win, which I'm very confident they're going to win, and part of it is augments as well.
Augments are very good.
I feel like it's just going to be fantastic. I mean, this is the knife's edge plus the thrill of the hunt, and so this Kaisa, if it's not getting stunned to death and taken down, it is at full health. Feels like the entirety of the fight.
Tom Kench farming some items as well. That's going to be a free chain vest.
It's another Guardian Angel.
There we go. That's big.
I mean, this could just be straight up a first for Solis. Like, this is a really weird spot to be calling it this early, but I feel like Solis, if they're able to 2-star these units, is just like,
yeah,
you better hurry up, or otherwise you're just gonna get taken down. Wow,
especially considering a Kaisa on this carousel.
Yeah.
That's...
Also, mind you, for the 4-4 carousel,
okay.
Solis is sitting in this position as well, so you get to first pick on the carousel also. Like, huge difference that gets made here.
Did not grab the Kaisa, that went over to DQA, but still is going to get his pick of item, if not a sword. Didn't go for... Okay, Throd, so maybe it might be a Kaisa item.
Yeah, it could be Archangels on Tom or on Kaisa, right?
That's true. On Tom Kench, honestly, it might be more value for just the rest of the game in general. Farming more items, you're eventually going to get some from Kaisa, or for Kaisa. Robin following suit with an Urgot board. Talking about Urgot being weaker, I mean, players would be like, you know what? I'm just playing Urgot anyway.
Sometimes it's a Jin,
Wait a minute.
Sometimes it's a pivot.
If you hit a Jin 2, have Urgot 1, yeah, I think you make that, and I think you play it right now. Yeah, here we go. MF as well. Put that in. Get rid of that Urgot. Just get him out of here.
I was kind of referring to this earlier. I don't necessarily think the sniper is the most important thing. I feel like it's the surrounding stuff for Jin that really makes a big difference. And so when I look at these Jin items here, Last Whisper, Runon's, Giant Slayer, it's not the greatest, but you're pretty close. You do have the Last Whisper to pierce through that line, and you have a Giant Slayer to fight through these bruisers. Now, mind you, this is up against Solis, the player that I called at first at 4-3. So, this is a loss you're kind of expecting to take in a spot like this. But from now on, it's find the way to upgrade the board and really parse these units out. It's, maybe get some bodyguards online, find the right piece right here, which Thrill the Hunt isn't looking too bad, given the Ascension that you also have there. And then, just, again, surrounding this Jhin with the correct units afterwards. Scholars are going to be important. Bodyguards are going to be important. Some level of Enchanter is going to be important. And I think Orianna is one of the big ones.
Orianna, big. The front line leaves a bit to be desired. Zac 1, Singed, Vi 1. Right, these are not great. Tahm Kench gets found in the shot, but I don't really think Robin's in a spot where Tahm Kench is going to get a ton of value. Sure, you might run it because it's the best thing right now. 2 bruisers, fine, sure, it's going to be a lot better than the Vi one. But this is not an ideal frontline situation for Robin by any means. He's still on a 5-loss streak, and it could be 6 after this round before the Raptors.
It's kind of the nature of the pivot, is it takes time to really get set up on this point. You're hoping the board is strong enough, but a lot of times it's not. In this case, it is not. But again, I still think time to set up on it. Your items are pretty strong. You do have a frontline unit. Don't lose your fights super hard, and you have a strong chance of top 4, I think.
Definitely, especially if you go up against Camp, who's still carrying a Twisted Fate. It looks like they're in the back, so that's not really going to be taken down to Jhin anytime soon, especially with him having Thrill.
Jim's going to have to aim at the right units here. I mean, he's just been firing all over the place. It's like a stormtrooper right now.
Even if a stormtrooper shoots, okay, maybe not, but in Jin's case, if he shoots, 10 times, at least a couple of them will land, right? And eventually you get some value.
A lot of big support for this, and so the front line, when it's kind of looking, a little bit ragtag like this one is, I feel like this is okay if you have an Orianna and a Janna 2 sitting on the back line with these items.
Yeah, definitely not the worst situation that Robin can be in. Needs to start win streaking into stage 5 to get that gold back up to roll for a real frontline.
All 8 players
able to grab here,
making it to stage 5 as well. DQA sitting on 3 health, Camp sitting on 12, and Solus on a big win streak at the moment.
Yeah, be expected. I think your call of Solus potentially being able to first place in this game, 100%. I'm right there with you. He could. By no means a guarantee, but he definitely could.
Asa, meanwhile, taking a
Imperial.
look at their board. Yeah, 5 Imperial. I feel like this is the first time we've seen this today.
It 100% is. Oh, okay, all right. Some mirrors. We're not really leaning fully into this mirror angle. It's more so going to be that Swain and the Talon. Talon being the big carry.
Asa's still on 7.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when you reroll for these units.
What do you do with the items?
Where's that sword end up going? Shaco, IE Shaco, and then what? Chalice?
Ionic Spark?
Yeah, Spark doesn't feel good in this comp, but Shaco just gets backline access to the Jhin. That's Robin's Jhin going down.
Big deal. Who is the Imperial buff in this fight? Is it Swain?
That's a great question. Oh, Talon.
Oh, Talon. I see.
Yeah.
He's
2 more Talons. Yeah. I mean, this board state from Asa is still strong. The gold is okay, right? 40 gold needs to hit 2 more Talons, 3 more Swains, 3 more Shakos. Oh, Camp actually goes out in 8th there. Oh no, Camp was one of the players that was on the bubble with that.
Yeah.
Probably not making it, actually definitely not making it into tomorrow.
Yeah, Camp was sitting at 19 points coming into this one, so a 1-point finish is going to knock them out of a day 2 performance.
Wow, selling the Shaco to put these items on an Echo.
Was
I
that?
don't know, I feel like...
Is that a misclick?
Was it a misclick?
I mean,
no, otherwise...
very unusual.
I feel like otherwise you just said, oh crap, whatever, I'm just going to put the items on the Shaco again. It's not like Echo's better.
Wait a minute. Everything bubbles up onto this Scion right now. So this Echo, this is a crit that's happening with this. Okay, I didn't deal nearly as much damage though. I was hoping I was going to call out something there, but Asa just taking a big hit. I mean, this feels like part of the assassin thing too.
I think there's some weight to that. It's just that look at that board, right? It was Yone 2, Fiora 2, both fully itemed. Like that's probably just gonna win 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, honestly, in this matchup.
1 talent away. I feel like you got to start moving there.
Yeah, here we go. Talent 3. GQA drops in 7th as well. QA not make it forward to day 2.
No healing for this Talon, though.
True. GA? This is such an interesting spot for Asa. Like, if you think about an Imperial board, by no means would you picture this right now, right?
Certainly not. I don't imagine that I'm turning Echo into my other Imperial, and I you just caster Talon. It's like you went to Mage class, and it's like, oh yeah, no, I really liked it. Scion is trying so hard. It's just there's no healing on this Talon, so it has to have the focus be purely on the Scion at that point. In this particular fight, though, it looked like this was enough.
Barely.
Nice. So Asa picking up a win there, breaking that little bit of the loss they had. Robin doesn't take a loss here as we head to the 5-4 carousel. They're just on 5 HP left.
Oh, 2nd through 5th right now is just a 6 HP gap between Plumbum, Chess Mage, Asa, and Solus. Stage 5 carousel. Asa grabbing the Arcanist.
Oh, that's actually pretty decent for their board. It just gives them a 20% AP buff across the board.
Mm-hmm. Especially because they already have a Swain in there. Not bad. Moving over to Plumbum's board. Urgot 1. Oh no. Urgot 2 waiting room.
Yeah, this is a lot of 2s in the back line, or a lot of 1s in the back line that you're really hoping are 2s as soon as possible, because you have about 2 hits left maximum usually. Depends on how well those fights go.
Definitely.
But this is positioning matters.
Binary drop matters as well. What items do these units get? This is a lot of binary value potentially, but Spencer's board, uh-oh.
Oh boy, oh my gosh, that is so strong against this Urgot position too. The Yone goes to the front line though on that hit, so it's probably going to get a GA proc here. Is the Yuumi going to save the day? There's the GA proc. The Kaisa in the back line is unchecked though, and that's enough. Plumbum taking a big hit here. Robin getting eliminated in 6th place.
Wow. That's a scary spot for Robin to be in. 6th was like a maybe you still advance, but not guaranteed. Might be okay, but still worrying nonetheless.
Indeed. That is not the spot you were hoping for. Plumbum here. These are not the rolls you're hoping for either.
No, just give the Urgot, please. Urgot 2. It feels so bad in the situation to like, okay, I did everything I was supposed to. I'm just not hitting my carries, and it could go out even in a bottom 4 situation here, which I don't think he expected with this board, right? The Mundo's upgraded, the Lysandra has some good items as well between Blue Buff and Morelos.
Decent positioning, but look at that Kaisa in the corner.
Oh.
That Kaisa is stacked. Good binary drops, I'd say, overall from Plumbum, but is it going to be enough to fight this? And this is still an Urgot 1. And that Kaisa is untouched right now.
This is elimination here. Plumbum is going to go out. The question is by how much. It is going to be a top 4.
Wow.
Plumbum, 11th place coming into this game. Top 4s, that's 6 more points. Is it going to be enough?
That's 1 HP also that makes the difference in that top 4 versus that bottom 4 spot right there. Always pointing out. The tiniest things can make the biggest difference at the end of the day. Asa getting eliminated in 5th, but they had a very strong performance at the start of the day. That 5th place is enough to guarantee them a day 2 finish. And as we take a look at Solus's board, Solus did have a loss at some point in the middle of this big streak that took place here. And I'm noticing they still have a 1-star Tom Kench, they still have a 1-star Kaisa, and they don't have a pair of either.
I think that's okay if you're Solus. 3rd place going to this game. Still, Nico's help is there, by the way. Oh, man. Okay, Reforge, and we have a redemption. That's not bad. We're still in a Tom Kench or a Kaisa waiting room.
Feeding the victor. So here we go.
Might as well.
Solus secure something here. I will say that 2-star Kaisa. Oh, jeez. I hope I didn't curse that by mentioning that, but that is a scary unit to be facing.
Tom Kench gets Enforcered as well, and the Kaisa gets hooked in. Sure, she jumps out, but quickly falls to the GA state. Oh man, as soon as the tier 2 Kaisa ults, yeah, goodbye to Solus's Kaisa. She heals back up because of the Gunblade as well.
Tom Kench seeking revenge!
Wait a minute. Wow.
Wow, Solus! Able to pull a win there against the Ghost, of course, but I certainly did not expect it. That's the lack of Guardian Angel.
Huh. GA is still a pretty good item, it looks like, seeing as 3 of Solus's units have a Guardian's Angel, and that is the reason that that fight was a victory, farming more items as well as that Tahm Kench, and screw it, just going to utilize all of that value, Locketing Mundo, whatever, sure, shields for the whole front line.
Yeah, this is Knife's Edge, Thrill of the Hunt. The makeshift armor kind of losing its point at this point, but, it got you here.
A little bit, yeah. And now the real matchup can happen again.
Ooh, that Shroud. Chess Mage landing that Shroud is huge on that Urgot, because it takes that Urgot forever to cast at this point, but can the Tahm Kench get it done? Tahm Kench is still sitting at very high life total because of this Thrill of the Hunt. This Guardian Angel is going to prevent it from getting knocked down. It eats another unit in this case, but it doesn't have time to get there on the last one.
That was still so close, though. Like, if Tahm Kench had a bit more mana there, would have been able to eat the Kai'Sa, that would have been a dead Kai'Sa. GA certainly good. Assassin Emblem now potentially for Solus.
Not quite what you're looking for in this case.
No. Nico the Fiora too. I mean, you have to at this point, I think.
Just get as many spots additional as you can in a situation like this. And, we had talked about Chess Mage a bit earlier, not having the strongest performance in terms of the day, but coming back strong in this 5th lobby. It is now looking like they could secure themselves a first-place finish. Spencer taking on Solus right now. Are the challengers enough?
Real good Shrouds coming through there. Oh, Yone already drops into the GA state. The Fiora, she's ramped up to 25 stacks, but it's still not enough. They both go down. Great positioning from Solus there. He's just scouting the other fight. He knows he wins this one. Spencer is going to have to take him down. Yes, it is going to be. Solus top 2, but Chess Mage still the final boss. Ooh, that's a spat.
Yeah, that is a spat. Chess Mage taking the Tom here with the Rage Blade. And that's going to give Solus a Tactician's Crown?
Yup. +1 unit on the board. Let's go. Is it going to be enough for Solus? He was already potentially beating this board. He beat the Ghost, almost beat the real fight as well. And this is versus something like a Kai'Sa 2, Jace 2. There are no tier 2 Ledger units for Solus.
It's a Socialite square you get, so you just get an additional 20% damage on your Urgot. That could be completely game-changing considering how close the fight was before.
Yeah.
So here we go. Can Chess Mage get it done? It's going to take, I think, 2 wins here from Solus to win this lobby.
Possibilities there.
That Braum positioning is not a good day for that Urgot.
Oh no, and it CCs the Kai'Sa in the backline as well and continues to walk forward. Can it get one more ult off? No, it doesn't.
Wow.
Chess Mage takes a big hit. Solus farming more items. That is a Banshee's Claw on bench. He's just getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
And that feels like the Tahm Kench. You keep feeding this unit. You put a lot of gold into this unit, but it pays you back.
It always will. It always will. And these are by no means best in slot Tahm Kench items, right? But the blue buff is good. GA is good. Warmogs is still sufficient. And it's doing its job right now. Socialite Hex not being utilized by Chess Mage.
Oh boy. That was a change of positioning. Is that Shroud going to be enough to disaster this, though? That Kai'Sa's in the back line. Stays there on Chess Mage's side.
Good Braum ult. CC's basically the whole board for Solus. Jay still pumping damage.
Kai'Sa moves away and shreds the board. Solus! Not enough!
That's gonna be it. Chess Mage taking game number 5 over Solus. He farms so many items, but never being able to hit the upgrades of the Kai'Sa and the TK. Just spelled his doom, but very well played to Chess Mage there.
My gosh, it's so crazy to think that in that game that they still couldn't find a 2-star Tahm Kench or a 2-star Kai'Sa with a Nikos sitting on the bench, and that was their board at 4-1 basically.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
That's just absolutely nuts to me that after that much time spent you still didn't find it. But that's like the power you get from that momentum shift that takes place. They paid about 75% of their life total to be able to get this mercenary bonus. hit this huge payoff and then spike forward to really accelerate the rest of that lobby in a spot like that. When you have that much time and that much happening, I will say that when that was your board at 4-1, it feels like a little bit of bad luck to be taking a second place there.
Yeah, a little bit, especially when it was so close, right? Some of those rounds were super close. One of the ghost rounds, Solus did end up winning. Both times we've seen Merc today, they've paid off big. A Merc translated into a victory and then into a second place. Mercs are still very much good, very much on the table if you do get a good opener for it. Solus playing that one super well, even with like non-best in slot items, right? Solus slammed a blue buff in the early game, and that put on the GP. Still, second place though, a solid finish for the day for Solus as we look at the lobby 5 winners.
Yeah, and for that one, Khroen getting a first place finish, that's going to catapult them forward to 34 points, I believe it is. And so that should be enough to secure Khroen for a day 2 performance there. And then Chessmage, as we said, kind of coming back and showing exactly why they were here for this Challenger Series event. And so taking a look at Lobby A, which we were not able to witness from myself and Khroen's point of view here. Spicy Appy's getting a top 4 performance. Big deal for them as they were on the bubble.
Yeah. Definitely some big stuff there. Khroen also with that first is back-to-back first, so nice stuff there as we do see how the final scores have ended up on the day, who is advancing and who is not. It is going to be Appy's, Robin, Spencer, Asa, Kurum, Solus, Khroen, and Setsuko coming in first in the day by a very wide margin.
Yeah, 41 points over second place, which is 34. Tied for 34 is Solus as well at that one. And that's your top 8. That's moving on for tomorrow as well. For Dish Soap, Plumbum, Chessmage, Camp, Socks, Daniel, DQA, and Casper, thank you for joining us, and better luck next time.
Definitely. Still some fantastic players. It's a bit of a surprise, I would say, to see players like Socks go out, but I think I mentioned earlier, and I don't want to give too much weight into this always, but generally, beginning of new sets, beginning of new patches, Socks isn't always the best. He kind of ramps up over the lifespan of a set or lifespan of a patch and things like that, but still, fantastic player. I'm sure we're going to see more of him have success in the future. But hats off to everyone who showed up here today.
Yeah, I feel like, kind of speaking about Socks in particular, that is just one of the aspects of playing Flex. And pretty much every single angle of the game you approach it from is familiarity with how all of the units are interacting with each other, and the strength and the power level that they have is a big point of how that Flex play is going to work. You're becoming familiar with it. So I feel like that, at the start of the patch, the tournament here, it's not exactly an advantageous position for Socks.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, oh man, Camp as well. I mean, he had a first on the day, but only had 20 points to end things off on. We've seen some newer players like Plumbum and Dish Soap come so close, just not quite cutting it. But taking a look at that top 8, right? I think every single one of these players, like, yeah, you've seen them before. You know that they are very good, certainly deserving of top 8, but it's competition's going to get even more intense tomorrow, right? Only 2 slots available for the mid-set finale, at least here from this Challenger Series. It's crazy stuff, and today certainly did not disappoint, right? We've had fantastic games all throughout, games all the way 1-5. Great games. It's
just been tough play and tough competition, and it feels like it just keeps scaling up at every aspect of a Teamfight Tactics tournament that I look at. And this top 8 is looking stacked.
Yeah, it's crazy, actually.
So we do have an interview that's coming up with our top performers from the day, but before we do that, we do want to give a shout out over to Ball Street and have you head over to their website. Fantasy TFT is what you're looking for on the app position, and make sure you check it out. Buy your favorite player stocks. You can even buy your least favorite player stocks too. You're able to pick the losers when you're in a situation like that. For me personally, whenever Goobums is playing, I am never selling my Goobum stock in that one. So when we come back, we're going to have an interview with the top performers for today, talk to them about their strategies, their positions, and what they're looking forward to tomorrow. And then that will wrap things up for us. So stay tuned, a quick break, and then an interview is coming up. We are back now, and we are joined by Setsuko, our top performer for the day, with 41 points overall heading into day 2. Setsuko, can you hear us? We cannot hear Setsuko if Setsuko is speaking.
I think we're going to have to figure that one out, make sure we can get a nice interview with Setsuko, because they've had a phenomenal performance today, so sure, we want to see some of that insight. But Setsuko just really dominant on the day overall, right? Like, I think 41 points means it's over an average of second place in the day. Came out swinging, came out way ahead, right? 7 points ahead of second and third place. That is some good TFT action there. My question, I mean, I don't want to spoil it. We should wait until we get Setsuko here.
Yeah, I don't want you to spoil it either, because if it conflicts with mine, then I'm going to panic and not know what to ask. So if mine conflicts with yours, that's a completely different scenario there. That's called the host advantage.
Yeah, true. I gotta let you have Prio there.
Setsuko, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah, I can hear now.
Hello and welcome. 41 points on the day coming into this one. That is, in terms of point distribution, that's stronger than a second place finish on average. My question for you to lead things off here is did you expect to perform this strong here on day 1? And if you did, what created that amount of confidence?
To be honest, I don't think you can ever expect to go first in a tourney in this game, because it's like really high variance, and if you just load openers, you're playing for fourth pretty much every game. So obviously I didn't expect it, but I mean, I was pretty confident in qualifying for the second day at least. Because yeah.
Definitely. And I got a couple questions for you now, Setsuko. You had a wonderful day, of course, but taking a look at this meta, this patch is relatively new. Were things kind of to your expectations coming into this Challenger series? Did anything stand out to you in terms of what player preferences were, or was it kind of everything you thought it would be?
I mean, it was pretty much what I expected. I knew people were just honestly, I think it's pretty similar to last patch. Besides Kai'Sa being a little bit weaker, but it's still good. And people play the 5 inhibitor comp now, but yeah, overall, I think players pretty much played what I expected them to play. A lot of Yone, Urgot, Jhin, yeah.
Yeah, I guess now flipping that question over to you, right? What is it that you are looking at a game wanting to play? What are your comforts, things that you think you're going to have a lot of success with? And is that going to change going into tomorrow at all? Or are you going to stick with the same stuff that you played today?
Oh, for me, I just like to play AD comps pretty much. So I try to get bow opener. It's pretty hard because everyone wants bow nowadays. But yeah. I just primarily lean towards AD comps. I try to play Urgot a lot, Yone a lot. I don't really want to play, I don't really like playing Jhin, because also one, I feel it's really contested right now, and also I've not had much success with it. So yeah, I just mostly try to play Yone Urgot right now. Yeah.
Good stuff.
And so my final question for you is going to be, talking about, I'd say, this tournament series, or this tournament season rather, in totality. When you take a look at your tournament performance in the past, we're looking at 6th place at the Reckoning NA Finals. You finished in the top 4 of 2 Challenger series in Reckoning. You played at the Fates NA Finals. You had a top 8, in 2 qualifiers to even get to that spot. What are you looking forward to in this tournament season, and what are you hoping to achieve?
Well, first off, I just want to say that I don't like how people keep saying I'm a ladder warrior and stuff, because I feel I performed decently in tournaments, and yeah, so I just want to say that. Well, but for this season, I'm just oh yeah, and for this season, I don't know, I'm just looking forward to continuing my success in recent tournaments, and just qualifying for regionals and worlds after that, pretty much.
Well, all right, some pretty straightforward goals that you have there, and so far it's looking like a pretty strong way to kick things off to get to that point. 41 points heading into day 2. Setsuko, congratulations on your performance today, and good luck tomorrow in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it. Setsuko, 41 points on a day. That is not easy to achieve, and I love hearing the perspective as well as trying to, squash some of that ladder warrior talk here. Setsuko is able to perform in tournaments, and he is making that known here right now with his words and his play.
Yeah, I want to squash that thing as well, because mind you, again, let me read over these tournament things here. TFT doesn't have this giant elaborate tournament history that's taking place. There's still a lot of tournaments that are out there, But honestly, all things considered, it's a bit limited in terms of your gameplay. This is 2 top 4 spots at the Fates qualifiers, which got them to the Fates NA finals, and then 2 top 4s in the Reckoning Challenger Series, and then a 6th place at the Reckoning NA finals. Like, this is not a weak tournament resume by any stretch of the means. This is like, my gosh, like, someone's got to stop this guy from top 4 in all these tournaments.
I know. If you're out there thinking of Setsuko's Ladder Warrior, stop it. Just don't do it. It's bad call. It's not only false, it's BM. It's just nah. I mean, Setsuko, fantastic player. Give him some props. All of these players, all right, deserve your love and your attention. And Setsuko, by far today, certainly showing that he deserves it too.
Yeah, big ladder warrior here at the top with 41 points in this tournament setting. My gosh, 41 is just an astonishing amount of points in 5 games for this one. Kiyun, Solus, Liquid Kurum X, Asa, Spencer, Spicy Appies, and Liquid Robin Songs. They're going to be joining us for day 2 tomorrow, where again 2 spots are going to be available to push through on that qualifying position. And Khroen, the games today were intense. There were so many close calls that players had to make. There was so much that's going on in this one, and this was just day 1.
It was just day 1. I also think just one more, note in the Setsuko trade. I think he's the only player to top 4 every single game today. He had a 3rd, a 1st, 4th, 1st, and then a 2nd in the last game. That's an insane run of games today. Yeah. So I just absolutely crazy. I'm looking forward to a lot of good action tomorrow. And I mean, I went into this tournament being like, hey, Spencer, Gangley said tournament best player in North America, but we got to be throwing some other names into this conversation again, because the meta for tournament players in TFT keeps on evolving, as well as the actual meta, right? We got to consistently reevaluate what's going on, and certainly given a great argument for Setsuko to be in that conversation even more so now.
5 more games coming up tomorrow, and it's going to be at the same time and the same place right here. 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern time right here on this channel, and you are not going to want to miss it. So make sure you are following the channel and tuning in for tomorrow as that as well. Thank you for everyone watching, for Khroen, for Casanova, and for everyone in production. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Challenger Series.